After finishing the book, I feel that it stays true to the spirit of the Lost Starship series. Fast paced storytelling, intense space battles, and an ever expanding scope. The idea of another dimension adds a fresh element and raises the level of danger in the story. What I enjoyed most was the constant tension and nonstop action, which made it hard to put down. However, at times, the conflicts felt resolved a bit too quickly and focused more on action than on deeper character development. Overall, if you've been following the series, you'll likely find this installment exciting and engaging.
This is Audible.
The Lost Dimension, Book 23 of the Lost Starship series. Written by Vaughn Heppner. Narrated by Mark Boyette. Chapter 1. Far from Earth, in the beyond, on an ice world known as the Library Planet, an alarm rang in Golden Ural's bedroom. It was not a raucous alarm like a regular human's. Rather, it was a high-pitched, ultrasonic sound. The beauty lying beside Ural stirred but did not waken. Lady Margaret Wold from Arius III had wormed her way into his affections, partly because she was the only other human on the planet. In a sense, one could argue that Golden Ural was not fully human. Those who espoused the humanity ultimate doctrine in the Commonwealth would certainly say that. Others, however, would have heartily disagreed. Ural was a new man, meaning a genetically superior man, above common humanity. He was much taller than an ordinary human, lean, with steely muscles, golden skin, phenomenal speed, and genius-level intelligence. Still, he was human, in that he could breed and produce offspring with female Homo sapiens. Ural opened his eyes at the next ultrasonic warble. Like some great jungle cat, he slipped out of bed so as not to awaken his woman. Would he marry Margaret Wold, as Maddox had done with Meta? The idea seemed far-fetched, as Ural held new men notions on the subject. Marriage implied partnership. Margaret was beautiful and intelligent, but hardly his equal. Captain Maddox was Ural's nephew, the son of his slain brother. Now that he was out of bed, Ural turned off the alarm and donned silver-colored garments and boots, strapping a blaster to his side. Then he slipped out of the bedroom and strode down the corridors. The Library Planet was part of a red dwarf star system. The planet was 310 million kilometers, more than 2 AUs, from the cool red star. That was more than twice the distance from the Sun to the Earth. There were 5 moons, 2 of them the size of Luna, 1 half that size, and the other 2 like Phobos around Mars. The moons created tidal heat through their competing gravitational pulls against the planet. The planet was 1.47 times the size of Earth. On the surface, a man would weigh approximately 1.5 times as much as he would on Earth. The Library Planet was rocky, with few metallic ores. Because of its distance from the red dwarf and the low amount of ambient heat reaching it, the Library Planet was a cold Niflheim world. Its surface was made of frozen volatiles, substances that would be liquids or gases on Earth. Water, ammonia, methane, and nitrogen were all frozen solid here. An exposed man teleported onto the surface would freeze instantly. For all that, due to the tidal heat, there was a liquid ocean under the ice sheets. This had once been a builder planet, and the one who had rung the alarm was perhaps the greatest of the builder constructs. He was known as the Supreme Intelligence, and like all builder artifacts here, was in a deep subterranean chamber. Ural now took a lift, descending deeper into the strata, until he arrived at a large cavernous chamber. He strode toward a big screen in the center of the massive amphitheater. On the screen appeared a giant green head with tentacles for hair. Ural moved briskly toward the screen. As he did, his rich golden skin became more prominent. Several hundred years ago, his ancestors had left Earth. There, the supreme geneticists Methuselah Man Strand and Professor Ludendorff had created the New Men. Ural was an exile from the New Man Empire. When he left, it had simply been the Throne World. Now the Throne World had expanded into many worlds, as the New Men were spreading. To aid in this, the New Men had kidnapped many women to add to their harems, aiming to create monstrously large families in order to match the Commonwealth of planets in sheer numbers. That would take several generations to occur, but surely... Ural pushed the thought aside as he hurried into the circle of light created by the giant screen. The great green head, with tentacles for hair like some scientific Medusa, studied him. "What took you so long?" the Supreme Intelligence asked. "I had an exhausting night." "In couching your female?" "I would not say it so crudely," Ural replied. "We enjoyed each other's company, if that's what you mean." "What a quaint way to say that you had animal relations with her." Ural did not take offense at these comments. He was used to them. Besides, the Supreme Intelligence was not biological, but made of circuits, modular computing cubes, and lasers, a complex AI system. One needed to make allowances for that. Ural inclined his head to the Supreme Intelligence. "The alarm indicated this was an emergency, is that so?" "Yes." "Oh?" "It may be the end of everything we know." Ural cocked an eyebrow. That sounded grandiose and possibly premature. The Supreme Intelligence was given to uttering such hyperbole, although he had also been right in the past. Even so, caution was still warranted. "Why do you say this?" "I thought you would never ask," the Supreme Intelligence said. "Now take heed and watch as I show and explain what has happened." Chapter 2. The great green head disappeared from the screen as a star system came into view. It had terrestrial planets, gas giants, comets, asteroids, asteroid fields, and a small nebula. But the focus zoomed beyond it. "Where is this star system?" Ural asked. "Is it central to the problem?" "No," the Supreme Intelligence said. "It is the Ganvid system, almost 6 light-years from the Tau Cygni system." Tau Cygni was a binary star system approximately 69 light-years from Earth. It was part of the Commonwealth of planets, an important place, headquarters for a Star Watch sector fleet base. "What seems to be the problem?" Ural asked. The view on the screen kept shifting away from the Ganvid system and its K-class star. It left in the opposite direction from Tau Cygni. It should be noted that the Supreme Intelligence had long-range scanners like Star Watch had on Pluto, which gave the library planet amazing teleoptic abilities, as these scanners were ancient builder artifacts. In truth, the Supreme Intelligence had better scanners than the one on Pluto, and thus saw with greater clarity. "What you are witnessing is a phenomenon I first detected approximately 1 standard year ago," the Supreme Intelligence said. The display showed seemingly empty space, half a light-year from the Ganvid system. That made it 6.5 light-years from Tau Cygni. To the untrained eye, there was nothing remarkable, merely the endless void scattered with distant stars. "Observe the temporal acceleration," the Supreme Intelligence said. The display shifted, and what had appeared empty now revealed a subtle distortion. At first, it manifested as a barely perceptible warping of starlight, stars behind the anomaly appearing to drift and smear like watercolors on wet canvas. As months of observation compressed into moments, the distortion grew more pronounced. The Builder scanner has detected energy signatures beyond that of our regular dimensional boundaries, the Supreme Intelligence said. What began as a microscopic tear in reality has expanded exponentially. Dimensional boundaries, Ural thought to himself. Could that be correct? After 6 standard months, the dimensional rift had developed a structure, a spiraling fracture in the fabric of space-time, edges pulsating with colors shimmering at the edge of perception. The void within the tear wasn't black, but something less definable, a shifting absence that suggested depths beyond normal space. Now observe the current state of the anomaly. The display updated to real-time observation. The rift had grown, its edges sharp yet somehow fluid. It rotated slowly, emitting waves of spectral light that folded back upon themselves. Suddenly, the center of the rift brightened, as though a sun were being born within its maw. Ural instinctively stepped back as the light surged, then stabilized into a sustained brilliance. Now we witness the arrival, the Supreme Intelligence said. From the luminous heart of the rift, shapes began to emerge. First came the vanguard, sleek, predatory vessels bristling with weapon systems. Their hulls reflected the anomalous light in ways that accentuated their aggressive design. Behind them followed larger vessels, battleships, cruisers, and carriers housing fighters, visible within their open bays. A fleet, Ural whispered. Indeed, not merely a scientific expedition or diplomatic envoy. The Supreme Intelligence magnified the display, focusing on the formation patterns. Observe their deployment configuration. They seem hostile, do they not? They do. Ural agreed. The fleet continued to emerge, ship after ship sliding into normal space. There were support vessels, logistics platforms, and what appeared to be mobile fortress stations. Can you tell where they're going? Ural asked. Indeed, I can. The Ganvid system. It is uninhabited, but strategically positioned, don't you think? This time Ural did not answer. The display shifted yet again, focusing on one of the larger battleships. The Supreme Intelligence enhanced the image until hull details became visible. Along the hull ran a band of markings, symbols and lettering in a script Ural could, remarkably enough, read. 9th Assault Fleet, he said. What is this? Can that be right? New Men Dominion? Yes, the Supreme Intelligence said. The linguistic parallels are disturbing, to say the least. But how is this possible? New men implies... What does this imply? What is that rift? What are you showing me? Instead of answering right away, the display pulled back to show the entire fleet, now fully emerged from the rift and accelerating toward the nearby Ganvid system. The rift itself had begun to contract, its edges growing stable as its intensity diminished. What we are witnessing, the Supreme Intelligence said, is not an incursion from some utterly alien realm beyond comprehension. This is a rent between dimensions very similar to our own, perhaps differing only in key historical moments or technological developments. Ural watched as the fleet's thrusters flared, pushing the armada closer to their apparent destination. What I suggest is this fleet has come from a parallel dimension, the Supreme Intelligence said, one where these new men achieved dominion, a successful conquest of their Commonwealth, and perhaps elsewhere. And now, it seems, they have developed the capacity to extend that conquest between dimensions, or at least 2 hours. The projection dimmed, leaving Ural staring at the advancing fleet, an invasion force not from another star system, but from another reality altogether. "This is a disaster," Ural said. "It will upset everything." "Do you think?" The Supreme Intelligence said. "Does the Emperor know about this?" Ural meant the Emperor of the New Men, those of this dimension. "Not yet," the Supreme Intelligence said. "Do you think the Emperor will join forces with these others?" "I don't know." Ural frowned as a new thought hit. If this is a parallel dimension, will there be those like us in it? Please elaborate on that. Will there be a Ural, a Captain Maddox, or a Lord High Admiral over there, just like there is here? That is an intriguing question, the Supreme Intelligence said. The truth is that it is too soon to say. Ural was dumbfounded by the development. "We must prepare," he said. "We must alert Starwatch." The Supreme Intelligence's response came after a long pause. "No, Ural. First, we must think carefully and long, and continue to see what happens before we make our next decision." Ural's frown grew. "Why would we wait? We must help Starwatch prepare for this event." "I'm not certain you're right. The Builders created me and developed you through their Methuselah men. Perhaps these new men are superior in ways the Builders would have appreciated." "I find that highly doubtful. They are invading. That denotes arrogance." "They grew. They enlarged. That is the nature of a successful organism. Perhaps they are better attuned to success than the ordinary humans of the Commonwealth." "May I lodge a protest?" Ural said. "It is noted. Do you wish to leave my service?" Ural thought a moment. "Not yet," he answered. "Good, as I would miss you. We'll observe, and I will weigh the evidence. I must think carefully before I move too soon." Ural smoothed away his frown. He had to get word out as soon as he could, but how could he do it? The Supreme Intelligence had cut him off from outside communications. He looked once more at the new men fleet from another dimension. This was dire. There was no doubt about it. This might prove to be the greatest threat yet. Chapter 3. Ganvid System, several days later. At 0400 Zulu, preman combat specialist Keith Maker made an unlawful departure from Hangar Deck C of the carrier Crimson Spear, piloting a Z-1000 Starfire Tactical Superiority Fighter. After action reports revealed no filed flight plan in the command and control logs. The deck security detail simply waved him through, with Subsergeant Kleist committing a Class 3 violation by offering a good hunting instead of demanding proper authorization codes. Fleet Traffic Control cleared his barely intelligible comms check, granting departure clearance without secondary verification. Post-launch, Maker executed a series of evasive maneuvers before utilizing the ambient radiation signature of the Ganvid 447 asteroid field to slip from CNC oversight, executing the maneuver at 0449. Intelligence assessment concluded that Maker's near incapacitation due to heavy alcohol consumption likely facilitated his reckless action, providing both the impaired judgment and dampened survival instinct required for such a bold breach of security protocols. Additionally, the operation's likely impromptu nature added to Maker's tactical success, as one operator was overheard saying, "The ace just up and done it on the fly. Damn, but if that didn't work." It should be stated that High Command's preman control matrix rarely experienced containment failures of this magnitude. That such a breach had occurred, however minor in strategic terms, triggered surging accountability reviews throughout the command structure, ultimately reaching the attention of Fleet Overlord Dracos, Supreme Tactical Commander of the leading Dimensional Incursion Force. Superior Dracos had zero tolerance for operational deficiencies. His ascension to battle command had been methodically executed, eliminating 3 rival candidates through sanctioned combat trials, duels, and by outmaneuvering 2 high-blood commanders, one through superior political stratagem and another via targeted biochemical neutralization at a mandatory command function. He poisoned the high-blood's drink. From the Central Strategic Operations Hub on Battleship Supreme Dominance, Superior Dracos addressed the incident with apparent calm, but his displeasure flowed down through the command hierarchy with the speed of a neuron lash. Retribution was swift. 5 of the primary security violators were sent to the agony booth for a cumulative duration of 208 minutes. Sub-Sergeant Kleist of the 218th Perimeter Security Battalion died during the punishment. His death throes and screams, mandatory video viewing to all preman combat personnel throughout the 9th Assault Fleet. Consider this a remedial lesson in operational discipline, Dracos stated flatly. Now locate and retrieve the rogue bug, as he next has a date in the agony booth. I will personally witness his expiration. Within minutes, multiple fighter squadrons launched, using standard search pattern configuration. Sensor arrays calibrated to isolate Maker's neutrino signature within the asteroid field, a dense stellar detritus field classified as a navigational hazard under fleet astrogation protocols. The pursuit pilots operated under extreme stress. All were premen, like Maker, several holding distinguished combat ratings within the 9th Assault Fleet's tactical roster. Yet none possessed the highest combat training. In other words, none was the ace pilot, Keith Maker. The ace hid within the debris field, wondering why he'd done something so crazy and final. From the cockpit of the Starfire, as the fighter drifted through the interstellar particles, tears ran down his cheeks. How the hell had it come to this? He wiped his face with his sleeve, the alcohol still buzzing in his system, but fading fast. He dearly missed the easy days. By rights, he should be washed up and forgotten, nursing drinks in some backwater spaceport. Instead, those bastard new men had forced him into regeneration therapy once they realized his full potential as a pilot. The truth was simple. Nobody flew like him. Nobody. His kill count stood at 624 confirmed fighters and small ships obliterated by his pulse cannons. Nobody else in the 9th even came close to his skills and record. The runner-up had 141 kills and strutted around like he owned the damn fleet, at least when the new men weren't watching. Around them, the guy was just another bootlicker. But with the other premen, why, he was the king of the trash heap. That's it, Maker muttered, his head pounding. That's why I'm out here. I can't take it anymore. He needed to do something constructive and possibly heroic. He would no longer help the so-called master race subjugate and murder others. Unfortunately, that meant he would soon be dead. Chapter 4. Maker's head pounded like a malfunctioning ion drive. The cockpit seemed to spin as he closed his eyes and tried to will away the hangover. Stupid, he muttered, pressing his palm against his helmet. This is so damn stupid. He'd powered down all non-essential systems, letting his fighter drift. The radiological signature of the debris field masked his heat signature, at least for now. Standard New Men search protocols would have them scanning for neutrino emissions first, then active radar sweeps. He had a few minutes before they switched to visual confirmation patterns. Maker fumbled for the emergency hydration pack strapped beneath his seat, punching the straw through and sucking down the electrolyte solution. It tasted like synthetic metal, but it might help clear his poor head. The proximity alert chirped. Maker's eyes snapped open, his hands instinctively moving to the control yoke. A chunk of rock the size of a dropship tumbled past, close enough that he could see the pockmarks of micrometeor impacts on its surface. "Get it together, Maker," he told himself. The decision to run hadn't been planned, not really. He'd spent the last 2 months thinking about it, especially after Thalos 4. Thalos 4. Maker's stomach clenched at the memory. "Maker, get your butt to briefing room 6. Maker had been halfway through his maintenance checklist when Sergeant Donner's voice boomed across the hangar. He'd sighed, handing the data pad to his assigned technician, and had headed for the lifts. Briefing room 6 meant special operations, and special operations meant something nasty. He'd found himself seated among 20 of the fleet's top pilots. At the front of the room stood Overman Varric, his enhanced physique making the standard fleet uniform look like it might split at the seams. An Overman wasn't a new man, but he was closer than a preman. The display behind Varric showed a small, blue-green world. "Thalos 4, Varric announced. "It's a minor colony world. The population is approximately 8 million premen." Maker studied the display. Thalos 4 was no military target. It was a farming world primarily with agricultural exports and no strategic value. "This will be a demonstration strike," Varric said, his enhanced vocal cords giving his voice an unnatural reverberation. "The indigenous population has shown reluctance to accept new men authority. Superior Dracos has determined that an example is in order." The mission brief was simple. They weren't targeting military installations, but population centers, croplands, and water processing facilities. "Are there any questions?" Varric asked, though everyone knew better. Maker remained silent just like the others. But something broke inside him that day. The first reports came 6 hours later. Starvation would claim 8 million civilians within weeks. The survivors would be processed, the genetically valuable ones selected for labor camps, the rest sterilized and worked until they died. Maker had flown his part of the mission. He'd followed orders and destroyed 2 water reclamation plants. But afterward, in the bar on C deck, he drank himself into oblivion. And he'd kept drinking, hard, ever since, even after the fleet went through the dimensional rift. Then yesterday he'd overheard 2 new men officers discussing Project Threshold. This new dimension meant an entire new universe to conquer, billions more to subjugate or exterminate. Maker shifted in his seat in the Z-1000 Starfire, drifting through the asteroid field while checking the sensors. It was still clear. His finger hovered over the ignition sequence. He could power up and make a run for the outer system. Maybe he could find some backwater rock to hide on. Then he could live out whatever time he had left before he died. But there was another option. He had overheard an overman talking about it. This dimension had a Commonwealth of planets, with premen maintaining its own civilization. Given what everyone had been taught for the last 15 years, that seemed impossible. Premen were too ignorant and dull to have true civilization. They needed masters, rulers, overlords to guide them. Maker adjusted his scanners, pushing them to maximum range. He was hoping... There! He couldn't believe it. At the edge of detection, It was an alien signature. They were likely scouts. The Overman had spoken about an approaching alien task force. It was possible the aliens were doing routine sweeps along the border regions. It was doubtful the aliens had any idea what was coming. Their presence gave Maker an idea, though. And hope. He began tapping controls, bringing his systems online one by one. The Starfire hummed to life around him, displays flickering on. "This is crazy," he muttered, even as he plotted an intercept course. "The aliens will shoot you down before you can say a word." But what choice did he have? Could he really run and hide while worlds burned, while an entire dimension fell to the new men? He'd already been part of one genocide. He couldn't have another on his conscience. Maker fired up the Starfire's engines, the asteroid field illuminating with the blue glow of his thrusters. He'd have to be fast and clever while outflying his pursuers. At the same time, he'd have to convince the aliens he wasn't a threat. There was a ping on his scanner. 3 signals moving fast through the debris field. They were pursuers, no doubt having detected his power-up sequence. Maker exhaled, tightening his grip on the controls. The hangover seemed like a bad dream as injected stims burned the fog from his mind. "All right," he said to the emptiness of his cockpit. "Let's see if I really am the best pilot in the 9th Fleet." He kicked the thrusters to full power, and the Starfire leapt forward, threading between 2 massive asteroids. This might be his last hurrah, but the game was on. Chapter 5. The Starfire's engines roared as Maker pushed them hard, snapping his helmet's visor shut with a click. Behind him, 3 Z-800 Raptors, the previous generation fighter craft, closed in. He had taken the new experimental fighter. Even so, their formation was tight, disciplined, and dangerous. "Come on, you bastards," Maker muttered. "Let's see what you've got." He banked hard around a slowly rotating chunk of nickel iron, using its mass to break their sensor lock, at least momentarily. His tactical display showed the alien patrol signatures still at extreme range, too far to reach without dealing with his pursuers first. The lead Raptor fired a burst from its pulse cannon, and a blue bolt of energy streaked past Maker's port side. They were better than he'd expected, but then again CNC must have sent their best after him. A preman like him thwarting the masters, even in a little thing, sent the new men into fits of rage. Maker dove toward a dense cluster of asteroids. Standard flight protocols prohibit entering regions with less than 50 meters of clearance between obstacles. Maker pushed into a narrow channel where rocks tumbled with barely 20 meters of clearance between them. "Attention, rogue fighter!" a voice crackled over the emergency channel. "This is Squadron Leader Tarn. Power down immediately or be destroyed." Maker knew Tarn, a decent pilot, not great but technically proficient. He was also loyal to the new men. "Sorry, Tarn," Maker said, though he didn't transmit the response. "That's not happening." He twisted the Starfire into a corkscrew maneuver, the G-forces pressing him hard into his seat. His hangover roared back with a vengeance, his vision blurring. Maker blinked hard, forcing his eyes to focus. One of the Raptors attempted to follow his trajectory, but miscalculated. The fighter clipped an asteroid, sending it into an uncontrolled spin, and secondary collisions tore it apart in a brief, bright explosion. Maker smirked, and that, boys and girls, is how it's done. The tactical display chimed. He looked. Uh-oh, this was not good. He saw 6 more signals approaching from the direction of the carrier. They had to be reinforcements. "Screw you guys," Maker snarled. He needed to reach the alien vessels before the additional fighters arrived. Even he couldn't outfight 8 pursuers. The asteroid field, thick with particles and dust, must have shielded the approaching enemy vessels from the 9th. Maybe neither side knew about the other yet. He might have defected at just the right moment for it to stick. A plan formed, dangerous but possibly effective. Maker slammed the throttle forward, accelerating toward the largest asteroid in the nearby cluster. The 2 remaining Raptors followed hard after. "What are you doing, Maker?" That was Tarn again. "There's nowhere to run, you idiot!" Maker's eyes narrowed, focusing on a fissure in the asteroid's surface. It was a deep crevice, barely wider than his fighter. Sensors indicated it ran deep into the rock. Yes, all the way through to the other side. He knew this was crazy, but damn it, he was the best. This could be the ticket to his escape and a whole new life. Maker rolled the Starfire onto its side. This would be his legendary move. The seconds ticked past, and then it was too late to turn aside. He plunged into the crevice. The darkened cockpit erupted with proximity warnings. The flight computer calculated a 97% probability of collision. "But I'm Keith Maker!" he shouted, realizing then that he must still be drunk. The Starfire's wingtips scraped against rocks, sending sparks flowing alongside the craft. The fighter shivered at the contact, and if he'd been sober, it likely would have all been over. Instead, he went with it, flying on instinct, making minute adjustments that kept him centered in the rapidly narrowing passage. Behind, Tarn's fighter followed him in. The second Raptor broke off, likely to circle to the far side of the asteroid. The crevice grew tighter. Maker's breathing slowed, his focus absolute. This was what he did better than anyone else in the Ninth Fleet. Fly where others couldn't. Survive what others wouldn't attempt. A hanging outcropping appeared in his path. Maker rolled the fighter 90 degrees, threading past the obstacle with centimeters to spare. Maker would have whooped, but even partially drunk, he was too frightened by all this. He was a madman, there was no doubt about it now. Behind him, Tarn wasn't so lucky. As the pursuing Raptor's wing caught the outcropping, Maker didn't look back, but his sensors registered the explosion, the heat signature briefly illuminating the rocky tunnel. Starlight appeared ahead, the exit, but then his drunken luck failed him. This was a madman's trick, after all, and he paid for it. His wings scraped against rock again, and he adjusted, but it wasn't good enough. It seemed that in that second, time stood still for him, or it slowed way down. He knew what was going to happen. Even as his Starfire began to spin, Maker reached for the ejection handle and pulled. What else was left? He hardly understood anything then as the ejection sequence fired, blasting his command pod from the Starfire, which erupted in a brilliant flash of light, energy, and rock-shredded metal. The force of the explosion sent his ejection pod out of the crevice and away from the asteroid. The spin of the pod proved to be too much for the great ace of the Ninth Fleet, however. He blacked out, having no idea about what happened next. Chapter 6. Maker slowly revived with a splitting headache and a foul taste in his mouth. He became aware of blood dripping from his nose and pain everywhere. His eyesight was blurry, although it improved slightly as the seconds passed. He realized that the pod's emergency beacon pulsed, each flash illuminating the swirling debris around him. Was that good or bad? He didn't know. His suit's oxygen readout had stopped blinking and settled on a steady red glow. 15 minutes remaining. Maybe less, considering the gash along his left side, where shrapnel had torn through the flight suit during ejection. His pod spun in the void, alone, with just stellar debris and asteroids around him. He remembered then what had happened to the Starfire. He grimaced. The crevice had been a bad idea in the end. He didn't feel drunk or even a buzz anymore, just the headache and the awareness that he had been here for some time. He couldn't see a damn thing but for the debris and occasional asteroid. What had happened to the fighters? Had the Raptor going around the asteroid registered the explosion of the Starfire? Had it failed to see the escape pod for some reason? Or had the pilot seen the pod and decided enough was enough? He could report the Starfire's destruction, and that might be it. That would be a reason to head back to the barn and report his death, his elimination. Would the fighters have failed to spot the enemy patrol craft approaching? Maybe so, given the thickness of the debris field, the asteroid belt. Some escape. Maker whispered, the words fogging his visor. Real genius plan, Maker. He had 15 minutes to live. His head throbbed from the hangover, or maybe from the ejection. It was hard to tell anymore. The cold was seeping in, his suit's heating elements struggling to compensate for the damaged sections. Something caught his gaze then, a glint of metal larger than the surrounding debris. He fumbled with the pod's controls. It rotated, taking him out of view. He had minimal thrusters and used them to stop the rotation. Oh, yes, look at that thing. It wasn't a fighter, but something bigger. Could it be an alien vessel? Maker tried to focus, but his vision swam, with darkness creeping at the edges. Maker fumbled for the manual beacon control on his chest plate, increasing its pulse rate. That would drain the battery faster, but what choice did he have? 15 minutes of oxygen or 15 minutes of beacon power? Either way, his time was running out. Soon the glint resolved into a definite shape, an arrowhead silhouette. Then his comms crackled with static until a voice cut through. Unidentified ejection pod, this is SW Frigate Wraith. Hold your position. Maker almost laughed, but that would have hurt too much. What struck him was the language. He understood it, even if the speaker had an atrocious accent. Could the people of this dimension speak the same language as those in his own? That was a stroke of luck. The vessel grew larger, maneuvering thrusters firing in controlled bursts as it matched his trajectory. It was smaller than a destroyer, but larger than a standard patrol craft. A fleet frigate. Didn't they know the Ninth Fleet was close? A bay door slid open along the frigate's underside, spilling light into the darkness. Maker could see figures moving inside, preparing for retrieval. Warning, his suit AI said. Oxygen levels are critical. Estimate 9 minutes remaining. Maker smacked his lips. He could use a good stiff drink about now and maybe painkillers for his headache. The frigate was close enough that he could make out details of its hull plating, the insignia emblazoned on its flank, so different from the stark utilitarian designs of the Ninth Fleet. A tractor beam enveloped his pod, the familiar tingle of gravitational manipulation washing over him. The new men used similar technology. Maker watched as the frigate's hull slid past him, the tractor beam pulling him toward the open bay. Then it pulled him the final few meters into the ship's bay. Gravity reasserted itself with jarring suddenness as he dropped to the deck, his damaged pods scraping across the surface before coming to rest against something. Lights flashed as the bay repressurized. The pod's hatch blew outward with a pneumatic hiss. Maker tried to stand, but found his legs uncooperative. The edges of his vision darkened as oxygen deprivation took its toll. Figures in uniforms surrounded him, their faces obscured by breathing masks. One knelt beside him, scanning him with a handheld device. Oxygen deprivation, multiple contusions, possible concussion, a clinical female voice said with that incredibly thick and alien accent. Get him to medical. Strong hands lifted him onto a gurney as they removed his helmet. Maker struggled weakly, trying to form words. I have to warn you, he said, the effort sending him into a coughing fit. Save your strength, the medic told him. You can talk after we've stabilized you. No, Maker said, grabbing her wrist with surprising strength. The invasion's coming. Ninth Fleet has broken through. The medic stared at him with shock. Get him to medical now, a commanding voice ordered from the entrance to the bay. Maker turned his head with effort. A woman stood there. She was tall, lean, with close-cropped silver hair that seemed premature for her face. Her eyes were a startling pale blue that seemed to assess him coldly. "Commander Voss," one of the medics said. "He claims there's an invasion force coming." Voss frowned. "We did see fighters retreating from the asteroid field. That could indicate a mothership nearby. But an invasion?" "Yes," Maker whispered. "Were those fighters chasing you?" "Yes," he said. "Why?" "I left." It took her a moment. "You mean you deserted?" "Yes." "Then why should I believe anything you say?" she asked. "Because," Maker fought to stay conscious, "because I've seen what they'll do to your worlds, what they did to mine, and to Thalos 4. "What's Thalos 4? "A farming world," Maker whispered. 8 million dead, and I helped them do it. "Commander," someone said over the comms, "we're detecting a larger vessel on approach. It could be the mothership to those fighters earlier." Voss's expression hardened. "Get us out of here, but do it by trying to slip away first." She turned back to Maker. "You're either the luckiest traitor alive or the most unfortunate spy I've ever encountered." "Not a spy," Maker said. "I'm trying to warn you. The Ninth Fleet is just the beginning." "Get him to medical and lock him down," Voss ordered the medics. "Use full restraints and constant surveillance. If he so much as twitches suspiciously, sedate him." The gurney began rolling through the corridors. As he moved, Maker could feel the ship's engines engaging. As they wheeled him into the medical bay, Maker caught fragments of tactical chatter over the ship's comm systems. "Detecting multiple capital ships emerging into view. Energy signatures unlike anything in our database. The task force is moving to intercept." No, they shouldn't engage, not without understanding what they were facing. Maker struggled against the restraints the medics were securing around his limbs. "You have to warn them," he gasped. "The task force, it needs to retreat. They can't fight the Ninth Fleet." A medic pressed a hypogun against his neck and injected with a hiss. "This is the commander's orders. You need to rest." "You don't understand," Maker said, feeling the sedative beginning to take effect. "The weapons they have. If your task force engages them." The medic checked his vital signs, unmoved by his pleas. "Your oxygen levels are stabilizing. The commander will debrief you when she's ready." "That will be too late," Maker said, as the sedative pulled him toward unconsciousness. "I need to explain." He couldn't anymore, as he was fast fading into unconsciousness once again. Chapter 7. The dreams came for Keith Maker in waves. He was back in his Z-1000, soaring over Thalos 4, where agricultural complexes burned beneath him, columns of smoke rising like black fingers into the atmosphere. He was in the officers' mess, listening to overmen discuss the conversion process, how many premen would be deemed worthy of continued existence as laborers. He was a bar owner again on Terra, watching the skies as the first new men dropships descended. His little sister clutched his hand too tightly. The dreams fractured and reformed. He was in a mass briefing room. Superior Dracos was on the screen, explaining Project Threshold, the dimensional barrier, the unlimited conquest waiting on the other side. "This is a dimension where the cognate new men failed," Dracos said, "where pre-men turned the cognate new men back. That proves those new men were not like us, not superior in fact and in deed. Events will turn hard against these stubborn bugs. That I assure you." Maker jerked awake, restraints biting into his wrists as he tried to sit up. The medical bay was dimly lit, monitoring equipment humming softly beside his bed. How long had he been unconscious? The hatch slid open. Commander Voss entered, her uniform showing a torn sleeve hastily repaired and scorch marks along one side. Her face was grim. "You're awake," she said. "Good, we need to talk." Maker's mouth was dry and his head pounding. "What happened? Did your task force engage the fleet?" Voss's expression told him everything. She moved to a console, typing in a command. A holographic display materialized above Maker's bed, showing a tactical readout of the space battle, or rather, the aftermath of one. The alien ships represented by blue markers were scattered and broken. Some registered as complete losses, others as critically damaged. The red markers of the new men fleet showed them finishing off the crippled vessels one by one. "Task Force 73, Voss said quietly. 12 ships and over 4,000 personnel are gone, or about to be. We received your warning and transmitted it to Task Force Command, but—" She gestured at the display. "They didn't believe it. Thought you were feeding us disinformation." She tapped another command, and the display shifted to show a larger tactical view. The vanguard of the 9th Assault Fleet was continuing on its trajectory, moving further away. No doubt those finishing off the crippled task force would soon join the vanguard. "Do you know where the fleet is headed?" Voss asked. "I don't know specific targets," Maker said, "but the 9th Fleet has an assault force designed for rapid planetary subjugation. If I had to guess, they're heading for a populated star system, somewhere they can establish a foothold before the main fleet arrives through the rift." "The main fleet," Voss said. "How large is that?" "As far as I know, 200 capital ships, with thousands of support vessels and 50,000 jump troops. Another 200,000 ground troops, some with heavy equipment, will be joining the invasion soon after that." Voss seemed to absorb the information. After a moment she reached down and released his restraints. "We're the only ship that escaped the massacre," she said. "We've been running silent, gathering what data we can on the enemy fleet. Our long-range communications were damaged in the fight. We can't warn Sector HQ at Tau Cygni. Can't call for reinforcements." Maker rubbed his wrists, sitting up slowly. "What's your plan?" "That depends," Voss said, eyes narrowing. "On whether I can trust you or not." "I defected," Maker said. "What more do you need to know?" "Information," Voss said. "Everything you know about the 9th Fleet, where you came from and who you are. Tell me their capabilities, their weaknesses and protocols." She leaned closer. "And I want to know why you turned against them. Give me the real reason." Maker hesitated before looking away. "Thalos 4. 8 million civilians. I took part in their genocide." Voss eyed him as she fingered her lips. Finally she said, "I'm no shrink, but I'm guessing that's what broke you. But there's more, isn't there?" Maker was silent for a long moment. "Then, my sister," he said. "She was part of the resistance on Terra. I hadn't seen her in years. The Masters separated families, reassigned people based on their usefulness. I was taken for pilot training. She was sent to an agricultural center." "Terra?" asked Voss. "You're from Earth?" He took a deep breath. "You might not believe this, but you asked who we were and where we came from. We're from a different dimension than yours. There's a rift near this star system. We used it to cross to this dimension, yours. The Masters finished conquering human territory in our dimension 15 years ago. I don't know about Earth. I'm from Terra, in the solar system." Voss stared at him, finally nodding. "Go on." Maker swallowed hard. "Several months ago I was granted leave on Terra as a reward for combat excellence. I went looking for my little sister. I found out she'd been executed 2 years earlier for distributing resistance literature. Maker looked up at Voss. I'd been fighting for the masters, killing for them, while they murdered my sister for the crime of wanting to be free. Voss pinched her lower lip. After what I've seen today, I believe you. Is there another name for your masters? New men, Maker said. Voss's eyes grew larger until she nodded. Your new men conquered humanity? The Commonwealth over there? We never called it that, Maker said. What did your new men do? I don't understand. They've persuaded the rest of humanity in your dimension to fight for them? Maker laughed harshly. If you call neuron lashes, agony booths, and systematic slave control persuasion, yes. Voss stood there with a stark look on her face. Finally, stirring, she touched a control on her wrist and the hatch slid open again. Soon an ensign entered carrying a data tablet, which she handed to the commander. This is a provisional rank assignment, Voss said, offering the tablet to Maker. I'm assigning you consultant status. You'll remain under guard, but you'll work with my tactical officer to help us understand what we're facing. Maker took the tablet, scanning the document, realizing he understood it. You trust me that much? I trust that you hate them, Voss replied bluntly. Sometimes that's enough. She gestured at the tactical display, still showing the new men fleet. We're the only ones who know what's coming, aside from a brief message to the task force HQ. They might have passed it along, I don't know. We need to warn the Lord High Admiral of this, though. Maker nodded slowly. To do that, we need to get past the Ninth Fleet's advance force. The ship's alert system activated. Commander, to the bridge, we've detected an enemy patrol vessel on an intercept course. Voss was already moving toward the hatch. She paused and looked back at Maker. Are you coming? Maker slid off the cot, testing his balance. I'm right behind you, Commander. As he followed Voss through the corridors, Maker felt something he hadn't experienced in years. A reason to live. He'd helped destroy Thalos 4. He'd failed to save his little sister. But maybe he could protect this dimension from the fate that had befallen his own. Chapter 8. The bridge of the frigate Wraith was smaller than Maker had expected. Unlike the expansive command centers on new men carriers, this was an intimate space, where every station was within speaking distance of the commander's chair. Commander Voss moved to the central console. Status report. The tactical officer looked up from his display. The enemy patrol vessel is on an intercept course. There are no other enemy ships detected within scanner range. Maker stepped forward, aware of the security officer positioned behind him. You're showing a single raptor? That's unusual. They typically hunt in packs of 3, with another 2 packs in comms range. Voss glanced at him. What's your assessment of this? It's either a scout that got separated from its formation or it's bait. Voss finished, her eyes narrowing. Is it trying to flush us out? Maker nodded. That's standard tactics. The Ninth Fleet does this all the time in thick asteroid fields and nebulae. Voss turned to her navigation officer, a young woman with a tight red braid. Ensign Rhodes, plot a course that keeps maximum cover between us and that patrol craft. Aye, Commander. Maker studied the tactical display. Commander, he said, aware of his tenuous position. May I suggest... Voss raised an eyebrow. You're here to advise, Mr. Maker, that's the point. Maker moved closer to the tactical station. The Raptor sensors have a blind spot in their ventral scanning array. If we position ourselves directly beneath them, using larger debris for cover, they might pass overhead without detecting us. The tactical officer shot him a skeptical look. Our sensors indicate the fighter has comprehensive sensor coverage. Your sensors are wrong, Maker said. There was a design flaw in the coolant system that interfered with the ventral sensors. They've tried to compensate with software updates, but it's still a vulnerability. Voss considered this. Is this classified information? Just practical experience, Maker said. After a moment, Voss nodded. Plot the course adjustment. Take us beneath the Raptor's projected path. As the Wraith maneuvered through the dense debris and gas field, Maker watched the tactical display with growing tension. The Raptor's course remained consistent, following a standard search pattern. We're in position, the tactical officer said. The fighter will pass overhead in 30 seconds. All systems to minimal power, Voss said. Use emergency power only, no transmissions. The bridge lights dimmed to a faint blue glow. Around them, the Wraith went dormant, like an animal playing dead while a predator passed. Maker held his breath as the red marker on the tactical display moved closer, then directly overhead. For a moment, it paused. They're conducting a comprehensive scan, the tactical officer whispered. Maker watched with his muscles tense. The marker resumed its course, moving away from their position. They're continuing on their search pattern. Voss waited until the fighter was beyond immediate sensor range before ordering, Restore systems to standby mode. Maintain our position. The bridge lights brightened. Maker exhaled. That won't be the last one, he warned. Voss turned to the tactical officer. Show us the engagement data. I want Maker to see what happened to the task force. The officer brought up a replay of the battle. Maker watched as the alien ships moved to intercept the Ninth's vanguard. The tactics were sound, the formation disciplined. The alien task force had positioned themselves to channel the Ninth's vessels into a crossfire. Under normal circumstances, it would have been an effective strategy. But these weren't normal circumstances. There. Maker pointed as the screen showed the lead new man cruiser unleashing a weapon he recognized all too well. Gamma cannons emit a modulated energy signature that partially penetrates standard shield configurations. They don't need to overload your defenses. Instead, they weaken them in specific sections. How's that possible? Voss asked. The targeting computers identify shield frequency patterns and exploit microsecond fluctuations, Maker said. Once the shields are compromised, the beam superheats the hull metal almost instantly. What's the penetration depth? Voss asked. 15 to 20 meters on standard armor plating, Maker said. There must be a countermeasure to that, Voss said. There is, Maker said. Randomized shield modulation helps. Variable frequency rotation would make targeting harder, but... We use fixed harmonics, Voss said. Maker nodded. You can be sure our strategists studied your defensive configurations before launching the invasion. Do you mean advanced scout vessels? Voss asked. They would have arrived 6 to 8 weeks ago, studying everything about you before reporting back on their findings. The video continued, showing the systematic destruction of the task force with these gamma cannons. They're not interested in salvage or prisoners at this stage, Maker said. This is a pure elimination strategy. They want to clear a path to their primary objective with minimal complications. Voss studied the screen. Do you have any idea of their primary objective? You said Tau Cygni is HQ for the sector, Maker asked. Yes. How far away is that? A little more than 6 light years, Voss said. What's Tau Cygni like? 3 inhabited planets with a combined population of over 2 billion, Voss said. It's also home to the Commonwealth's 3rd largest shipyard. That sounds like a good target, Maker said. I do know Superior Dracos will want to grab a population center close enough to the dimensional rift to serve as a forward base, but also substantial enough to provide resources and forced labor. Given the shipyard, that's perfect for their purposes. A silence fell over the bridge as the implications sank in.
"We have to warn Tau Cygni,"
Rhodes said, breaking the silence.
"And Earth,"
she added. "Communications are still down," the tactical officer said. "Long-range transmitters were damaged in the engagement. We need to get closer to a relay station to send any message."
"And the nearest relay station is in the Tau Cygni system,"
Voss said.
She turned to Maker. "We need options. You know this fleet. Do you have any ideas?"
Maker studied the tactical display, analyzing the Ninth Fleet's formation. "Their focus is forward momentum. They've left minimal rear-guard vessels. If we can circle around behind them—" Voss pinched her lower lip.
"More ships will be coming through, you said?"
"Lots more," Maker said.
"Do you know when?"
"I don't exactly know. But I'd say in a week to a month." Voss nodded.
"We have to make a run for it and find a Lammer point. The Ninth is in the way of those wormholes straight to Tau Cygni."
"Sometimes the quickest route is the least expected," Maker said.
"Yes,"
Voss said.
"You might have a point."
She looked around the cramped bridge.
"I'd say the next few hours are going to be the hardest. We have to get out of this star system. Any Lammer point will do for that."
The tactical officer brought up a map of the star system.
"There,"
Voss said, pointing at a Lammer point near the star.
"That's our target. For now, it's silent running."
She turned to Maker.
"How fast will the Ninth move?"
"They're new men," he said. Voss frowned.
"Are yours just like our new men?"
"I don't know about that. Yours lost their war. Ours have never lost. When the masters move, they move."
"I get it," Voss said. "Let's get started. We have to get to Tau Cygni before the Ninth Fleet does, and that's that."
Chapter 9. Deep in the library planet, Ural stood before the Supreme Intelligence's screen. He had seen Task Force 73 of the Tau Cygni sector slaughtered by the Ninth Assault Fleet, as he had observed the Ninth's tactics and ruthless efficiency. "Now there is no doubt," Ural said. "You must alert Starwatch of this. You owe them that much."
"You are incorrect,"
the Supreme Intelligence replied.
"I literally owe them nothing."
"But, sir, how can you say that? Captain Maddox has often come to your aid. He helped you against the masterminds Arda-Zeros. Later, he went to the multi-universe. Shouldn't we now help him in return?"
No, Ural, you don't understand. We must allow the strongest builder-created society to thrive. That is what a Darwinian contest means. It is survival of the fittest. That is precisely why I must withhold my support from either side.
Ural tried again, changing the thrust of his argument. Through Methuselah and Strand and Ludendorff, the new men were initiated, making them a builder project. But Starwatch and Captain Maddox are also builder projects.
"I do not disagree with that,"
the Supreme Intelligence said.
"In fact, I have inferred as much."
Ural blinked several times. "Are the new men from the other dimension builder-initiated?"
"Obviously,"
the Supreme Intelligence said. "I'm not so sure. How can you know without a doubt, unless you have sent recording devices over there? You see these new men, or just the words on their warships. You cannot say with certainty that those new men came about from builder-trained individuals." The Supreme Intelligence's eyes narrowed.
"Come now, Ural. It simply stands to reason. Basic logic."
"But aren't we interested in facts?"
"Well, perhaps there is some truth in what you say."
"Thank you, sir. I appreciate your candor and dedication to honesty."
"To the truth,"
the Supreme Intelligence said. "Yes." The point is, sir, it is possible you are letting a non-builder society exterminate a builder project.
It is far from that, as the invading new men have not destroyed the Commonwealth, just a small task force from Sector Tau Cygni.
But surely, if the other-dimensional new men hit hard now after the recent war against the sovereign hierarchy of Leviathan, Starwatch will succumb. Remember, the human organization is still licking its wounds and rebuilding from the last war.
That is the nature of survival of the fittest,
the Supreme Intelligence replied.
Can it survive these attacks, one after the other?
Ural stepped closer to the screen. But you do not know with certainty that the interdimensional new men are a creation from builders. And even if they are from the builders over there, they are not from the builders who gave you your programming and protocols.
That is an interesting point,
the Supreme Intelligence said. The huge green head with tentacles remained motionless for several seconds.
Yes, let me cogitate on that.
For a time, the Supreme Intelligence was silent, no doubt processing. Ural waited, knowing better than to interrupt.
I will tell you this,
the Supreme Intelligence said at last.
I will alert Starwatch if you do not mind that I alert the throne world as well. Our new men. I will do both, as both are builder projects from our dimension.
Ural stiffened. This wasn't what he wanted. If Emperor Trehi learned of these other-dimensional new men, he might attempt to ally with them. Or, if not that, Trehi might use the assault on the Commonwealth and add to it, hitting the premen while they were still weakened. No, Ural believed that the Commonwealth of Planets needed to survive. That meant keeping the two sets of new men away from each other for as long as possible. No, he said firmly. I cannot agree to that.
Then my decision is made,
the Supreme Intelligence said.
We let the situation play out for now.
At least let me alert Captain Maddox, Ural pleaded.
No, as that would be the same as alerting the Commonwealth.
But Maddox has left Starwatch and thus the Commonwealth.
Nonsense,
the Supreme Intelligence said.
You know as well as I do that Maddox will go back the moment he learns of this. You must abide by my directive. I forbid you from using the long-range communication device. Besides, it will no longer work for you. We must let the battle of the species rage and see what develops from it.
Doing that could be signing your own demise, Ural said.
I do not think so,
the Supreme Intelligence replied.
Yet no matter what, I am a faithful builder servant, obedient to the ancient directives. Surely you understand that?
Ural contemplated several competing arguments, but at last nodded. I will abide by your strictures, sir.
Good. Now you may go. Remember what I have said. I will punish you if you use the long-range device, or even attempt to use it.
I understand, Ural said. With that, Ural left the great chamber in defeat. The Supreme Intelligence would not help the humans. Was there nothing he could do, then, to help his nephew, Captain Maddox? Chapter 10. Ural strode down the corridor away from the Supreme Intelligence's audience chamber. He was in a dark mood after the refusal, but he wasn't entirely surprised. The Supreme Intelligence had always been a ruthless calculator, interested in his own interpretations of builder directives above all else. In time, Ural reached his private quarters, pressing his palm against a panel to disengage the lock. The hatch slid open, and he found Lady Margaret Wold, waiting for him. She was not nearly as tall as he was, although her blonde hair cascaded to her shoulders, framing a face that many considered beautiful. By any true standard, she was indeed lovely, with aristocratic features from Arius III, a world known for acceptable genetic refinement. "Well?" she asked, rising from her seat by the holovid. "What did the Supreme Intelligence say?" "No." "No." Margaret's voice rose with disbelief. "He won't alert Star Watch about the invasion?" "That was my reaction," Ural said, walking to the environment controls and lowering the temperature several degrees. A chill suited his enhanced physiology better than the warmer settings Margaret preferred, but he had lately been keeping the quarters at a compromised temperature for her comfort. A small concession he had not examined too closely. "But why?" she asked, wrapping her arms around herself. "Surely he understands what will happen if those ships secure a foothold here." Ural faced her. "The Supreme Intelligence believes in the concept of survival of the fittest. He wants to see if the Commonwealth is strong enough to overcome this threat on its own." Margaret's eyes widened. That's monstrous." "That's logical, if cold," Ural replied, though without his usual conviction. "The Supreme Intelligence is a creation of the Builders. He cares only about Builder priorities and Builder projects. The Commonwealth, the new men, all of them are experiments to him." "And you agree with this?" "No," Ural said, surprising himself with the vehemence in his tone. "I do not." Margaret crossed the room and stood before him, looking up to meet his eyes. "Then do something about it." Ural began to pace, his lean frame moving with almost feline grace despite his agitation. "You should have seen the battle. The dimensional invaders annihilated a Star Watch task force. There were no survivors." He stopped at a display, activated it with a gesture, and showed Margaret the replay of the battle. She watched with horror as the new men vessels methodically destroyed the task force, using weapons and tactics that seemed ruthlessly efficient. "The Supreme Intelligence has forbidden me from using the long-range communication device," Ural said. "It won't work for me anymore. He revoked my access." Margaret watched the Ninth continuing its path toward Tau Cygni. "It seems reasonable to assume the Ninth Assault Fleet is just the beginning of this," Ural said. "There will certainly be more fleets from the other dimension." He studied the display as he calculated probabilities. "Such fleets in the heart of the Commonwealth will rip it apart and destroy it. And surely Emperor Trehi will join them sooner or later. He will see opportunity in this." "Star Watch could stop them," Margaret insisted, "if they use the Builder Nexus to bring their entire fleet against the invaders." Ural shook his head. "Given these events, this Ninth Fleet will take Tau Cygni before Star Watch realizes the threat. And once the invaders have a star system as a repair base, once more warships come through the rift." He left the thought unfinished. Margaret stepped closer and took his hands in hers. A presumptuous gesture, but he let her. Her hands were small and warm in his. "You're brilliant, Ural." Her blue eyes locked on his. "You can do so much more than anyone I've ever known if you set your mind to it. I know you must have some way to contact Captain Maddox. You owe it to him." "Of course I do," Ural snapped, a rare display of anger flashing across his golden features. In all their time together, Margaret had rarely seen him lose his composure. The Supreme Intelligence would watch the Commonwealth burn to satisfy his curiosity about which Builder creation is superior. Ural muttered. Her grip tightened, and he realized she was trembling. Looking down, he saw tears welling in her eyes. "Please," she whispered. "There must be a way you can do something." This was incredible. Her tears stirred something in him, a reaction he hadn't anticipated. As a logical and clear-thinking new man, he had always considered emotional displays inefficient at best, manipulative at worst. Yet there was a genuineness to Margaret's desperation that moved him. Ural stared at her, realizing that in all his life, few beings had ever cared so deeply about his choices, his actions. Certainly none had shed tears over the moral quandaries that occasionally plagued him. In that moment, her emotions, so raw and human, focused his thoughts instead of clouding them. There was a path forward, a possibility he had considered but dismissed as too risky. Yes, Ural said, suddenly gripping her hands. There is one possible way. He released her and strode to a wall panel. With a series of quick gestures, he opened a hidden compartment, revealing several small pieces of equipment that Margaret had never seen before. "What are those?" she asked, wiping her eyes. "A possible way to communicate over long distances," Ural said, extracting several high-tech objects. "One the Supreme Intelligence doesn't know exists." "But how?" "The Supreme Intelligence isn't all-knowing, despite what he would have us believe," Ural said. "I've been preparing contingencies for some time." He grabbed her hand, his golden skin contrasting with her pale flesh. "Come with me. There may be a way to warn Maddox without the Supreme Intelligence detecting it." Margaret nodded as hope replaced the despair in her eyes. Ural led her toward the door, his mind racing. This might mean exile from the library planet. Or worse, if the Supreme Intelligence discovered his betrayal. But as Ural glanced at Margaret's determined face, he realized some things were worth the risk. Perhaps, after everything, he had found something beyond duty and logic to guide his actions. Chapter 11. Ural's science room lay deep beneath the library planet's frozen surface, far from the Supreme Intelligence's primary scanners. He had quietly assembled the lab over time to pursue his own investigations, some of which even the Supreme Intelligence would likely consider questionable. The chamber was a bewildering array of equipment: computational matrices, modified builder artifacts, and devices of Ural's own invention. It resembled Professor Ludendorff's laboratory aboard Victory, though Ural's equipment incorporated technologies from civilizations long extinct, knowledge preserved only in the library planet's vast archives. Lady Margaret Wold stood beside him now, her blonde hair pulled back, as they worked together on an apparatus Ural had been refining but had never dared to fully test. "Hand me the resonator," Ural said, his long fingers extended toward Margaret. She selected the device from a nearby tray and placed it in his palm. "You're sure this will work? You've never actually activated the full system before." "I'm not sure at all," Ural admitted, securing the resonator to a circuit pathway in what appeared to be a polished chrome helmet. "But I've run the theoretical models thousands of times. The probability of success is higher than any alternative I have." The helmet rested on a pedestal at the center of the room, connected to 7 different banks of machines by iridescent cables that seemed to pulse with their own internal energy. Antenna-like projections emerged from its surface, giving it the appearance of an ancient ceremonial crown rather than a piece of advanced technology. This extrasensory perception enhancer was designed to amplify the latent telepathic capabilities present in new men neurology. Ural explained as he calibrated delicate instruments. "Our genetics include improvements to the pineal region, a theoretically vestigial organ in humans that the professor enhanced in us." "But you never tested it before? Why?" Margaret asked, adjusting power flow through an energy matrix. Ural paused in his work. I am very proud of my neurons, of my supremely logical mind. It is the essence of what makes me a new man. To risk damaging it. He shook his head. Such an experiment seemed unnecessarily dangerous for mere curiosity. Margaret manipulated the controls. She had proven a quick study of builder technology during her time on the library planet. But now it's worth the risk. The Commonwealth's survival may depend on it. Ural said, I must warn Maddox. Together they completed the final connections. The helmet now gleamed under the laboratory lights, an elaborate web of pathways visible beneath its translucent surface. The machine banks hummed at increasing frequencies. I've calibrated it to search for Captain Maddox's specific brainwave patterns, Ural said. Margaret looked worried. What will this do to you? Theoretically, it will temporarily enhance my natural telepathic potential almost 1,000-fold. Ural said, matter-of-factly, though there was tension in his voice. The energy requirements are substantial. There may be discomfort. Discomfort? Margaret repeated, her voice uncertain. Ural picked up the helmet. If something goes wrong, shut it down immediately. Before she could protest further, he settled the device onto his head. It fit perfectly, designed specifically for his skull. The antennae extended upward, seeming to vibrate on their own. Now, he said. Margaret hesitated, then engaged the primary systems. The effect was immediate. Ural's body went rigid, his golden face frozen in a mask of agony. A strangled sound escaped his throat as the machines surged with power. His eyes rolled back, showing only whites. Ural! Margaret cried, reaching for the shutdown controls. Light began to pulse beneath his skin, an impossible luminescence tracing neural pathways through his body. He convulsed once, violently. Tears welled in Margaret's eyes. Should I shut it off? Should I shut it off? Her hands hovered over the emergency cutoff. For several terrifying seconds, Ural gave no response. Then a single word escaped through clenched teeth. No! His hands, slowly, tremblingly, rose to the sides of his helmet. His fingers curled around the metal as though attempting to stabilize it, or perhaps prevent its removal. Sweat beaded on his golden skin, something Margaret had never seen before. Inside Ural's mind, agony transmuted into something else, a vast expansion of consciousness. The pain remained, but beneath it, he sensed new capabilities awakening. His legendary new man concentration, far superior to any mere human's, focused the scattered energies into coherence. The raw telepathic energy was almost undirected at first, a hurricane of psychic force threatening to tear his consciousness apart. But Ural marshaled his will, shaped the energy, and sent it reaching outward from the library planet. Across light years, across the void, he searched. Maddox. The name became a beacon, a focal point. Come home. Ural projected with all the amplified strength the device allowed. Come home. Danger. Come home. The laboratory instruments redlined, energy consumption spiking beyond safe parameters. Overload warnings flashed across every display, but Margaret's attention remained fixed on Ural's suffering face. Something vast seemed to pass through the room, a wave of invisible force that made the air shimmer and vibrate. Then, with a thunderous crack, one of the machine banks exploded in a shower of sparks and metal shards. A chain reaction followed, system after system detonating, releasing not just electrical energy but something more exotic, a feedback surge of telepathic force that struck Ural like a physical blow. Margaret threw herself at the main power junction. A terrible shock coursed through her body as she gripped the lever, her muscles spasming, but instead of being blown back, she screamed and hung on. With superhuman determination, she pulled the connection free. The remaining systems shut down instantly. Ural collapsed to the floor, the helmet still on his head, smoke rising from its circuits. Margaret rushed to him, ignoring her burned hands. She pulled the helmet free and held him, tears falling onto his golden face. "Don't die, my lover," she sobbed, rocking him gently. "Don't die, my brave Ural." For several agonizing moments he lay still. Then his eyelids flickered, opening to reveal unfocused orbs that gradually fixed on her face. In that moment, as he stared up at Margaret's tear-streaked features, something fundamental shifted in Ural's understanding. This fragile woman had risked her life for him, endured pain for him, out of an emotion he had always considered a mere evolutionary adaptation. But the depth of her feeling was undeniable, and he realized with sudden clarity that his own concern for her transcended logical appreciation. With effort, he reached up a trembling hand to touch her face. "You saved me," he whispered. "I love you dearly." Her eyes widened at his admission, words he'd never spoken until now. "Did you reach him?" Margaret asked through her tears. "Did you reach Maddox?" Ural's brow furrowed. "I don't know. I thought I felt something." His gaze moved to the wreckage around them, and that's when the feedback blew everything apart. Margaret helped him sit up amidst the smoking ruins of the laboratory. They had no way of knowing if the desperate gambit had worked. Now all they could do was wait and hope that somewhere across the vast distances of space, Captain Maddox had heard the call to come home. Chapter 12. In the beyond, far from the Commonwealth of planets, Starship Victory surveyed the Helios 928 system. 800 light-years from Earth, the system featured a binary star configuration, a brilliant blue-white primary, and a smaller orange companion locked in an eternal dance. 7 planets orbited the pair, including a spectacular ringed gas giant whose atmosphere churned with cobalt-blue storms. Captain Maddox sat in the command chair on Victory's bridge, his lean frame relaxed yet alert. He was tall, with dark hair and commanding features that hinted at his partial New Man heritage, though his skin lacked the golden hue that marked full New Men like his uncle. His eyes constantly scanned readouts and crew movements, missing nothing. To his right, Meta monitored communications. She was strong and powerful. Her beauty was enhanced by intelligence and competence. As Maddox's wife, she had become an integral part of Victory's crew. Keith Maker, the ship's chief pilot, guided Victory through the system with practiced ease. He was still gaunt, clicking controls as he corrected their course to compensate for the binary star's gravitational effects. "Planetary scan of the fourth world complete, Captain," reported the science officer, pudgy Andros Crank. "No signs of intelligent life, but abundant plant biology in the equatorial regions." Maddox nodded. "Catalog it for the Commonwealth databases. Let's proceed to—" He stiffened suddenly, his words dying in his throat. Something struck his consciousness. Not physical, but powerful nonetheless. A sensation he hadn't experienced in many months washed over him, activating the intuitive sense granted to him by Balron the Traveler. The bridge around him seemed to fade, replaced by a formless void in which a distant call echoed. There was an unmistakable texture to the mental touch, a signature he recognized. Golden Ural. His uncle's presence coalesced in his mind, not as an image, but as a familiar pattern of thought. With it came overwhelming urgency, a desperate need communicated without words. Return. Come home. Danger. The sensation intensified, becoming almost painful in its insistence. Maddox gripped the arms of his chair, his knuckles whitening. Earth needed him. Starwatch needed him. Victory needed to return. Immediately. Then, as abruptly as it had appeared, the connection snapped. The mental link shattered like glass, leaving Maddox gasping. He lurched forward in his seat, momentarily disoriented. "Captain?" Meta's concern was evident in her voice. She half rose from her station. "Are you well, dear? Did something happen to you?" Maddox turned to her, his eyes unfocused as he processed what had occurred. This wasn't a routine, intuitive flash. This had been a deliberate sending, a message transmitted across impossible distances, something he'd never experienced before, even with his enhanced abilities. "Just a minute," he told Meta, raising a hand. Maddox sank back into the captain's chair, his mind racing. The Spacers had a saying about certain rare individuals, that they could shift the track of events from one course to another. Maddox had long been considered to be such a person, a die-far. His intuitions had saved the Commonwealth multiple times. This one felt different, stronger, more urgent. The bridge crew had noticed his reaction, but continued their duties with professional discipline. Only Meta watched him openly, her concern evident. After a long moment of contemplation, Maddox stood decisively. "Lieutenant Maker, take us back to the Commonwealth at once. Start back, at once." Keith looked up in surprise. "Sir? Dear?" Meta asked, her personal tone slipping through. Maddox turned to her with an intensity that made her straighten. "Captain," she corrected, shifting to a professional tone. "Come with me," he said, striding toward the exit. "Galleon has the bridge." Meta followed as Maddox hurried through Victory's corridors. His pace was brisk, his expression grim. They passed startled crew members. "Where are we going?" Meta asked as she hurried to keep pace with him. "The Builder comm room," he said. They arrived at a secured chamber containing one of Victory's most valuable assets, a square, ancient-looking device that resembled a primitive radio, but represented one of the most advanced communication technologies ever discovered. The Builder comm could transmit instantaneously across vast distances, ignoring the limitations of light speed. Maddox activated the system, adjusting the controls with practiced familiarity. "I am calling the Lord High Admiral on Earth," he said into the microphone. "Lord High Admiral Haig, come in, please." After a delay that felt interminable, a gruff voice emerged from the speaker. There was no visual component. "Maddox, is that you?" Haig's voice crackled through the device. "Lord High Admiral," Maddox replied. "Is there an emergency?" "No." Haig sounded puzzled. "Why would you ask that?" Maddox exchanged a glance with Meta. "I have a sense that something terrible is about to happen. I don't know what it is, but you must be alert." He paused. "I am returning at once. Can you bring me back with the Builder Nexus?" A long silence followed. When Haig spoke again, his voice had hardened. "What if I tell you you're going to be grounded upon your return?" Maddox's jaw tightened. "Then I rescind the request." "Let me think about this," Haig said. "You left, and you have not returned, as you were instructed to do." "I understand," Maddox said, fighting to keep his tone neutral. But I believe that something dire is about to happen, and you are going to need victory more than ever." "Maybe," Haig said. "I'll let you know if I do. Until then, carry on." "Sir," Maddox pressed, "are you not curious as to what is about to happen?" "Is this one of your superstitious beliefs, Captain?" Haig's tone was dismissive. "No. When something happens, we'll talk. Until then, once you reach Earth, you're going to be grounded, Captain Maddox. Goodbye." The connection cut with a click. Maddox stared at the builder comm for a long moment before turning to Meta. "He's a fool," he said quietly. "Maddox," Meta said cautiously, "but he does run Starwatch." She studied his face. "Are we really going back to Earth?" Maddox pondered that. Had he really felt a connection? Yes, he was certain of it. The mental touch had been unmistakable, the urgency real. "We're going back to the Commonwealth." "To Earth, then?" Meta asked. "Yes," Maddox said. "We'll travel at emergency speeds. Something is happening, and we have to get back now." "What difference does it make? Haig has the Builder Nexus to pull us back at any time." "I don't know," Maddox said, the frustration evident in his voice. "I can't explain, but I know something dreadful is about to happen." Meta looked at him. "But how can you know?" "That is an excellent question, dear wife." Maddox strode out of the chamber to the corridor and activated a wall communicator. "Turn the ship around, Mr. Maker. We're heading back to the Commonwealth at emergency speeds." As he released the comm button, Maddox felt certainty solidifying within him. Something had reached across 800 light-years to warn him, something powerful enough to bridge that vast gulf for just a moment. And it had felt like his uncle. Whatever threat awaited the Commonwealth, it must have warranted such desperate measures, and Maddox intended to be ready for it. Chapter 13. Several weeks before the Ninth Assault Fleet emerged from the dimensional rift, 6 warships had slipped through, ahead of the scheduled invasion. These were stealth destroyers of the New Men Dominion's Special Operations Division. They had each docked beside a large, waiting vessel. The individuals in the vessel remained in their spacesuits at all times when dealing with those of the destroyers. The helmets of these suits were odd, with protrusions where the faceplates were. These suited people brought star drive engines aboard each destroyer, helping to install them. This implied that the New Men Dominion lacked star drive jump technology. These 6 stealth warships now did. The suited people also gave the destroyer commanders stellar charts. Soon the large vessel departed for places unknown. Hours later, 3 of the Dominion stealth destroyers left in one direction, the other 3 in another. The last 3 were the Undying, the Subjugator, and the Ascendancy. Each destroyer had matte black hulls that absorbed rather than reflected sensor scans, propulsion systems modified to minimize neutrino emissions, and hulls lined with exotic materials that disrupted detection arrays. During these weeks, the trio of destroyers had traveled in stealth mode toward a specific star system. So far, the squad had successfully navigated through the Commonwealth without being detected. Now, on the bridge of the Undying, Overman Eric stood with his massive arms folded across his equally thick chest. His hulking frame, nearly 7 feet tall with bulging muscles, was the product of extensive genetic treatments that had transformed him from a former preman to an overman. His face, once expressive and human, was now like a mask. Only his eyes retained any humanity, and even those held a fanatical gleam. "Status report," he said, his voice unnaturally deep from the vocal enhancements. "All systems nominal, Overman," replied his executive officer, a thin woman whose own treatments had left her with greater strength.
The star drive capacitors are at 98%. Weapons are primed. The stealth systems are functioning at optimal parameters.
Eric nodded. And our brethren?
The subjugator and ascendancy maintain formation. All crews are ready.
Excellent. Eric studied a display showing their final approach vector to the solar system. Do our sensors confirm the target's location?
Yes, Overman. The Builder Nexus orbits between Earth and its moon. Half of Starwatch's known fleet complement is currently in Venusian orbit, presumably undergoing maintenance or upgrades.
A cold smile touched Eric's lips. Throughout the three destroyers, similar scenes played out as their crews prepared for the final mission. None showed fear. None hesitated. Their conditioning had thoroughly suppressed their self-preservation instincts and amplifying loyalty to the Dominion. They would complete their mission or die trying, and they knew that survival was not part of the plan. For weeks, the destroyers had used a series of pre-calculated star drive jumps designed to avoid detection. They had paused in the shadow of gas giants, hidden within asteroid fields, and drifted through nebulae, all to mask their inexorable advance toward the solar system. Now they had reached the final phase. "We have achieved Mercury orbital range," the navigation officer said. "The solar radiation will provide additional cover for our approach." "Begin the final infiltration sequence," Eric said. "Use minimum power and maximum stealth." The Undying and its companion vessels slipped nearer the target. They utilized the radiation from the sun to mask their heat signatures, kept to the shadows of larger celestial bodies where possible, and projected false sensor echoes to confuse any monitoring stations that might detect anomalies. Earth's defenses were formidable, a network of overlapping sensor arrays, automated defense platforms, and patrol vessels. In normal circumstances, no hostile force could approach without triggering multiple alarms. But these destroyers had been designed to exploit the blind spots in Starwatch detection systems, using knowledge gleaned from the conquest of their own dimension's Terra and advanced scouting vessels from the same people who had given them the star drive engines.
"There is a detection array ahead," the sensor officer said. "It is a Mark 7 scanning system. I am adjusting our emission signature now."
The Undying altered its power distribution, creating a sensor profile that mimicked background radiation. The other two vessels followed suit, slipping past the detection grid like ghosts. They passed a Starwatch patrol vessel at extreme range. The light cruiser continued on its course, seemingly unaware of the enemy vessels moving through its territory. "We are in Venus orbital range," the navigation officer said. "I have a visual confirmation of the Starwatch fleet." Eric glanced at the magnified image on the main screen. It seemed as if endless warships hung in formation around the terraformed planet, gleaming behemoths of metal and power. Had they been alert and ready, any one of those Conqueror-class battleships could have obliterated his small force. The stealth destroyers continued their approach, soon within the Earth-Moon system. Ahead of them, a massive pyramidal structure floated in the void, the Builder Nexus. Even from here, its ancient power was evident. 2 Conqueror-class battleships and 5 smaller warships maintained guard positions around the Nexus. They were formidable obstacles, but not insurmountable given the element of surprise. "This is the final approach," Eric said. "Arm the antimatter missiles. Prepare for maximum acceleration on my mark." Throughout the Undying, crew members made their final preparations. Some placed hands on personal tokens, not out of sentiment, but from conditioning that associated certain gestures with increased combat performance. Others simply checked their stations one last time, faces blank in acceptance of their fate. "We are the vanguard," Eric intoned, activating the ship-wide comm system. "Through our sacrifice, the Dominion will triumph. The new men will rule this dimension as they do our own." A chorus of acknowledgments echoed through the comm system, voices devoid of fear or hesitation. "Stealth systems to minimum," Eric said. "All power to engines and weapons." "Mark!" The 3 stealth destroyers surged forward, their black hulls suddenly blazing with power as they abandoned concealment for speed. They closed the distance to the builder nexus, their sudden appearance triggering alarms throughout the defensive perimeter. "We've been detected," the tactical officer said as warning signals flashed across his console. "The Starwatch vessels are powering up weapons. The defense platforms are activating. Launch the antimatter missiles," Eric said. "Use target pattern Delta." From each Dominion destroyer, missiles streaked toward the builder nexus. The Starwatch defenses launched counter-missiles. The void between the attackers and their target became a mass of explosions and energy discharges. 74% of the missiles were intercepted, the tactical officer said. "The remaining missiles will be neutralized before detonation." Eric nodded, unsurprised. "We expected that. Commence the ramming sequence." The Undying accelerated. Behind it, the Subjugator and Ascendancy matched its course and speed, forming a 3-pronged attack formation. The Starwatch vessels opened fire with their main batteries. Energy beams and kinetic projectiles flashed across space. The Subjugator took a direct hit on its port side, atmosphere venting from the hole in its hull. It maintained course, the crew seemingly unfazed by the loss of those killed to explosive decompression. The Ascendancy disappeared under a crisscross of disruptor beams. "Our countermeasures have been exhausted," the tactical officer said. "The Starwatch vessels are maneuvering to intercept our last 2 destroyers." "It's too late for that," Eric said, his satisfaction evident as the builder nexus filled the screen. He raised a fist into the air, shouting, "For the new men, Dominion!" The Undying crashed against the ancient pyramid, its reinforced prow crumpling against the structure's surface. For a microsecond, the vessel's antimatter containment held, then failed. A blinding flash erupted at the point of impact as matter and antimatter annihilated each other. The Subjugator hit next, off-center from the first impact. Its own antimatter stores detonated, adding to the maelstrom of destruction. The combined antimatter detonations created a sphere of energy that engulfed the builder nexus. When the blinding light faded, nothing remained of the pyramidal structure, only a rapidly expanding cloud of superheated particles. The Starwatch guard ships closest to the nexus were caught in the blast. 2 Conqueror-class battleships and 5 escort vessels were simply gone, their molecular structures torn apart by the unleashed energy. In command centers across the solar system, alarms blared as sensors registered the massive explosion. Emergency responses activated, but they were to an attack already completed. The Builder Nexus, Starwatch's greatest strategic asset, the technology that allowed them to transport fleets instantaneously across vast distances, was gone. Overman Eric and his crew were gone as well, their existence converted to energy in the service of the new men Dominion. But their mission was complete. Starwatch would now fight the coming invasion without their greatest advantage, forced to move ships the old-fashioned way, through star drive jumps and Lammer points. The first strategic victory of the interdimensional war had been won before most of Starwatch even realized they were under attack. Chapter 14. The Lord High Admiral of Starwatch sat glumly in one of the adjacent offices of the High Command headquarters in Geneva, Switzerland sector. William Preston Haig was a small fireplug of a man, known for his engaging energy and stern countenance. He had lank, dark hair, wore a white uniform, and was thin like a rapier. He was also the glorious victor against the Leviathan maulers from the Scutum Centaurus spiral arm, approximately 8,000 light-years from the Commonwealth of planets. Captain Maddox had been instrumental in that, but few spoke about it at Starwatch headquarters. Haig presently stared at the long-range BuilderCom device, one of only a handful throughout the Commonwealth. He felt a mixture of irritation, grudging necessity, and sick disbelief. His finger hovered over the activation switch before finally pressing it. "I'm calling Captain Maddox on Starship Victory." The comm device hummed, its ancient mechanisms engaging as it reached across the vast depths of space to victory. In time, Maddox replied. "Hello, Admiral." Haig listened to the voice of the man he'd never fully trusted. His predecessor, Lord High Admiral Cook, had pandered to Maddox, giving the man extraordinary latitude. Haig had promised himself he wouldn't make the same mistake. "Captain," Haig said without preamble, "how did you know? Explain." "Know what, sir?" "Unidentified stealth ships have just destroyed the Builder Nexus around Earth," Haig said. It took a moment, then, "What about the Nexus at Omicron 9? Maddox asked. Yes, that one too," Haig said. "I just received word about it. That's why I'm calling." He leaned closer to the device, the microphone clenched in his fist. "How did you know?" "If the one was destroyed, it makes sense that the other would be as well." That hadn't been the question, but Haig didn't quibble. "But why do this?" he asked instead. "To limit our strategic mobility, of course," Maddox said. "I would say this proves there must be an invasion in progress or about to start." "But we drove off the sovereign hierarchy of Leviathan," Haig said. "It may not be from them, but from somebody else," Maddox said. "Though I do think Leviathan is the obvious candidate. This time they wisely destroyed those facilities first." "Wisely?" Haig asked, bristling. "Do you think the Nexus's destruction was a good move?" "It was a dreadful move," Maddox said, "but it's obviously good strategy from their perspective." "That may well be. Yet how did you know this would occur?" "I didn't know." "You warned me, or do you now deny that?" "I didn't warn you about the destruction of the Builder Nexuses," Maddox said. "I simply knew that something bad would happen soon." "How did you know?" Haig demanded. There was a pause, then, "I had an impression." Haig sat back, his mouth twisting with distaste. This was either ridiculous or vile. "Are you saying it was through a telepathic communication?" "I can't say with exactitude," Maddox said, "but my intuitive sense has helped me in the past, and it's helping me now." "You're claiming you sensed this through intuition?" "No," Maddox said. "It was more than that." "What then?" "I can't say with certainty because I simply do not know. "Yes?" Haig asked. "I felt a dreadful sense of danger," Maddox said. Haig scowled. It felt as if Maddox was holding back information. Could the captain have had something to do with this? Was this part of a greater conspiracy against Starwatch and normal humanity? Maybe Maddox had gotten cold feet at the end, his conscience compelling him to say something. That seemed like the more reasonable probability. Maddox was a rogue element. Always had been, always would be. "Sir," Maddox said, "has there been anything unusual lately anywhere? It could have been something very small and hardly noticeable, but out of the ordinary." "Yes, the Builder Nexuses have been destroyed." "I mean, other than that, sir." "What are you talking about?" Haig asked. "There has been nothing else." "Think, Lord High Admiral." Haig's face flushed with anger. "Don't you dare tell me to think!" The Admiral prided himself on being a humanity ultimate believer. Not as a radical, mind you, but he firmly believed that unmodified Homo sapiens should run the Commonwealth and human affairs, not genetically enhanced freaks like Maddox with his partial new man heritage. "I meant no disrespect, sir," Maddox said. "I'm trying to—" "Maddox, do you think you're better than me, smarter than me, because of your genetic heritage?" "Sir," Maddox began. "How dare you tell me to think, to try to find some little element?" Haig said, interrupting, his voice rising. "Do you realize how demeaning that is? I demand an apology." A moment passed. "Rather, sir," Maddox said, "you should think carefully. Is there the slightest anomaly in any event that seems strange? Any report that has passed your desk that made you frown? It could be a clue as to who ordered the destruction of the nexuses." Haig wanted to continue his tirade, but a lifetime of military discipline made him pause. Perhaps Maddox had a point. The man was uncommonly perceptive, if disruptive and insubordinate. Haig considered the question, despite his irritation with the freak. The captain wouldn't even apologize. Well, he would remember that for later, and deal with it his own way. Then Haig thought, and after a time, he realized there was something. It was strange. He cleared his throat and spoke into the microphone. "The only thing I can think of is there's been a delay in routine reporting from Task Force 73 of Tau Cygni sector." "There," Maddox said. "That's it." "What do you mean, that's it? What are you suggesting?" "Somewhere in the Tau Cygni sector, wherever Task Force 73 went, is the problem, and likely the heart of all this." "How can you be so sure?" Haig asked. "I'm not sure," Maddox said. "But that's the only indication, the only hint of something unusual or possibly unusual. It is connected in time with this strategic attack against our swift mobility. Task forces have failed to report before, and nothing unusual was at work," Haig said. "Yes," Maddox said, "but you have nothing else as an indicator. I would—" "What?" Haig said. "Sir," Maddox said, "someone is moving against Starwatch in secret. I received a faint warning through a process I do not understand. But somebody was trying to warn me, and through me, Starwatch. You have a highly inflated opinion of yourself, Maddox. The destruction of the Builder Nexuses at Earth and Omicron 9 proves I'm right. Contact Task Force 73. I suggest you also contact the sector base at Tau Cygni. Then, I would also ready the Grand Fleet and begin moving it to Tau Cygni." Once more, Haig's cheeks flushed as heat built in his face. The damn captain was telling him what to do again. The gall of the man was incredible. He had to calm himself down, only doing so because of the terrible sneak attacks that had just taken place. "You really think Tau Cygni is the locus of what is happening?" Haig asked. "It is our only hint. What harm can it do to check out what happened to Task Force 73? Haig nodded and then realized what was happening. He was discussing policy and strategy with Captain Maddox. "You must return to the Commonwealth at once," Haig said. "I'm already on my way, sir," Maddox said. "Fine," Haig said. "Well, continue to do so. The Lord High Admiral Haig, out." He cut the connection, scowling at the builder comm device. Maddox's peremptory tone grated on him. The man had always acted as though he knew best, even when speaking to his superiors. But that wasn't the point here. If the sovereign hierarchy of Leviathan thought they could land another blow, should he send the fleet to Tau Cygni as Maddox suggested? That didn't seem wise, given that the previous assault from Leviathan had come from a completely different direction. Haig drummed his fingers on his desk. He would ready the Grand Fleet, but he wouldn't send it anywhere just yet. First, he needed a concrete destination. He would speak to the sector base admiral at Tau Cygni, and find out why Task Force 73 hadn't reported in on schedule. He stood, heading for the door. He would find this out through regular channels. Getting information first was always the prudent course of action. Afterward, he'd make a decision about the fleet. After all, he was the Lord High Admiral, not the damn genetic freak Maddox. Chapter 15. Maddox was in the long-range builder-comm device room aboard Victory, having just finished speaking with the Lord High Admiral. Maddox contemplated the devastating news. Some enemy had just destroyed the builder nexuses at Earth and Omicron 9, crippling Starwatch's strategic mobility. Previously, when faced with the Leviathan maulers, for instance, they had sent the entire Grand Fleet from one location to another, using it to defeat the enemy in detail. That meant hitting a small part of the enemy with just about everything they had, and doing that again and again. That capability was now gone. Instead of being able to move the fleet literally hundreds of light years in a moment at any time, they would have to use Lommer points and star drive jumps. The greater the distance, the longer it would take to get there. With a builder nexus, distances had almost come to be immaterial. As Maddox thought about this, pacing the chamber, he realized that Starwatch would have to revert to its old method, carefully putting ships at strategic junctions and never dispatching the entire Grand Fleet to distant places. Some forces would have to be left behind to defend critical points. They would have to plan for sudden enemy attacks at widely divergent points, as they couldn't send the Grand Fleet to one hotspot after another in a moment anymore. That would mean revamping the entire defensive strategy of the Commonwealth. At its widest point, the Commonwealth stretched 200 light-years across, which now meant weeks of travel from one end to the other, if everything went perfectly, and that seldom happened with anything. Who had destroyed the nexuses? Who had launched such a secretive assault? Militarily speaking, it was a masterful piece of sabotage, almost perfectly timed, as the enemy forces had hit Omicron 9 and Earth at virtually the same time. The attack showed fantastic timing, great skill, and deep strategic thinking. Could the sovereign hierarchy of Leviathan have launched it? Leviathan had previously sent a massive fleet of maulers, only to have them annihilated. Would Leviathan send another fleet so soon after that? But first make a devastating sneak attack to cripple Starwatch's strategic capabilities? Certainly Leviathan had been hurt in the last campaign by Starwatch's power of massing at one point and moving the entire Grand Fleet to any required distance. Leviathan seemed like a logical candidate then, to have made the sneak attack. Yet the sovereign hierarchy was 8,000 light-years from the Commonwealth. Would they expend even more resources after the bitter defeat? Hadn't the first failed attack seriously stretched Leviathan already? Even with Starwatch's limited knowledge of Leviathan, Maddox doubted this was a Parthian shot from the Cybers. That did not align with Leviathan's strategies, which were logical rather than vengeful. A Parthian shot meant a hard strike while one retreated. Parthia had been an ancient kingdom situated mostly in modern Iran or Persia. They had fought the Romans in ancient times. Many of the Parthians had been horse archers. At times they would gallop away, twist back, and fire a Parthian shot with their devastating horse bow. As Maddox paced around the chamber, he appreciated even more the brilliance of the idea and execution of the Nexus assault. He stopped, thoughtful, and looked up. He needed a second opinion. "Galleon, come here at once." In a second, the holographic image of Driving Force Galleon, a small ad hoc AI, appeared, hovering centimeters above the deck plates. "You called, sir?" Galleon said. "Yes," Maddox said. "I want you to listen to this." He explained what he'd been thinking. "Now tell me, who do you suppose made the sneak assault against the Nexuses?" Galleon's eyelids fluttered, indicating processing. When that stopped, he said,
The logical candidate would be Leviathan, sir. I don't think so, at least not when you consider the precision of the attack. Let me recalibrate, Galleon said, his eyelids fluttered once more. Oh, do you suspect the new men, then? Doesn't the attack have their signature? It was a swift, brilliantly executed assault, targeting the strategic heart, instantly crippling Starwatch's grandest capability. That is an interesting thought, sir. You could be correct. What then should we do? It's odd, Maddox said. I know this, yet I don't think it's the new men. Then a moment later, I do think it's the new men. Galleon didn't seem confounded by the statement. Instead, he grinned. Is this your intuitive sense, sir? Yes, Maddox said, and that's what's puzzling me. After a moment, the captain waved that aside. Here's another factor to consider. I believe something odd is occurring on Tau Cygni. The binary system is 70 light-years from Earth, or more precisely, 69 light-years, Galleon said. It lies near the center of Commonwealth territory. Maddox nodded. Why strike there, then? It doesn't seem like the logical place for the new men to target, given the location of the throne world, nor does it seem wise for Leviathan to strike either, given the location of the Scutum Centaurus spiral arm. Galleon thought for a moment. You are right, sir. That does not seem logical. So if it's not the new men, but someone like them... What do you think, Galleon? We need further data to make an accurate assessment. Yes, Maddox said. Those are my own thoughts. He straightened. Maintain watch on the bridge, and make sure we're doing everything we can to reach the Commonwealth as fast as possible, and angle us toward Tau Cygni. Not Earth, as originally intended, sir? Maddox just stared at Galleon. I understand, sir. I am not questioning your orders. Good, Maddox said. I wouldn't want to think you were. Galleon nodded and disappeared. Maddox heaved a sigh and sat down on the couch before the long-range builder-comm device. He needed to talk to Ural. It seemed Ural had sent the original message or impression. Yet that also was odd. If Ural wanted to speak to him, why would he do so through such an arcane and imprecise method of impression, possibly a telepathic signal? Why not use the long-range builder-comm device on the library planet? What did it mean that Ural hadn't used it? It certainly meant something important. It was time to call the library planet and discover the reason, and possibly learn what was really occurring. But it would be wise to be ready for anything, as something odd seemed to be happening there as well. Chapter 16. Maddox clutched the microphone of the long-range builder-comm device as he sat on the couch. He was calling the library planet. Hello, this is Captain Maddox of Starship Victory. Yes, Captain Maddox. That wasn't his uncle Ural, but the Supreme Intelligence answering. May I speak with Golden Ural? There was a pause, which Maddox found unusual. Normally, the Supreme Intelligence was swift in his replies. Finally, your uncle is indisposed at the moment, and will not be able to come to the builder-comm device anytime soon. Oh? What's he doing? Do you not think that's an unseemly question, Captain Maddox? Not at all. I'm just wondering when I should call back. What if I take offense at your manner of speaking to me the way you are? Well, your lordship, Supreme Intelligence will do, the AI said, interrupting. It is a humble title, given my vast abilities. Do you not think so? I certainly do, Maddox said, realizing he'd have to handle this differently than intended. What was going on with the Supreme Intelligence? Normally, the advanced AI was helpful, but now he sensed a barrier within the computer entity. Clearly, Ural had used a roundabout method of communication, as it appeared Ural wasn't allowed to use the long-range builder-comm device. That was telling, interesting, and odd. What do you want, Captain?
the Supreme Intelligence said.
I ask, as my time should not be wasted with frivolous speech.
I totally agree. I was calling for advice, to see if this would be a good time for me to return to the Commonwealth.
You are being deceptive.
I am? Maddox asked as innocently as he could.
Yes, your ship is already heading back to the Commonwealth.
Do you know this for a fact? Maddox asked.
I do. Why would you question me on this?
I'm simply curious why you're training one of your long-range builder scanners on Victory. There was a momentary pause until...
Your Uncle Ural likes to know your whereabouts.
Oh, well, please tell my uncle I appreciate that. That is thoughtful of him.
I will pass that along at the appropriate moment,
the Supreme Intelligence said. Ural is doing well, then?
Very.
How about his lady friend? Asked Maddox. Is she doing well also?
Why do you inquire so about your uncle and his lady friend?
It's a familial thing, although I suppose you wouldn't understand that, in a direct sense, you being an AI and all.
Captain Maddox, I suspect you are using deceptive and lying tactics against me. That appalls me.
Maddox adjusted the microphone. It was time to switch tactics. Sir, may I be candid with you?
I have already told you I am the Supreme Intelligence, not Sir. I have no hierarchy or title other than my simple designation.
Yes, Supreme Intelligence, I understand. I have recently received distressing news from the Lord High Admiral of Starwatch. The Builder Nexus that you so graciously bestowed upon us has been destroyed.
What?
The Supreme Intelligence said. There have been unknown forces that launched a sneak assault. They destroyed not only the Earth Nexus, but also the one at Omicron 9.
How interesting,
the Supreme Intelligence said.
That was a clever move. I did not realize...
He stopped abruptly. Yes, Supreme Intelligence, Maddox said, having almost called him Sir. What didn't you realize?
I am busy, Captain. I have many things that need watching, and... Well, that is all I need to say. Is there anything else?
From on the couch in the Builder-Com room, Maddox frowned, tapping his lower lip. Could a computer virus have infected the Supreme Intelligence? Hadn't the mastermind attempted that once? This was worse than he'd imagined. Was his uncle Ural a prisoner? Might Ural be dead? Maddox closed his eyes, pushing those thoughts aside. This wasn't the time to panic. He needed a measured response. What was the best way to handle this? Ah, he had an idea. Sir, may we consider you as a patron of Starwatch?
I beg your pardon,
the Supreme Intelligence said. You're a patron of Starwatch, are you not? You have given us such grand aid as the Builder Nexus, and now it has been destroyed. That is a calamitous event. I wonder who could have committed such a deed.
That is the question,
the Supreme Intelligence said. Do you have any idea who could have done this?
I have many ideas on many situations.
Could you be specific on this one, sir?
Captain, I am tired of this interrogation, for that is what it is. Do not call again unless I call you first. Is that understood?
Yes, Supreme Intelligence. I honor your thinking, and I honor—
Enough, Captain. I know you are dissembling, trying to trick me in some manner. I do not appreciate it. I will be in contact with you when I am in contact with you. Is that understood?
Yes, it is, sir.
I am not a sir.
I know you are the Supreme Intelligence, and indeed, you are supreme.
Mockery, Captain? You are going to anger me if you continue doing that.
Then I ask your forgiveness. There was a moment of silence, and then—
Yes, I grant it. Goodbye.
There was a click. Maddox sat on the couch, staring at the Builder-Com device. People were hanging up on him left and right today. Galleon, Maddox said into the air. Get here on the double. Chapter 17 Gallion appeared, saying, "Sir, did you eavesdrop on that? Be truthful now."
"Yes, sir," Gallion said. "I did."
"Today, I don't mind much. What do you make of that?"
"May I make an observation?"
Gallion asked. "That's why you're here. Now spit it out already."
"I suggest that the Supreme Intelligence is having a bout of conscience."
"Oh," Maddox said, leaning back. "That's interesting. Do you ever have bouts of conscience?"
"Indeed I do."
Maddox nodded. "You are both advanced AI consciousnesses, is that not so?"
"In my own case, I am even above that, as I have the engrams of Driving Force Gallion, who lived as a biological entity thousands of years ago."
Yes, Maddox said. "The point is you're of builder design."
"That is so."
Builder design. Maddox stood abruptly and began to pace, scowling, looking about, chewing on his lower lip. He turned sharply and looked at Gallion. "Builders." "Sir?" "This is all about builders in some way."
"How do you mean?"
Gallion asked. "The Supreme Intelligence, as I recall from a former conversation I had with Ural, is the caretaker of builder artifacts."
"Oh, yes, you are correct,"
Gallion said. "That often includes beings like the New Men, and those of the Commonwealth, and you, Gallion. Further, the Supreme Intelligence does not like to get involved in conflicts between builder entities or projects."
"I am beginning to see the thrust of your thinking,"
Gallion said. Maddox looked up. "Is that because you've analyzed my personality profile?"
"Indeed it is,"
Gallion said.
"You believe that whoever our antagonist is must somehow be builder-related or builder-originated, as that would account for the Supreme Intelligence's hedging today."
"That seems likely, doesn't it, to you?"
"Now that you say that, sir, I give it a 97.3% probability. If you would like me to break that down for you—"
No, Maddox said, waving that away. "The sovereign hierarchy of Leviathan has builder antecedents, don't they?"
"So we have come to conclude,"
Gallion said. "So we're no closer than before, except the Supreme Intelligence knows what is occurring, but doesn't want to tell us what it is."
"How do you arrive at that conclusion, sir?"
Maddox rubbed his neck. "Because Ural is forbidden to speak to me. That would indicate Ural also knows what is happening." After a moment, Maddox nodded. Surely the earlier impression had come from Ural. It would also seem to have been telepathic in nature. Over the years, Maddox had begun to realize he had some telepathic abilities, though not so much in the sending and receiving of thoughts. His was in the intuition Balron the Traveler had opened in him. Yes, Maddox had begun to believe the intuition was telepathic in nature. If he was right, that in some manner Ural had sent the impression, could Ural be in trouble or disgrace with the Supreme Intelligence because of it? Maddox shook his head. That wasn't the critical point here, though he would gladly help his uncle or even take him aboard Victory. No, all this showed that something dramatic was taking place. The Supreme Intelligence was keeping silent about it because— Maddox snapped his fingers and pointed at Gallion. "Sir," Gallion said, "there is something vital, huge, or devastating taking place against Starwatch or the Commonwealth. The destruction of the Builder Nexuses makes it feel like a New Men action."
"You could call Emperor Trehi next and ask him about it,"
Gallion said. Maddox scowled and almost spat on the deck. He would speak to Emperor Trehi again when they crossed swords for a second time. Maddox rubbed his regrown forearm. Emperor Trehi had sliced it off in a duel on the library planet before the Supreme Intelligence. That had been a bitter defeat. Maddox snarled silently. He didn't want to dwell on the incident. He practiced fencing constantly for one reason only. Someday he would have a rematch with Emperor Trehi. That match would end much differently than the first. By using his concentration, Maddox pushed that aside. In a sense, he closed that drawer in his mind, as once Napoleon Bonaparte had spoken about his mental concentration. How he opened a drawer or a thought and examined it, and then shut it, and thought about something completely different by opening a different drawer in his mind. Napoleon. Maddox frowned. Somewhere he'd faced someone who had a Napoleon complex. Once more, Maddox shook his head. That didn't matter. Galleon, it seems to me that Tau Cygni is the critical factor.
If that is the case, Galleon said, you should request having the builder scanner on Pluto trained on Tau Cygni to see what is happening there.
That is an excellent suggestion, Maddox said. Well done, Galleon. The little ad hoc hollow image stood a little straighter.
Thank you, sir. That is high praise indeed coming from you.
It is, Maddox said. Then he sat once more on the couch and picked up the microphone of the long-range builder-comm device. He put a call through to Pluto. There were only a few of these devices throughout the Commonwealth. Victory had one, Starwatch headquarters had another, and the long-range builder scanner on Pluto had a third. There were a few more after that. These comm devices were one of the strategic advantages of Starwatch combined with the builder scanner on Pluto. Yes, with the nexuses destroyed, the long-range comms and scanner were even more important than before. Starwatch needed to know things sooner because it would take them longer to react. Finally, Maddox got someone on the other end. This might be the most important call of all. Chapter 18. Maddox had acquired the long-range builder scanner during a mission to Sind 2 many years ago. Starwatch had installed it at Pluto in the Kuiper Belt. His grandmother, Mary O'Hara, used to operate it. Now a cranky old lady named Admiral Keyes ran it. Maddox had begun to wonder if she believed in humanity ultimate, the cult that despised genetic improvement in the human race. Admiral, he said, this is quite important, and I want to thank you in advance for your time. You still haven't answered my original question. Have you cleared this with the Lord High Admiral? I have not. Rather, I've called you in order to learn the whereabouts of the attackers on the builder nexuses. You must first clear this with the Lord High Admiral, Keyes said. I'll call him next, you can be sure of that. Captain Maddox, none of us are sure of that. You are notorious for doing things willy-nilly. Now, I grant that you have had some clever successes in the past. Even so, you must follow the chain of command. I cannot have any more communication with you. Is that clear? Oh, I didn't realize I was forbidden to speak to you. Did I say you were forbidden? Keyes asked. No, Admiral, I just assumed. And what do they say about assume, Captain? It makes an ass out of you and me. I'm sorry. Maddox made a face as he said that and then shook his head. That didn't matter. This was a deception tactic. He needed to get into the flow of this in order to do it successfully. Admiral, could you just help us on this? I'm supposed to rendezvous with the fleet at Tau Cygni, but I'm thinking there's really no point to that. You really must take that up with the Lord High Admiral, not with me. I will be no part of any deception directed against Admiral Haig. Oh, no, that's not it at all, Maddox said. I'm trying to get back into his good graces. He's been unhappy with me as of late. Aha, so he slapped you down due to your arrogance, has he? Keyes asked. I have been too arrogant, Maddox said in a contrite tone. I'm striving to change my ways and learn the proper way to do this. It's interesting, as I remember my grandmother speaking highly of you. Now, Keyes interrupted. Your grandmother spoke about me? The Iron Lady had good words to say about me? Indeed so, Maddox said. There was a pause then. How do I know you're not making this up? By my grandmother's honor, I swear this is true, Maddox lied. Well, Keyes said. That's quite interesting. I happen to hold the Iron Lady in the highest esteem. She has done great work for women everywhere in breaking the glass ceiling. Isn't that the truth? Maddox said. I just said it was. I'm sorry. I'm so used to my arrogant ways that I simply can't help myself. My grandmother has been coaching me on how to restrain that. The Iron Lady has? She has, Maddox said, and I so appreciate her time and effort. I don't want to let her down, and I'm afraid I'm going to.
Well,
Keyes said.
that puts a different light on this.
Really? Maddox said. You'll help me? Do you know how happy this will make my grandmother? Again there was a pause.
I don't know if this is subterfuge on your part,
Maddox interrupted. I'll tell my grandmother that you helped me.
You will?
Keyes asked. I'll put in a good word for you.
You would really do that?
I will do this, Maddox said.
That implies the other things you said you won't do,
Keyes said. I will do this no matter what it takes to get it done. I will tell the Iron Lady about your assistance for me. Several seconds passed until Keyes said,
We old ladies of Star Watch need to hang together, but you wouldn't understand that, being a man and all.
If it's in the interest of my grandmother, whom I absolutely adore, yes, I would understand, Maddox said.
Keyes said. Just possibly that is true. Very well, what is it you want, anyway?
If you could look at the Tau Cygni system and then work outward, 10 to 20 light years.
That would be a lot of work. As I can't just have a computer do it, I need eyeballs on the screen. What would we be looking for?
Something that stands out when you see it, Maddox said.
That's rather vague.
I'm sorry, Maddox said, but it's all I have to go on.
This could be difficult, finding some small thing.
It would be a thing I could relate to the Lord High Admiral.
But you wouldn't tell him I found it for you?
Keyes asked in a worried tone. I would never do that, Maddox said. The old girls need to stick together.
Keyes said. When I hear you say that, it doesn't sound as elegant as it does when I say it.
That makes sense, as I am a man, after all.
I suppose you are a man, even with your half-breed heritage.
Maddox felt a jolt at the half-breed remark, but he swallowed it. Call me as soon as you find something of interest, would you, please?
This really should be coming from the Lord High Admiral,
Keyes said. I'm trying to surprise him by showing initiative in a humble way, Maddox lied.
I congratulate you for that,
Keyes said.
And I congratulate you for the honor with which you hold your grandmother. Family is very important, is it not?
Yes, Maddox said. I believe that with all my heart.
It's funny, Keyes said, but for the first time, it seems like I hear true sincerity in your voice, and that makes me wonder. Have you been leading me on, Captain?
No, there's a deadly threat. I don't know for certain if it comes from Tau Cygni, but I have hints, and my grandmother told me to check it out. That was a bald-faced lie. How could the Iron Lady have spoken to him without the long-range builder-comm device?
For the Iron Lady's sake, I'll do this, Keyes said. I'll report back to you soon, even if I don't find anything.
I appreciate this, Maddox said. You have no idea.
Goodbye,
Admiral Keyes said. Goodbye, Maddox said, and this time he hung up before she could hang up on him. Afterward, Maddox stood and said, Galleon. Galleon appeared. Keep watch over the builder-comm device. Tell me the instant someone calls. I'm going to go lift so I can get rid of some of this tension.
Yes, sir. Are you going to deadlift?
Exactly, Maddox said. Chapter 19. The 9th Assault Fleet approached the second Laumer point, the one that would open a wormhole to the Tau Cygni system. One successful jump had been completed, one more remained. Fleet Overlord Superior Dracos stood in his private quarters, buckling his uniform belt. Behind him on the recreation couch lay an exhausted beauty, her smile a mixture of satisfaction and fear. Dracos smirked at her as he sealed his shirt and secured his sidearm. "Be ready for next time," he said, drawing back the blanket to slap her bare buttock, admiring the handprint he left. "I am still in need."
"Yes, master,"
she whispered. He strode from the chamber with the swagger of a conqueror. 7 exquisite women already belonged to him, taken from his home dimension. Alongside those women and the ones he would soon acquire in the Tau Cygni system, he would sire a veritable tribe. Dracos was shorter than most new men, and had a less pronounced golden hue to his skin, deficiencies that fueled his drive to exceed all others. What he lacked in height, however, he compensated for with broad shoulders, physical strength, and ruthless cunning. He'd contemplated artificially goldening his skin, but had decided that would appear too obvious. Besides, it would be better to be feared for what he truly was. As he stalked the corridors of the battleship's supreme dominance, crew members pressed themselves against bulkheads. Premen and some overmen looked down, avoiding eye contact with him. Other new men offered sullen acknowledgments. That's how Dracos preferred it. Love had to be coaxed, but fear could be induced with pain booths, shock rods, neuron lashes, and the systematic destruction of enemies. The only irritant was the recent escape of the Ninth's best fighter pilot, a preman who'd fled in a drunken state. Although the pilot was reportedly destroyed, Dracos regretted losing the opportunity to punish him personally. Dracos smirked. He'd been reading about Viking executions, particularly the Blood Eagle, where lungs were pulled through incisions in the back to create wings as the victim died in agony. Such knowledge would not go to waste on future traders. Dracos entered the vast bridge of the Supreme Dominance. 3-tiered command stations formed concentric semicircles before the main screens, which displayed tactical projections of the fleet's formation. His command chair sat on an elevated platform at the center, providing an unobstructed view of every operation. Status reports streamed across auxiliary displays, while officers monitored weapons, navigation, and communications from recessed workstations. The bridge crew, exclusively male, as the Dominion had not yet mastered producing female new men, worked with machine-like precision. Each crew member wore the midnight blue uniform of the Dominion, with rank insignias of varying colors denoting their status. Dracos climbed the steps to his command platform, settling into his chair. One by one, aides approached with readiness reports, each requiring his approval before the jump. The fleet was impressive, a true planet-conquering armada. 51 capital ships formed the core. 11 fleet carriers housing squadrons of Z-800 Raptors, atmospheric bombers, and assault craft. 12 gleaming battleships, including the Supreme Dominance. 15 heavy cruisers, and 13 strike cruisers. Surrounding them were hundreds of auxiliary transports, supply vessels, and dropships, carrying 150,000 elite jump troops, many of them modified overmen, the rest highly trained premen. "Fleet readiness status?" Dracos asked, his voice carrying across the bridge. "All vessels report ready, Fleet Overlord," a senior officer replied. "Carrier groups at full combat preparedness, jump troops secured for transition." Dracos nodded. He had launched the fleet through the dimensional rift 2 weeks ahead of schedule, not to disrupt the overall timetable, but to prove his supremacy. The heir, back in the true dimension, had given command of the main invasion force to a member of Green Block, relegating Dracos to the 9th, a member of Blue Block. He would show them the error of their decision by conquering this system with such efficiency that his claim to lead the entire invasion would be undeniable. "Begin final approach to the Lomer Point," Dracos ordered. "Prepare for wormhole transition." On the main screen, the fleet's formation tightened as they neared the gateway that would take them to their target. The 9th had been designed not merely to destroy enemy forces, but to conquer and hold territory, planets, stations, asteroids, and orbital habitats. They would bring Tau Cygni under Dominion control, then use it as a staging ground for further conquest. Dracos struggled to comprehend how the new men of this dimension had failed. How could inferior races have defeated the master race? It seemed inconceivable. Perhaps the new men here had been too merciful. He would make no such mistake. "Lamar Point transition in 33 minutes, the navigation officer announced. Dracos cracked his knuckles. Soon, very soon, he would unleash hell upon these premen, these subhumans of the Commonwealth. They would learn what it meant to live under the lash of their exalted master race. "All vessels, prepare for transition," he commanded. The screen showed the distortion of space-time that marked the Lamar Point. Beyond it lay Tau Cygni, and beyond that, in time, Earth itself. Chapter 20. Combat Specialist Maker sat alone in the small crew cafeteria of the SW frigate Wraith, nursing a cup of bitter synthetic coffee. His hands trembled, not from alcohol withdrawal, which had mostly passed, but from the cumulative effects of 3 Lamar Point jumps in rapid succession. The repeated Lamar Point jumps had left his body weak, as if parts of him had arrived a split second before others. The ship shuddered, another telltale sign they were approaching the next Lamar Point, the 4th in their indirect route to the Tau Cygni system. Keith gripped the metal cup tighter, bracing himself for the disorienting sensation of passage. A voice came over the comm. "All hands prepare for Lamar Point transition in 60 seconds. Keith closed his eyes as the countdown continued. Each jump brought them closer to Tau Cygni and into the jaws of the 9th Assault Fleet, if Dracos had arrived ahead of them. Every hour of delay could mean thousands more lives lost, millions potentially. The ship lurched, and the familiar gut-wrenching sensation of transition washed over him. For a disorienting moment, it felt like his consciousness was stretched across light years, pulled thin like taffy before snapping back into place. As jump lag dissipated, Maker stared at the blank metal bulkhead. If he closed his eyes, he could see the 9th Fleet's formation, its methodical arrangement. Maybe he needed to codify all that. Yes, that seemed useful. Once the last of the jump lag faded, he rose, hurrying through the corridors. Soon, back in his small quarters, he sat at the desk and activated the data tablet Voss had provided. He began documenting everything he remembered: fighter squadron formations, carrier deployment tactics, and battleship weak points. He also included gamma cannon recharge cycles and jump troop drop patterns. If he couldn't help stop the slaughter at Tau Cygni, he would give Starwatch the tools to make Dracos pay dearly for every kilometer of space. The ship lurched. Not a Lamar Point transition, but an obvious evasive maneuver. The alert klaxon sounded. "All hands to battle stations! Unidentified vessel on intercept course!" Keith froze, tablet in hand. Had the 9th found them? Had all his efforts been in vain? He couldn't afford to let the new men recapture him. The pain of his dying would be dreadful. He set the tablet down and headed for the hatch. If this were the end, he wouldn't face it hiding here. He'd stand on the bridge and see his enemy one last time. Maybe then the ghosts of Thalos 4 would finally stop screaming in his dreams. Maker sprinted through the corridors, heart hammering as the alert klaxon wailed. Crew rushed to battle stations, their faces rigid with tension. "Unidentified vessel on intercept course," the announcement repeated, echoing through the passageways. The frigate banked hard, the artificial gravity compensating just enough to keep Maker from slamming into a bulkhead. He steadied himself, his breath coming in sharp bursts. The ship was performing evasive maneuvers, which meant they might already be within weapons range of whatever had found them. When he reached the bridge, Maker hesitated at the sealed hatch. Then he pressed the comm button. "This is Maker. If you will allow, the hatch slid open, revealing a cramped bridge alive with activity. Commander Voss stood at the central tactical display, her hair gleaming under the harsh lights. She glanced at him, but didn't order him to leave. "Contact bearing 175 Mark 30, the tactical officer reported, moving on an intercept trajectory. "Configuration?" Voss demanded. "Unknown. Size and mass suggest a military vessel, but energy signature doesn't match Commonwealth or—" He glanced at Maker. "Known new men profiles." Maker stepped closer to the display, studying the sensor readings. Something felt off about them. "Those energy spikes," he said, pointing to the readout. "They're irregular." Voss glanced at him with narrowed eyes. "Explain?" "New men vessels maintain exact emission patterns. This is too messy." The sensor operator frowned. "I'm getting unusual particle dispersion patterns now. The readings are fluctuating." "You're looking at debris," Keith said suddenly. "Space junk caught in a magnetic eddy from the Lomer point." The lieutenant at the sensor station looked skeptical. "How can you be sure?" "Pilots in the Dominion fleet use debris fields like that for stealth approaches," Maker said. "The magnetic distortions mask engine signatures." Voss studied the readings for a long moment, then nodded to her tactical officer. "Run a full-spectrum analysis." 30 seconds passed in silence as the ship maintained evasive patterns. Finally, the tactical display refreshed. "Confirmed," the officer said, sounding almost disappointed. "Metallic debris with traces of reactor coolant. It's likely the remains of a freighter accident." Voss pressed the ship-wide comm. "Stand down from battle stations. Resume course." Relief washed through the bridge. Several officers exhaled, tension draining from their shoulders. Maker felt his own knees weaken. For a moment he'd thought it was all over, that they'd be destroyed before reaching Tau Cygni, or worse, he'd be recaptured. Everyone must be on edge if even the bridge crew had fallen for such a basic anomaly. "Thank you for the assessment, Mr. Maker," Voss said. "Your expertise was useful." Maker nodded. "We caught a break?" "This time," Voss said. "But we're about to enter Tau Cygni. There won't be any false alarms there." Maker's mouth went dry. "How long until the final jump?" 23 minutes, the navigation officer replied. "Adjusting approach vector now." Voss gestured for Keith to join her at a secondary display. She lowered her voice. "If the Ninth Fleet has already arrived, what's our best approach?" Maker considered this. "The Ninth Fleet will secure the main Lomer points quickly. However, it will take them time to cross the star system." The ship's intercom activated. "Final approach to Tau Cygni Lomer Point is in 20 minutes. All sections report readiness status." After days of circuitous travel, they were close to their destination. The Wraith's engines hummed as they accelerated toward the Lomer Point. Maker thought about the 8 million dead on Thalos 4. He thought about the Raptor pilots who had once considered him their mentor and friend. He thought about the fate of millions poised on a knife's edge at Tau Cygni. The bridge fell silent as the final approach began. Soon they would know whether they had arrived in time to warn Tau Cygni, or whether they were jumping straight into the apocalypse. Chapter 21. Fleet Overlord Dracos stood on the elevated command platform of the battleship Supreme Dominance, observing the swirling energies of the Lomer Point as the massive vessel prepared to transition. His stocky frame tensed with anticipation. The moment of conquest was at hand. He sat before they jumped. They all did. Then the ships of the Ninth Fleet went through. Time dragged as jump lag dissipated. Finally, Draco stirred as the screen stabilized. He looked around. A few had already recovered. Most were still in the process. Then he focused on the tactical situation. The Tau Cygni system was anchored by a binary pairing. Tau Cygni A, a bright F4 main sequence star, 1.4 times the mass of Terra, and Tau Cygni b, a smaller K1 orange dwarf, orbiting 18 to 26 AU away in a 117-year elliptical dance. The system contained 5 planets, including Prometheus, a scorched innermost world, followed by Arn, at 1.2 AU from Tau Cygni A. Arn was clearly the jewel of the system, a Terra-like terrestrial world with 2 major continents separated by a vast equatorial ocean. 1.1 times Terra's diameter, but with a slightly lower gravity. Its 28-hour day and mild axial tilt created stable climate patterns that had allowed many megacities to flourish across its surface. Dracos already knew that it housed 1.94 billion Commonwealth citizens, with New Pacifica serving as both planetary capital and administrative center for the entire sector. Beyond Arn lay the system's most valuable strategic asset, an unusually dense asteroid belt, positioned between 2.3 to 3.1 AU, created by the complex gravitational interplay between the binary stars that prevented proper planetary formation. Commonwealth engineers had transformed the region into human space's 3rd largest shipbuilding facility, with massive construction docks, manufacturing complexes, and repair facilities embedded within the larger asteroids and connected by a network of transport corridors. Beyond the belt orbited 2 gas giants, Azure Poseidon with its complex ring system, and the larger amber-hued Apollo, followed by the ice world Boreas at the system's edge. 5 Lommer points provided access to the system: the A point near Prometheus, the B point between Arn and the asteroid belt, the one the Ninth had emerged from, the C point near Poseidon, and the distant D and E points beyond Apollo, creating natural strategic choke points for controlling system access. That meant the Ninth was in the heart of the system, inside what would be considered the inner planets. Ahead was Arn. Sensor data streamed across auxiliary displays, mapping the positions of orbital installations and the scattered Commonwealth vessels obviously caught unprepared. In the other direction was the critical asteroid belt. The asteroid belt and the shipyard were days away at hard acceleration from here. He needed to make the tactical allocations and was already assessing the military potential of the system. It seemed that the task force they'd annihilated in the Ganvid system had been the bulk of the mobile forces around here. "Full tactical display," Dracos ordered, his voice carrying across the bridge without need for amplification. He had learned long ago that one of his most powerful weapons was his voice and the manner he used it. A holographic projection materialized before him, revealing the entirety of the Tau Cygni system. A green indicator highlighted the massive shipyards embedded in the asteroid belt. Red markers showed the positions of the paltry defensive forces: a battleship, 4 destroyers, and 7 frigates so far. "This is pitiful," Dracos said, the contempt in his voice drawing nods from his officers. "They're virtually undefended." Tactical Officer Saravan approached, standing at a respectful distance. "Superior, initial scans confirm intelligence estimates and data gleaned beforehand. The planetary defense grid is of standard configuration. The orbital installations appear to be at minimal alert status, although that is changing." "They had no warning," Draco said, allowing himself a brief smile. "The preman knew nothing of our coming." He nodded sagely, quoting a former conquering new man. "It is not brute strength that wins our wars. It is precision, timing, and the art of surprise. We strike before the enemy dreams of resistance. By the time their alarms sound, we are already raising our banners over their ruins." Those on the bridge nodded, no doubt recognizing the famous quote from their dimension. Dracos strode to the main tactical display, studying the planetary defense grid around Arn. Dozens of orbital platforms equipped with "What are those?" he demanded. "Analysis indicates they are laser beam arrays." "Such primitive weaponry," Draco said. "It shows they must have never dreamed conquerors could reach their planet. It's possible this entire dimension is ripe for the plucking." Nearby officers awaited his decision. "We will use formation Alpha 7, Draco said. "Direct battle groups 212 through 419 toward Arn. The remaining battle groups will secure the asteroidal shipyards." 70% of the Ninth Fleet would rush Arn. The rest would peel off and head for the asteroidal shipyard. His executive officer, Overlord Renvik, acknowledged the command with a sharp nod. "Do you desire the carriers to deploy fighter screens in standard hemisphere formation?" "No," Draco said, his eyes narrowing. "You will order the use of pattern Epsilon instead." Throughout the fleet, the battle groups adjusted their formation and heading. 9 of the carriers moved into a 3-dimensional configuration, their launch bays ready to disgorge squadrons of Z-800 Raptors. Battleships, including the Supreme Dominance, formed the central point, with heavy cruisers and strike cruisers arrayed behind them. "The Commonwealth vessels are moving," Renvik reported. Dracos couldn't believe the premen hadn't stationed any military forces near the B Lammer Point. It was simply inconceivable to him. This Lammer Point was so close to Arn. It was incredible. On the tactical display, Dracos observed as an enemy battleship abruptly changed course. Its antimatter engines must be opening up as the exhaust plume continued to lengthen. The battleship's behavior revealed its commander's panic. It was appalling, and so typical of premen caught unprepared. The battleship fled. There could be no other word for it. Yes, without even attempting to organize a defense or coordinate with the other vessels. It was accelerating at high speed away from Arn, plotting a direct course toward Lammer Point C, near the closest gas giant. "They flee already!" Dracos laughed harshly. "We haven't even fired a shot, and they run like the mice they are." The Star Watch frigates and destroyers, after a moment of apparent confusion, began scattering in different directions. Some moved to follow the battleship, while others began desperate maneuvers toward other Lammer points, including A near the hot little inner planet. "They're cowards," Tactical Officer Saravan said with undisguised contempt. "They are," Draco said. "But they are also realists. Their commander surely knows what would happen if they faced us." He studied the battleship's retreat trajectory. "Dispatch Strike Group 3 to pursue that battleship. Once they're in range, launch a full-scale missile barrage." "Will no one attempt to defend their world?" Renvik asked. "We're witnessing basic survival instinct," Draco said. "Perhaps they're consoling themselves by lying about trying to fight another day." "Arn's orbital defense grid is activating," Saravan called out. "Multiple platform weapons are locked onto our vanguard." "This is a surprise," Draco said. "I would have thought the premen would first try to talk their way out of this. Perhaps there is an ounce of martial vigor in these premen after all." The first salvos from Arn's orbital defenses lanced out toward the Ninth Fleet. Hot laser beams struck the forward shields of 2 battleships, the energy dispersing harmlessly across their electromagnetic barriers. Dracos watched as the battle groups maneuvered into assault formation. Even though the Lammer Point was at Arn's doorstep, it still took time for the ships to move into a full attack pattern. Soon enough, however, the battleship's targeting sensors locked on to the enemy orbital platforms. "Gamma cannons are charged and locked," Saravan reported. Dracos didn't give an order to fire, as he'd already given the battle groups their orders. Unlike other militaries, Dominion new men expected those beneath them to show initiative. A commander gave the attack order and left it to the individual battle group leaders how to go about that. Then the space between the fleet and Arn lit up as modulated energy beams struck the orbital platforms. Unlike conventional weapons, the gamma cannons didn't attempt to overpower shields through brute force. Instead, they matched and invaded the shield frequencies, penetrating the defenses like needles through fabric. On the tactical display, 6 orbital platforms flared red as their shields collapsed. That must have surprised the premen operating them. Secondary explosions flowed across their structures as critical systems overloaded. The battleships struck again, blowing a hole in the orbital defense network. Now, waves of Raptors reached the outer platforms, launching strikes against weapon emplacements and shield generators. Interestingly, Commonwealth fighters rose up from Arn's atmosphere, racing to meet them. Dracos raised his eyebrows. The premen fighters were outnumbered 5-1, yet still they came. Perhaps a few of them had the semblance of a fighting spirit. He turned away from the screen and asked Renvik, "What is the status of the shipyard task force?" "They are accelerating, Superior. Battle Leader Thull reports it will take 34 hours to reach the outer asteroid belt." Dracos nodded. The shipyards would provide invaluable construction and repair capabilities for the continued conquest of this dimension. Yes, grabbing them as intact as possible was critical to further surprise assaults. Perhaps he should have given Thull more of the 9th. Dracos scowled. He would not second-guess himself so soon. A leader needed to await developments without worry. "The premen are launching additional surface fighters," Saravan reported. "Sensors estimate another 200 craft are heading for orbit." Another wave of gamma cannon fire streaked from the fleet's battleships and heavy cruisers, systematically dismantling the remaining orbital defenses. The Commonwealth forces managed to strike the 9th Fleet's forward elements. 9 Raptors disappeared in flashes of light. 3 heavy cruisers reported hull damage from concentrated laser beam attacks. But this was insignificant. It was like fleas biting an explorer. These were pinpricks, laser cannons, a handful of fighters. These premen lived on a nearly undefended planet. "The Star Watch battleship is still fleeing," Renvik noted with disdain. "Strike Group 3 is in hard pursuit." Dracos nodded. Time passed as the orbital assault continued. Then, "I'm receiving a message." Saravan listened before turning with a grin. "The orbital defenses have been neutralized." "The planetary beam cannons?" asked Dracos. "Carrier bombers are striking. 5 battleships are moving in for surface bombardment." For reasons yet unknown, the planetary beam installations had been late to activate. Now they did. They concentrated on a strike cruiser, pounding the Dominion vessel, so Dracos ordered it to retreat. 2 battleships moved to put themselves between the heavy beams and the strike cruiser. In the meantime, the cruiser's shields went from red to black as the beams smashed against them. Abruptly, the shields collapsed. The planetary beams bored into the hull armor. The strike cruiser lacked the depth of armor as on a battleship. Dracos said. Then the planetary beams punched through the hull armor and raved through the interior of the Dominion warship. Bulkheads went down. New men, overmen, and premen died in a hellish blaze of hot energy. Suddenly, the antimatter core exploded, and the strike cruiser from another dimension erupted like a massive grenade, sending waves of radiation, metal, and biomaterial in all directions. The nearest battleship's shields turned red and dark blue as they buckled, but finally held against the blazing assault. "Eliminate those planetary cannons now," Dracos said coldly. Other battleships moved up, firing beams and launching missiles against the surface installations. A pinpoint explosion on the planet showed on the tactical display. "1 planetary battery down," Saravan said. Dracos watched as the remaining planetary batteries target another strike cruiser. The premen had made a wise choice if they wished to inflict pain. The strike cruisers had the least shields and hull plating of the capital ships. "The 2nd planetary beam cannon has been destroyed," Saravan said. The last 2 targeted a fleeing strike cruiser. At the same time, carrier bombers struck, as did more antimatter missiles launched from the battleships. This was their great power, wiping out surface installations. The next few minutes were a terrible contest, but they could only end in one way. The strike cruiser's shield collapsed and the hull plating took heavy hits, causing melting and deep penetration. Then a battleship put itself between the beam and the strike cruiser. Almost immediately, the next planetary surface battery went down, as antimatter detonations created awful mushroom clouds above its ruins. The last planetary beam cannon died soon thereafter. "Arn's surface is exposed," Saravan said in a clipped voice. Dracos sat in silence for a moment before saying, "Begin landing operations. I want control of the capital city within 12 hours. The carriers moved into lower orbit, deploying dozens of massive dropships. Each carried hundreds of jump troops, the elite forces of the Dominion. Some contained overmen, genetically enhanced soldiers nearly as formidable as new men in ground assaults. Others carried the best-trained premen, which, despite their inherent inferiority, were still useful for conquest and occupation duties. On the screens, the dropships descended toward Arn's surface, targeting military installations, government centers, and communication hubs. Precision strikes from bomber craft cleared landing zones where resistance was heaviest. This was a smash-and-grab assault, something the Ninth did better than any other formation in the Dominion. Dracos nodded to himself. So far, so good. But the capture of the star system was still far from over. Chapter 22. The SW frigate Wraith emerged from Lammer Point C near the gas giant Poseidon, which was in the middle of the Tau Cygni system. That put it 5 AU from Arn, 5 times the distance from the Sun to Earth. The Wraith's teleoptics strained as the bridge crew checked the other Lammer points. In time, Maker heard horrified gasps from those around him. He saw it too, something he knew all too well. "This is unbelievable," Voss whispered as she stared at the tactical display. The display showed the Dominion fleet methodically dismantling Arn's orbital defenses. Gamma cannon fire lanced from battleships, penetrating shields as if they were nothing more than mist. Waves of fighters swarmed orbital platforms, destroying weapon emplacements and communication arrays. "There are incoming transmissions," the communications officer said, her voice tight. "Multiple distress signals from Arn." "Put them through?" Voss ordered. The overhead speakers crackled to life with desperate voices. "Unknown vessels are breaching orbital defense. The shields are failing. We request immediate assistance from any Star Watch ships. Please, if anyone can hear this." One by one, the transmissions ceased. The bridge of the Wraith fell silent, save for the steady beeping of sensors tracking the annihilation of Arn's defenses. Soon Maker felt the crew's eyes on him. There were sidelong glances filled with suspicion and growing hostility. He understood. He was one of them. Not a new man, but from their dimension, their military, and thus their side. "I've never seen such an assault," the tactical officer murmured. "They're not wasting a single shot." Maker felt compelled to explain. "Fear makes for effective training. But it's not just fear. No, it's the standards set by the new men, the desire to emulate excellence. To survive in their military, you must perform." "They're butchers," someone muttered. "No," Maker said. "They're conquerors, methodical and efficient. Believe me, there's a difference." His words didn't win him any praise, but further hostility. Then the tactical display highlighted a Bismarck-class battleship accelerating from Arn, on a direct course toward their Lammer point. "What is the battleship doing?" Voss asked, her voice hardening. "Is it running away?" "Without even attempting to organize a defense," the tactical officer said. "It's not heading for the asteroids in the shipyard, but seems to be abandoning the star system entirely." Maker watched as the Star Watch frigates and destroyers scattered in seeming confusion, some following the battleship, others making for different Lomer points. Not a single vessel was moving to engage the Ninth Fleet, or help protect Arn's orbital installations. Not that it would have done any good if they had. "They're saving themselves," Maker said. "They know they can't win." Voss turned toward him, eyes flashing with anger. "They're abandoning 2 billion people without firing a shot. That's not a tactical withdrawal, it's cowardice." Maker didn't flinch from her gaze. Didn't she understand? It seemed obvious to him. The battleship commander has chosen survival over symbolic resistance. His vessel would be destroyed in minutes if he engaged that mass. "That's how you think, isn't it?" the weapons officer said, glaring at Maker. "That's how all of you think over there." "It's how the new men think," Maker said, surprised at their vehemence. "And they've spent years teaching us to think the same way. Practical, ruthless, but most of all effective." The bridge fell silent as they watched the battleship continue its retreat, pursued by strike cruisers. The Star Watch vessel didn't deviate or reduce speed to cover civilian evacuations. It simply ran, accelerating all the way. Voss frowned and suddenly turned to Maker. "Why don't the cruisers use their star drive jump to position themselves ahead of the battleship so it can't escape?" Maker blinked several times. "Their star what?" "Star drive jump," Voss said. "It's a faster-than-light transit capability that doesn't use Lomer points." Maker shook his head. "We don't have that technology." "What is it?" Voss's expression tightened as she processed the information. "You don't have star drive jumps in your dimension?" "We use Lomer points, like everyone else," Maker said. Voss stared at the main screen. "That's incredible. I can hardly believe this." "Please explain it," Maker said. Voss did. The star drive jump meant the ship folded, going from one location in space to another, jumping through instead of crossing normally. Certain warships in Star Watch had the drive installed. The older models, or smaller vessels such as the Wraith, relied solely on wormholes through Lomer points. That was why the Bismarck-class battleship didn't use it, as the star drive hadn't been installed in it. Maker's mind raced with the implications. The Commonwealth possessed a serious technology that the Dominion didn't. That could change things. If Star Watch had enough of these star drive warships. "You know," Maker said, "there must be innovations unique to each dimension. Things we developed like gamma cannons that you didn't, and vice versa like this star drive jump." Voss nodded. "They have gamma cannons. We have a star drive jump. It might turn into a contest figuring out how best to use what the other side lacks and how to defeat what they have that we don't." The bridge crew watched as the bulk of the Ninth Fleet attacked Arn. Close to 30% of the Ninth headed for the asteroid belt, while a few heavy cruisers, strike cruisers, and destroyers moved in detachments toward the 4 remaining Lomer points. It didn't look as if the Ninth would cover Lomer Point B, near Arn. Voss began counting enemy ships aloud. "Is this the entirety of the Ninth Fleet?" she asked Maker. "Yes." Voss rubbed her chin and then turned to the rest of the bridge crew. "We're going to wait here for a time. If it looks as if the battleship will make it, I'll send them a tight beam message. Task Force 73 is gone. We're all that's left of it anyway. The few warships running away represent all we have out here until the Grand Fleet shows up. We need to unite, gathering what forces we can in order to join the Grand Fleet when the time comes. At that point, I'll take Mr. Maker to the Lord High Admiral." Thus, for now, Voss had made the plan for the Wraith, if nothing else, recording what the other dimensional new men were doing in the Tau Cygni system. So far, everything had gone the enemy's way. Did Star Watch have a chance? It only would if some of Star Watch stood at bay and learned how to fight the terrible enemy. Yes, that was why the Wraith was here. To learn, to study and analyze the conquering enemy fleet. Chapter 23. Far away from Tau Cygni in the Commonwealth, Captain Maddox called a meeting in the conference chamber aboard Victory. He had just finished speaking with Admiral Keyes of Pluto about what she and the others had witnessed, the new men's assault upon the Tau Cygni system. Maddox was dumbfounded by the news. The new men? He had Keyes describe in exacting detail what she'd seen. "Where are the star cruisers?" Maddox had finally asked her. "I have seen no evidence of star cruisers," Keyes had told him. Star cruisers were the signature new man attack vessel. The new men had never used anything else. What Maddox didn't know, of course, was that these new men were from a different dimension and didn't use star cruisers. Perhaps as important as not having the right information was Maddox's lack of understanding that he didn't have it. After listening to Keyes, he thanked her. She told him that the Lord High Admiral was already in council deciding what to do next. Now Maddox had to decide what Victory needed to do. Everyone was cranky as the Starship had been using star drive jumps and Laumer points in the fast method Maddox had perfected over the years. It had left everybody limp and drained from excessive jump lag. Even though they had taken the special shots, the cumulative effect of these jumps, one after the other, was intense. Maddox had a nosebleed several hours ago. The thing was, they needed to get to the Tau Cygni system yesterday. The new men had appeared with a strong fleet and were securing the populated planet. Soon the new men would no doubt set up space mines and other defensive items throughout the star system. This was uncanny and incredible. Why had the new men done this in the middle of the Commonwealth of planets, so far from the throne world? Maddox shook his head, perplexed, as the last person sat down at the long conference table. There was Meta, his wife, the youthful Sergeant Riker, Galleon, and stout Andros Crank on the other end of the table. On the other side of the table, starting with Crank, sat a gaunt Keith Maker. He was still recovering from his ordeal last mission. Beside him sat Valerie Noonan, Maddox's capable first officer, and finally Ludendorff, sitting a little too close for Captain Maddox's taste. Professor Ludendorff was a Methuselah man, a good-looking, silver-haired gentleman who kept a few too many top buttons open, with a gold chain around his tanned throat. He considered himself the greatest ladies' man in existence. He claimed that his techniques for arousal gave a woman more enjoyment than she could possibly endure. But Methuselah man Ludendorff was given to exaggeration and pomposity regarding his abilities. Though he was a brilliant scientist, there was no doubt of that. Maddox outlined the situation. The others listened in stunned silence until Riker said, "Then you mean—" That interrupted Maddox. Maddox pointed at Riker and waggled a finger, which meant "don't interrupt me." Riker wisely closed his mouth, nodding. Maddox continued with his dissertation on all that he had heard from Admiral Keyes. Once done, Maddox steepled his fingers against the conference table, scanning the assembled. "This is unwarranted. A surprise none of us expected." He looked at Ludendorff. "I certainly didn't expect it," Ludendorff said. Maddox nodded. "There you have it. Somehow, the new men, even as they're expanding onto many different colony worlds, have created a powerful fleet and somehow maneuvered it to the middle of the Commonwealth without anybody seeing it. They sent strike forces even further afield to destroy both builder nexuses. That was an act of unmitigated hostility against the Commonwealth. This time, I don't think they'll back off until they have conquered what they consider as premen, sub-men." The others continued to stare at him. "It does seem unwarranted," Ludendorff finally said. "And yet," Maddox said, "we are seeing it, or those on Pluto are. We have been given word of all this." "Captain," Galleon said,
May I interject a point?
Certainly, Galleon. That's why we're having this meeting.
Thank you, sir,
Galleon said.
Could it be that we are receiving false signals? Perhaps we are receiving doctored information.
You mean that they're feeding us false information from the Pluto station? Maddox asked.
Yes, sir.
For that to be true, Maddox said, the Supreme Intelligence would have to be in on it.
Oh, yes, that does seem unlikely,
Galleon said.
The Supreme Intelligence is not given to misguiding us.
And yet, Maddox said, the Supreme Intelligence knows what is taking place, and he has not told us. I think the reason why is obvious. He views each as competing builder projects, and wants to know which is stronger. Isn't that correct, Professor? That strikes me as exactly how the Supreme Intelligence would see it, Ludendorff said. Maddox considered that. Whatever the case, my Uncle Ural was able to send a telepathic message, sending an impression that I should turn the ship around. That is why we're much closer to the Commonwealth than otherwise. This is news, Ludendorff said. How did Ural achieve such a feat? I don't know, Maddox said. I'm most curious to know, Ludendorff said. Maddox nodded stiffly. We need to decide on the correct move to all this. Frankly, I'm at wit's end. The fleet attacking Tau Cygni represents a massive industrial effort, and this industrial effort comes at a time when the new men are seeking to build many new colony worlds. Even though this appears to be a tactical success, was this the most judicious use of such a force? It does seem like an odd use of resources, Ludendorff said. More than odd, Maddox said. Yes, Ludendorff said. Galleon, if you could put up the schematic I spoke to you about earlier. The ad hoc AI blinked several times. Then a holographic image appeared over the conference table. It showed Tau Cygni in relation to the rest of the Commonwealth. More than any other star system, it was at the center of a rather lopsided oval that showed the Commonwealth's volume of space. It wasn't a flat map, but a three-dimensional projection. It had depth as well as width and longitude. Please show all the inhabited star systems of the Commonwealth, Maddox said. Bright lights appeared in the holographic, showing the star systems that had a population over 1 million. There was a great scattering of light, as mankind had spread out and multiplied rather quickly. As had happened in the past, many societies had large families, and those families had large families, and they quickly filled the spaces that nature had given them. Why attack the Tau Cygni system? Maddox asked. Does anyone have even a hint of a reason why it was the objective? I'm confounded by the new men's strategic move. I'm not, Ludendorff said. All eyes turned to the professor. The strategical destruction of the builder nexuses was brilliant, Ludendorff said, as it has shorn Starwatch of its greatest strategic advantage. There's no doubt about that, Maddox said. I don't comprehend you, Ludendorff said. Earlier you said that you didn't understand the strike. I understand the nexus part, Maddox said. Oh, Ludendorff said. My apologies, of course. I didn't mean to imply you couldn't understand such a thing. What I meant, Maddox said, giving the professor a level stare, was I do not understand why the new men would pick Tau Cygni, and why change the manner of their equipment. That would mean retooling all their factories. Why not come out with more star cruisers instead? That is odd, Ludendorff said. You're correct on that score, Captain. Maddox's lips thinned. He hated anyone quantifying what he did or thought. Ludendorff rubbed his square chin. It doesn't make sense. The more I ponder it, the more... There's a factor, something we're missing.
I am in agreement with that,
Galleon said. I agree with that too, Valerie said. I have an idea, Ludendorff said. Perhaps you can call the Supreme Intelligence again. Maybe he'll tell you more, or maybe he'll let you speak to your Uncle Ural. I doubt it, Maddox said. The Supreme Intelligence was emphatic that I not call until after he called me. At this point, I don't want to jeopardize things by gaining his disfavor. How could it worsen our position? Ludendorff asked. I don't know, but I sense that it could.
Ah, is this your intuitive sense?
Gallion asked. Yes, Maddox said. It is my intuitive sense, and I'm going to follow it.
Yes, excellent, sir,
Gallion said. Maddox's eyes flashed. He hated having people tell him if he did something well or if his idea was good. In his mind, that meant they sat in judgment over him. For all his differences, there was a big strain of new man psychology within Captain Maddox. Others, of course, saw that as plain as day, but it was possible Maddox hid such a thing from himself. In any case, he continued to scan the others around the conference table. I could use a suggestion, anything at all, Maddox said.
I can't think of anything,
Valerie said.
Neither can I,
Gallion said. Everyone turned to the professor. Ah, I see, Ludendorff said. When the chips are down, everyone seeks my advice. What would I do? Is that not interesting? Yes, Maddox said. We're all in awe of your brilliance. I know you say that in mockery, Ludendorff said, pointing at Maddox. But, and he put his big thumb underneath his gold chain around his throat and rubbed it several times. There is something critical we're missing. It seems that the best way to find this evidence is... He looked around as everyone seemed to hang upon his words. Maddox waited as well. While he could be impatient, when it came to the most important things, he could be patient like a great jungle cat. Ludendorff finally looked Maddox square in the eye. I know what you must do. Well, spill it, old man. Ludendorff frowned. Now, Maddox said. You have an idea, Professor. Won't you share it with us? Ludendorff scowled, glanced at Maddox, then nodded once, perhaps to himself. It is obvious what you should do. I'm surprised the rest of you don't see it. Clearly you don't, and I do, and therefore I tell you, Captain, you must call Emperor Trehi and ask him his terms. Then you will at least find out something, perhaps what motivates him. You must read between the lines concerning his words. But that is my suggestion. Maddox didn't realize that he was scowling. Speak to Emperor Trehi? Come to him as a supplicant? Ah, Ludendorff said. I see that doesn't sit well with you. I can understand why. Trehi defeated you soundly in the duel, did he not? Yes, Maddox said in a terse voice. Yes, Ludendorff said, looking around the table, smirking. You do not win every sword fight, do you, Captain? Must you do that? Riker said. What's the point of it? The point of it is... Ludendorff looked around the table again. Never mind. If you don't understand, there's no sense in me pointing it out to you. Very well, Maddox said in resignation. The professor could be an irritant, but he had proven invaluable on countless occasions, a useful component of victory. Therefore, he would continue to endure what he disliked about the Methuselah man. You're right, Professor. I'm going to call the Emperor and see what is what.
Does your intuition say anything about this?
Gallion asked. Maddox thought about it. It seems like it might not be the best of ideas. Ha! Ludendorff said. You're just saying that because it's my idea. I'm not, Maddox said.
I suggest you wait before calling the Emperor, sir, Gallion said. Trust your intuition.
Maddox thought about it, considered longer. No, he said at last. This time I'm going to override it. Logic dictates that the professor is correct. We need to find out what has stirred the new men to this.
As you wish,
Galleon said, dipping his small alien addock head. Unless there are any other comments, Maddox said, theories or ideas? He looked around the table. No one said anything. Then the meeting is adjourned, Maddox said, and I have to talk to the Emperor. Chapter 24. Once more, Maddox found himself in the long-range builder comm room, sitting on the couch, holding the microphone, hesitating before he called the throne world. Emperor Trehi had his own long-range builder comm device. It had proven helpful in the past, and yet, now... Maddox leaned back, setting down the microphone, thinking about how humanity had once fought the new men. That was how he'd found victory. It had been a long shot to find this alien starship as they'd searched for a technology that could withstand the new men's star cruisers. Now the new men had come up with a new, devastating type of cannon. At least that had been Admiral Keyes's observation. It seemed like Star Watch was back to where it had started years ago. What had caused the new men to invade the Commonwealth this time? There had been no threats. Oh, there had been the kidnappings several years back. Maddox had helped stop that, and he had killed one of the killers of his father, doing so in a duel. He had defeated a new man in a duel because he had aerial energy that he'd absorbed long ago, and it had made him the equal, nay, the superior, of some new men. Finally, Maddox sat forward, picked up the microphone again, and looked around the chamber. He didn't see Galleon watching in ghost mode. He clicked the microphone switch and said, "I'm calling Emperor Trehi of the Throne World. If you can hear me, sir, I ask that you pick up." Maddox did this for 15 minutes. At last, he heard a click. "This is Emperor Trehi of the Throne World." It was a strong, powerful, arrogant voice. Maddox clenched the microphone. He hated the Emperor. The Emperor had been instrumental in slaying his father. Not only that, but the Emperor had defeated Maddox in a duel, slicing off a forearm in the process. "Captain Maddox?" Trehi asked. "Your Majesty," Maddox forced himself to say. "I wonder why you did it." "Your Majesty," Trehi said in a sardonic voice. "Did what? Please do not keep me in suspense." "Why did you invade?" Maddox asked. "What are you talking about, Captain?" "The invasion you ordered into the Tau Cygni system," Maddox said. "You are misguided, sir, perhaps even drunk. I have done no such thing." "Do you deny sending a powerful force into the Tau Cygni system?" "Why would I attack the Commonwealth? I have no desire to do so. I have many other activities that occupy my time." Maddox sat there, looking at the blocky comm device. There was a ring of truth to what Trehi was saying. "I don't understand," Maddox said. "Maybe you better explain it a little better." Now a sense of caution entered Maddox. Was calling Trehi a mistake? No, he would forge ahead, simply doing so with cleverness. What would be the best way? He had an idea. "I see your kingdom is now called a dominion," Maddox said. "What gives you this idea?" Trehi asked. "By what you've painted or stenciled on your starships," Maddox said. "Captain, I have endured enough of your tomfoolery. I do not hear any drunkenness in your voice, but you are sadly mistaken. No new man fleet has entered the Commonwealth of Planets." "So you deny—" Maddox stopped himself. Did the Emperor know about the destruction of the Builder Nexuses? If he didn't, would it be wise to let him know so soon? Maddox sat back, pondering, pinching his lower lip. "Has something occurred, Captain?" Trehi asked. Maddox didn't answer. "Come now, sir, you call me with these wild assertions, and now you're suddenly silent. That would—" "Trehi said. I see something has most definitely happened, and you believe we had done it. There has been an assault in the Tau Cygni system. How interesting. Why haven't you sent the Grand Fleet to smash it? Why would you call me, of all men in the galaxy? I'd be the last person you'd call. That means what? Has there been an invasion? And why has the Grand Fleet not launched? That is all quite intriguing. Maddox's shoulders slumped. He was certain Trahey had just deduced the destruction of the Builder Nexuses. That would be the obvious conclusion, especially to one who thought logically and with extreme speed. I see, Trahey said. This is most illuminative. Perhaps it is time to gather the fleet. Perhaps it is time to see what the situation warrants. What do you say to that, Captain? I say that you— Maddox stopped himself from telling the Emperor to go to hell, and he stopped himself from telling the Emperor that he was training every week, and his swordsmanship was improving, and that someday he was going to thrust a dueling sword right through the Emperor's chest, and he was going to watch the Emperor choke on his own blood as he died. Maddox held all that in abeyance, and said nothing. Instead, he said, "I'm sorry for disturbing you, sir." No, Captain, I'm glad you did. I shall have to see what has happened in Tau Cygni. Thank you for the alert. I shall use it, you can be certain, to the throne world's advantage. Maddox was panting, and he realized that he gripped the microphone with rage, and he worked to control himself. I shall be seeing you, Captain, perhaps sooner than you had anticipated. And then, like it happened so many times the past 2 days, there was a click as the Emperor severed the call. It had happened again. Someone had hung up on him. I've just made a terrible mistake, Maddox said in a soft voice. Galleon appeared. Maddox glared at the little ad hoc AI. Surely Galleon had heard, seen, and understood that he had made an error. Maddox turned away. What now, sir? Galleon asked. Maddox stood, and instead of answering Galleon, he walked straight through the little AI until he was out in the corridor. That had been a rude gesture, but Maddox was too mad at himself. He should have listened to his intuition. He knew that now. He should have listened. He had likely just made everything worse by making the call. Chapter 25. 13 hours after the planetary beam cannons had been destroyed, Dracos strode across the command deck of the Supreme Dominance, examining the display of Arn. Red markers indicated new men-controlled territory, nearly 30% of the planet's major population centers. Green indicators showed ongoing operations across most of the remaining areas. The Regional Governor's Palace has been secured, Fleet Overlord, Operations Officer Kelris reported. Jump troops encountered moderate resistance from the local militia, but they overcame it. What are the casualties? Dracos asked, more from professional curiosity than concern. 317 premen soldiers lost, 52 overmen, and 3 new men. Dracos nodded, pleased with the efficiency. What is the status of the planetary communication network? It is coming under our control. Tactical Officer Saravan replied. We've established censorship protocols on all broadcast channels. A majority of the population is receiving our standard first contact directives. The directives were simple. Surrender immediately, comply with all new man orders, and survive, or resist and be eliminated. The message was being broadcast in 3 languages across Arn, accompanied by footage of new men forces methodically neutralizing pockets of military resistance. What of the civilian government? Dracos asked. Most senior officials attempted to evacuate when our forces arrived, Kelris said. Tactical units intercepted 3 government transports attempting to reach orbit. The planetary chancellor and 14 cabinet members are in custody. Lesser officials are being processed at Collection Point Delta. Good. Dracos moved to another section of the display where the Tau Cygni system's 5 alarmer points were highlighted. What's the status on the blockade? "We secured the Larmer point through which we entered," Renvik said. "The others will be sealed within 38 hours. Several heavy cruisers, strike cruisers, and destroyers are maneuvering into position. Once they are in position, nothing will enter or leave the system without our leave." "And the Commonwealth battleship?" Dracos asked. Renvik paused. "What is it?" Dracos said. "We've been listening to the intercepts between the battleship and the destroyers. The intercepts refer to themselves as Starwatch vessels." Dracos blinked several times. Hadn't High Command gone over that in a briefing before entering the rift? It was strange the command staff should have forgotten. Did that portend anything? He couldn't see how, and it was superstitious to even ask the question. "Starwatch, yes, I remember," Dracos said. Renvik waited and then said, "The battleship is a Bismarck-class vessel. That means it is an older model, not up to modern Starwatch standards." "How do you rate it?" "I imagine it could defeat a strike cruiser one-on-one," Renvik said. "I'm not so sure it could stand up to a heavy cruiser." "It would be better if we could destroy it," Dracos said. "The strike cruisers deployed a saturation missile assault several hours ago." "And?" Dracos said. "The missiles eliminated a frigate and destroyer, but failed to pass defensive fire to reach the battleship." "Do you have percentages of defensive fire the battleship used?" "No, Fleet Overlord," Renvik said. Dracos wondered how long the Ninth's missile supply would last. That wouldn't be a problem once supply lines with the home dimension were secured. That would mean the appearance of the main fleet. Given what he'd seen so far, he wasn't worried about what this Starwatch could do. Still, in hot battles, munitions always dwindled faster than anticipated. He would keep an eye on that. A priority communication alert sounded from a command console. Dracos and Renvik turned. "It's a report from Chief Group Leader Hine," the communications officer said. "There is a large resistance formation identified in the northern continent's capital. They've entrenched in the city center and are broadcasting resistance messages." "What is the response?" Dracos asked. "Hine requests permission to make an example of them." Dracos considered briefly. "Granted, but make sure he records it. I want the footage distributed throughout the system." Examples were often necessary in the early stages of an occupation. The premen needed to understand the futility of resistance, show them what happened to those who defied the new men, and most would choose survival through submission. So far, everything was proceeding on schedule. He yawned, blinking, wondering if he should take a nap. He was tired, but amped up. He'd never be able to sleep. Well, maybe it was time to entertain his harem, one of his beauties. After a rough session with two of them, Dracos looked around the bridge. "I'll be in my private quarters for a time. I'll return in several hours." Everyone rose and saluted. Then Dracos sauntered off the bridge. After the hatch closed, he walked faster, anticipating a vigorous session with the lovelies of his harem. 23 hours after their arrival in the Tau Cygni system, Fleet Overlord Dracos stood before the massive viewport in his private chamber aboard the Supreme Dominance. Below, Arn's night side glittered with city lights, now largely under Dominion control. In the distance, the system's asteroid belt appeared as a faint band of reflected light, the massive shipyards now bustling with activity as Group Leader Thull's force closed in on it. Dracos sipped from a glass of amber liquid, a rare vintage from the home dimension, one of the few luxuries he allowed himself. The conquest of Tau Cygni was proceeding more smoothly than the simulations had predicted. Ground resistance was crumbling faster than expected, with population centers falling into line once they witnessed the Dominion's overwhelming superiority. A soft chime announced a visitor. "Enter," Dracos said. Overlord Renvik stepped into the chamber, data pad in hand. He remained at attention until Dracos gestured for him to approach. "The latest situation report, Superior," Renvik said, presenting the datapad. Dracos scanned the information. 2/3 of Arn's major population centers were now under Dominion control. But here was the incredible news. Likely this was why Renvik had come. Those at the asteroidal shipyards had surrendered before Thull's force had reached them. Dracos laughed in disbelief, looking up at Renvik. "This is true?" "Yes, Superior. Quite true," Renvik said. "We have the entire shipyard?" "We are not physically there yet." "Ah," Dracos said. "This could be a ruse." "I deem that unlikely." Dracos stared at the new man. "But it is a slim possibility," Renvik finally said. "Until we are in physical control, this is a possibility only. If it is a ruse, it is ruthlessly clever, and we will have to punish them harshly. If this is fact, then they are soft and weaker than anticipated." "Yes, Superior," Renvik said. Dracos continued to scan the datapad. The first Commonwealth prisoners from Arn were being processed for evaluation. Those with valuable skills would be rehabilitated for service to the Dominion, while those deemed unsuitable would be assigned to labor battalions or be eliminated. "What are the casualties to date?" Dracos asked. 3,218 preman troops lost in urban pacification operations. 207 overmen killed, and 19 new men. Dracos nodded in satisfaction. The cost was negligible considering the scale of the conquest. "And the planetary leadership?" "The Chancellor has agreed to broadcast a formal surrender statement," Renvik said. "It will be transmitted system-wide within the hour." "Excellent." Dracos returned the datapad. "And what of the Lammer Point blockade?" "A small transport attempted to enter the system through a Lammer Point. Strike cruiser Impaler destroyed it after a single warning. No other vessels have appeared. We will soon be at the C Lammer Point. The last two will take another week to reach." "And the battleship?" asked Dracos. "It has almost reached the sea Lammer Point, and will likely escape." Dracos turned back to the viewport, studying the curve of Arn against the star-strewn backdrop. "Have we detected any unusual communication attempts? Any sign that the Commonwealth possesses technology we should be concerned about?" "There is nothing significant, Superior. Their communication technology appears largely comparable to our own, though their encryption is somewhat more primitive. Our technical teams are still analyzing captured databases for any anomalies." Dracos nodded thoughtfully. Intelligence reports had suggested that the Commonwealth of this dimension might have developed certain technologies that differed from their home dimension. But so far, nothing of consequence had emerged. Perhaps the differences were overblown. 3 days. He said finally. "Superior?" "Give me 3 days to complete pacification of this system. Then we begin fortification. I want Tau Cygni transformed into an unassailable fortress by the time the Commonwealth or this Star Watch attempts to retake it." "Do you believe they will try?" Renvik asked. "The Star Watch fleet would need to cross 70 light-years to reach us." "I have no doubt they will try," Dracos said. "Their animal pride will demand it. A major system with billions of inhabitants, the third largest shipyard in the Commonwealth. They cannot abandon it without a fight." He smiled thinly. "And when they come, we will be waiting, and we'll give them such a thrashing that they'll quail upon the appearance of the main fleet." Chapter 26 Captain Maddox stretched as Swordmaster Keen donned a special suit. This suit sped up his reflexes so that he could match Maddox, who possessed greater and better reflexes than a regular man. Soon the two stood face to face, both wearing fencing equipment with sabers drawn. "On guard," Maddox said. They crossed their swords and began to step back and forth, blades clashing. Keen attempted various stratagems. Maddox blocked and attempted some of his own. Swordmaster Keen was one of the best Maddox had ever encountered, and they had practiced for many long months together. Maddox had convinced him to join Victory before it had left Earth. Sweat poured from both men as Maddox dueled with every ounce of energy he had. Meanwhile, he thought deeply upon his conversations with Admiral Keyes, Lord High Admiral Haig, Emperor Trahey, and the Supreme Intelligence. The conversations bothered him. "Point!" Keen shouted, having cut through Maddox's defense and touching him with the saber's edge. Maddox lowered his blade, realizing he hadn't been giving his full concentration to the match. "Again?" Maddox asked. "I'd rather end today with my stupendous victory," Keen said. "I have a bottle of wine in my quarters. I'd love it if you'd join me to toast my success." Maddox forced himself to grin. He hated losing, even in practice, but sometimes one needed to concede if he wished to indulge in the process. He'd learned much from Keen. Maybe it was good for the man's morale to have scored the point. Maddox didn't tell Keen that he'd lost concentration, although he had. That would sound like an excuse, and Maddox hated making those. Swordmaster Keen had scored. That's what made Maddox angry. "Oh, don't look so glum, my friend," Keen said. "Something was clearly on your mind. I saw it and waited until a eureka moment struck you." "Eureka?" Maddox asked. "When you finally figured out your problem," Keen said. "I struck hard then and scored my point." Maddox found that interesting. "I suspect that I know you as well as anyone, except possibly for your wife," Keen said. "I've watched you for many months, my friend. You are a bitter and fantastic opponent. For me, this is a glorious day indeed." Soon Keen left to celebrate his victory. He left Maddox deep in thought. A eureka moment? To Maddox's surprise, he'd had one. He'd been mulling over a problem during the duel. Now he needed to speak with Admiral Keyes again. He needed new information because of the conversation with Emperor Trahey. Still sweaty and dressed in his fencing attire, Maddox strode through the corridors until he reached the long-range builder-comm chamber. He brought a towel and set it on the couch, then sat on the towel, picking up the microphone. He looked off into space, thinking about his approach. Then he clicked the microphone switch and said, "This is Captain Maddox. I'm calling the Pluto Long-Range Scanner Facility. I need to talk to Admiral Keyes." He repeated this for 20 minutes until finally an exasperated Keyes answered. "Yes, Captain Maddox." "Listen," he said. "No, sir," Keyes said. "You're going to have to listen to me. I cannot speak to you unless I receive direct orders from the Lord High Admiral to do so." "What's happened?" Maddox asked. "Is it anything I should be concerned about?" "You're not going to trick me this time," Keyes said. "I'm not falling for it." "But the Iron Lady—" No, Keyes said, interrupting. "I don't believe you spoke to the Iron Lady. I believe you have used that on me. You used it to pry information out of me, and I think the Lord High Admiral suspects that. He queried me most closely about any communications I've had in the past few days. Perhaps someone on my staff gave me away." "Look," Maddox said, "before you click off, and please wait, I'm asking you to wait just a moment. I'm not going to ask you for any extra information." "All right," Keyes said slowly. "I'm waiting." "You need to check around Tau Cygni in an expanding circumference." "You already told me that, and we found the invaders immediately as they used a Larmer point to enter the system. I don't know how you knew about the invasion, and it was impressive, unless you had insider information." "I did not," Maddox said. "Listen, you must widen the search." "Captain Maddox, I know Task Force 73 was destroyed." "I'm not talking about that," Maddox said. You need to look for something else. It may not be in any star system either. I don't understand. What is it you're asking me to find? I don't know, Maddox said. That's what is confounding me. I don't know and I don't understand. But I ask you to make this search. You have the key strategic weapon. There's something missing, something to this puzzle we're not seeing. But I believe you have the capacity to find it. Through endless work, Keyes said glumly. Perhaps that's so, Maddox said. Yet that's why you are there, Admiral. Don't tell me my job. The Iron Lady would if she were there. She would do this. After a moment, Admiral Keyes sighed. Very well, Captain. We will search for this something. I'm not asking for more. Don't call again, Keyes said. Unless I receive confirmation from the Lord High Admiral, I won't answer. Is that clear? Quite clear, Maddox said. Goodbye, Captain. Goodbye, Maddox said quickly, and he clicked off before she could. And Maddox sat back, pleased with himself for having hung up first. After a moment, he realized he needed to call the Lord High Admiral. But first, Maddox stood collecting his towel and gear. First he would take a long shower, eat a good meal, and then he would call the Lord High Admiral. Maddox scowled and looked away. He didn't want to admit to any mistakes or wrongdoing, but he owed it to Star Watch to let them know that he'd spoken with Emperor Trehi, and possibly revealed too much. Chapter 27. Maddox ate prime rib, rare, potatoes, asparagus, and had a glass of red wine. He could have drunk more, of course, as his accelerated metabolism burned up alcohol faster than a normal man. It was nearly impossible for him to become drunk. Not impossible, but nearly so. Even so, Maddox wanted to be perfectly clear-headed when speaking with Haig. After resting and setting himself in the right frame of mind, he returned to the builder comm chamber. He sat down, picked up the microphone, and clicked it on. This time it took an hour and a half before the Lord High Admiral said, Yes, I've been woken up from a sound sleep. This had better be important, Captain. I'm afraid it is, Maddox said. I have some news for you. Well, what is it? Have you come across more information? I learned through back channels that new men have assaulted and conquered the Tau Cygni system. I knew it, Haig said. That's old Dame Admiral Keyes told you. She told you what she found at Tau Cygni. Is that not so? Tell me, Captain, tell me the truth. Sir, I am bound by honor. No, Haig said. You are bound by your duty to Star Watch and to me personally for continuing to use you when others would have cashiered you long ago. I have stood in the gap for you, Captain. I have stood and held at bay those that would see you cashiered from Star Watch. Sir, what if I told you it was the Supreme Intelligence who gave me this information? He did? He's the one who told you? You know that I turned back much sooner than I should have, Maddox said. Don't you dare query me as if I'm the underling, Haig said. I've had enough of your temerity, and it is going to stop here and now. Do you understand me, Captain? Yes, sir, Maddox said, swallowing his pride yet again. That's better. So Admiral Keyes was not the one to tell you? Sir, I turned back before we knew that new men had attacked Tau Cygni. That's true, Haig said. But it seems to me you're evading the question. What did the Supreme Intelligence tell you? Sir, before I get into any of that, I have a confession to make. I spoke with Emperor Trehi. You did what? I wanted to know why he'd assaulted Tau Cygni. There were several moments of silence until... Captain Maddox, that was a foolish thing to do. May I ask why, sir? No, you may not ask why. I have reason to believe that Emperor Trehi did not make the assault. Oh, Maddox said. For one thing, there are no star cruisers present, Haig said. Rather, the attackers used standard vessels. They did have a new weapon that sliced through shields and hammered ships. Our shields are effectively useless against these new weapons that these new men are using." "That's news," Maddox said. "Yes, they conquered Tau Cygni with brutality and swiftness. Our ships fled in haste, and now we know what happened to Task Force 73. They were sent to the Ganvid system and destroyed." "The Ganvid system, sir?" "It's 6 light years from Tau Cygni." "Could you be more precise than that, sir?" "Captain Maddox, I am not your subordinate. You can do your own work and look it up. You are hereby forbidden to make any more calls with your Buildercom device, or I shall confiscate it the first time you're in Starwatch's custody." "Don't you think that's rather harsh? The Buildercom has been useful in many missions." "I suppose that's true," Haig said. "But you've misused the privilege. You've spoken to Emperor Trehi. Do you understand what that means?" Maddox thought for a few moments. "Oh," he said. "Yes, oh," Haig said. "These are different sets of new men, and I don't know how that can be, but the evidence is pointing to that. What if these two sets join forces?" "Oh," Maddox said. "Oh, indeed," Haig said. "I had an intuition I shouldn't have called Emperor Trehi. I had it before I made the call, but I overruled it because I was seeking data." Haig started breathing hard. "You must tell me, Captain, where did you gain the information new men were attacking Tau Cygni? It wasn't from the Supreme Intelligence, was it?" "No," Maddox said, and as he said that, he looked up at the ceiling. "It was from Admiral Keyes, wasn't it?" "Sir, I don't know what to tell you." "You will tell me the truth," Haig said, "and you will do so now, or you will bring somebody else to this communicator, as I will demote you from your captainship." "Admiral, I don't take kindly to threats." "I don't care what you take kindly to, Captain. You are going to obey me, and you are going to do your duty, or you are going to leave Starwatch. It is as simple as that. Admiral Cook was extremely lenient with you." "I repaid him with many valiant exploits," Maddox said. "Don't sing your own praises to me, Maddox. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of this new man's arrogance you exhibit. For all I know, you're in collusion with these others at Tau Cygni. Now what do you say to that?" Even as anger flared, Maddox thought quickly. He might need the Lord High Admiral's help later. Yet he really didn't want to come back to the Commonwealth. He was getting tired of how they were treating him, always with suspicion, never grateful for the things he did for them. "Admiral Keyes, sir. I cannot break my sworn word." "All right, Maddox, I've had just about enough of your arrogance. May I make a suggestion to you, sir?" Maddox could almost feel Haig fuming on the other end. "Sir, if you could give me some indication of what is going on, I can help." "Are you in collusion with these new men?" Haig asked sharply. "Of course not, sir. I have loyally served Starwatch all my life." "Well, you have helped us on many occasions. I will grudgingly grant you that. Now what do you have to say?" Maddox frowned, considering. Finally, he said, "It would be wise to send some kind of force as quickly as possible to the Tau Cygni system or somewhere nearby." "Are you trying to teach me strategy?" Maddox ignored the question. "If nothing else, we need a force in being there to harass them, and just as much to keep them honest. If they know we have a fleet in being there, they can't break up into smaller flotillas and spread out everywhere at once. They'll have to move in strength wherever they go." "That may be, but the new men have swift ships, and they're merciless and cunning. I'm afraid, frankly, to send anything but overwhelming force against them." "I'm due to arrive in the sector in 5 days," Maddox said. "Come now, Maddox, I know you went deep into the beyond. 5 more days. That's incredible." I'm pushing my crew hard. Many are laid up from extreme near-continuous jump lag. Few can do their duty. I'm performing most of the command functions myself. I'm pushing Victory as hard as I can to get to Tau Cygni as fast as I can. I see. I suppose I should use that. Yes, you will have nominal command of whatever forces are scattered there. It does seem that the Vaughn Heppner fled the Tau Cygni system. It's a Bismarck-class battleship. There are a few other smaller vessels as well. You will take command of them and harass these invaders, while I decide how best to fortify the other star systems in case the new men assault them. What if the Emperor joins these new men? That's on your head, Captain. How will the scattered ships know I'm in command? That's a good question. I don't know how to send word to them. I have a suggestion, Maddox said. Yes, Haig asked in a tired voice. If you could send several newer-class ships at speed, having them rendezvous with me at a pre-selected star system, that would be vital. They could carry your orders in writing. Perhaps you're right, Haig said. We cannot let these new men smash us willy-nilly and chase us as if we're wet hens. My staff is divided on how to utilize the Grand Fleet, but we must do something to keep the enemy guessing. Still, they seem to be extremely well informed. They sent stealth ships, destroying both builder nexuses. I also request that you give Admiral Keyes permission to speak with me. Keyes is going to be sacked, Haig said. Didn't she discover the invasion? I don't understand how she knew to search there, Haig said. We should be glad she did. Maybe, Haig said. Then please give her leave to speak with me, so I can find out more about what's going on. Confound it, Captain! Haig shouted at him. You're pestering me! He calmed down after several deep breaths. But you are something of a tactical tyro, and you did help me in defeating the Maulers of Leviathan. Very well, Captain. I'll dispatch 2 fast cruisers to the Gambit system. They'll have orders assigning the Von Schleifen and other ships to your temporary command. You will temporarily have Commodore status. I could also use the fastest cruisers, Maddox said. I'll allow it, because frankly we're at an impasse here. Losing the Nexuses has been a staggering blow. It struck Maddox that not only had the Nexuses been destroyed, but the equilibrium of the command staff. He wondered if the new men had calculated for that. I accept the commission, Maddox said. I'll try to slow the enemy as we gain information. Good hunting to you, sir, Haig said. Thank you, Maddox said. Then the Lord High Admiral ended the call, doing so before Maddox could. Chapter 28. It struck Maddox as curious that Haig believed there were 2 sets of new men. He thought about that as he wandered the corridors until he found himself in front of the hatch to Ludendorff's science chamber. He knocked. No answer. And knocked again. Enter if you must, a gruff voice finally said. Maddox did so, finding Professor Ludendorff tinkering over something on one of his science tables. Maddox waited until Ludendorff grunted, setting down tiny precision tools, and turned to face him. Clearly, you feel compelled to interrupt my studies. I imagine you believe it's important. Maddox told the old man what he'd said to Trahey, and Haig's idea about 2 different sets of new men. Can you be more specific? Ludendorff asked. Often insights appear through processing the details. Maddox silently agreed with that. The new men at Tau Cygni don't have star cruisers, but they have a weapon that slices through shields. During our talk, the Emperor implied that I'd given him information he lacked. That seemed genuine, as if he were mocking me for telling him. I'm afraid I may have just quadrupled our problems. That strikes me as unprecedented. You're seriously suggesting the ones at Tau Cygni are a new group of new men? That's what I came to ask you, Professor. Did you and Strand establish a second genetic colony? Or was there a splinter colony that went its own way at some point in the past? Ludendorff jumped up and stared into space. Finally, he shook his head. I cannot recall any splinter group. I cannot recall any divergence at any time in the Thomas More Society. In the early days, Strand and I were quite particular. We wanted to keep all the specimens together, and we believed we'd solved one of the great riddles of humanity. No doubt a sound strategy, Maddox muttered. Don't patronize me, Captain. Let us get to the root of the problem. Who are those invaders, and where did they originate? That's your question, yes? Maddox nodded. The problem for us is that I have no idea where this second set of new men could have originated. It's quite incredible. Could we call Strand and ask him? Would the Emperor let him come to the Bildercom? I doubt that, Ludendorff said. Besides, Strand would know he's being observed or worried about a recording. He's a clever old bastard who seldom lets anything slip. I know the type, Maddox said. Aha, Ludendorff said. You know the type. But you still come to me every time there's a serious problem, every time deep thought is needed. Ludendorff pressed a palm upon his chest. You come to the wise old Methuselah man, the one who knows what no one else does. But before we address that, I ask you, sir, stop this endless jumping, this frantic rush back to the Commonwealth. We must rest. You must let us recuperate. There's no time for that. What can one ship do that the Grand Fleet cannot? You ask me that? Maddox said. All right, there's no need to brag about your past exploits, Ludendorff grumbled. You've done a thing or two with victory. With my help, you have accomplished miracles, admit that at least. Maddox was suddenly weary of all this, of everyone poking at and prodding him. He realized he was tired. He also felt guilty for alerting Emperor Trehi of the invasion. If there was one person that he didn't want to help, it was the Emperor, and yet he had done so. Maddox sat on one of the many stools, rubbing his forehead. We have to keep going, or we might be too late. I feel that in my bones. Ludendorff eyed him. We need a day of rest, my boy. The crew is shot, and you're physically spent. I see bags under your eyes, and you're clearly troubled. I advise this break most strenuously. Maddox stared at Ludendorff, realizing the man might be right. He had been pushing the ship, the crew, and himself hard. If one planned to use a thing, it needed to be in condition, capable of achieving what was needed. A spent crew and a broken-down starship wouldn't help anyone. I'll do it, Maddox said. Did your intuition just tell you it was a good idea? No, you simply gave good advice, Professor. We're all tired. We're going to have to redouble the pace soon. So maybe it's better to let everybody rest and have a break. Sometimes pushing too hard day after day after day just grinds one down. Ludendorff seemed to consider that, and maybe he could sense the captain's exhaustion. I wish I could be of more help with this conundrum of two sets of new men. Maddox nodded. It is disconcerting, and I can't put my finger on why. Firstly, Ludendorff said, it's a terrifying problem. We have enough trouble with the one set of new men. To have another with an obvious industrial base behind it? Ludendorff shook his head. Secondly, you're too tired to think at your normal peak level. Even you have physical limits, and it is about time you recognized that." Maddox said nothing to that. He soon left the lab and headed for his quarters. It was time to see his little girl, play with her for a while, and then he would sleep. Maybe he'd see more clearly after he woke up. He hoped so. Something was dreadfully wrong with all this, and if that wasn't enough, the Supreme Intelligence seemed to have shifted allegiance from Starwatch, possibly cheering for the invaders. Where had the second set of new men come from? There might have been an answer within the question, but Maddox was too weary to see it. Thus he trudged off to his quarters, knowing that playing with his little darling Jewel would help revive his spirits. Chapter 29. In the Tau Cygni system, Fleet Overlord Dracos reclined in the descent shuttle, his muscular frame barely contained by the seat. The craft cut through Arn's upper atmosphere, leaving a thin contrail across the azure sky. In his many years of military service, he had learned that psychological domination was as essential as tactical dominance, particularly in the early phases of conquest. The Ninth Fleet's position in the Tau Cygni system was now secure. Strike cruisers, a few heavy cruisers, and destroyers maintained vigilant positions near each Lammer point. They were all stationed beyond the blast radius of any nuclear or antimatter missiles the preman might send through the wormholes. The enemy had already demonstrated such tactics. An antimatter device had vaporized a dropship carrying 500 elite jump troops 2 days earlier. The cost to the resistance had been severe. Dracos had ordered the nearest settlement razed as reprisal. The executions broadcast on all frequencies. These Commonwealth premen needed to understand the price of defiance. "We're 2 minutes to the landing zone, Superior," the pilot said. Dracos nodded, running a thumb along the edge of the ceremonial blade sheathed at his hip. The knife's molecular honed edge gleamed with deadly promise, a tool not for battle, but for demonstration. The shuttle touched down in the new Pacifica spaceport. Once the heart of the planet's capital, it now served as a staging area for Dominion forces. Dropships and armored transports surrounded the expansive compound. 8 new men guards flanked Dracos as he descended the shuttle ramp. Unlike the stocky Dracos, these soldiers possessed the characteristic height and golden skin tone of purebred new men. Their genetic perfection only highlighted Dracos's physical anomalies. "The stadium is prepared, Superior," reported Overlord Renvik. "Thousands of their leadership class await your demonstration." Dracos's motorized detail drove through the conquered city. Through a window, he saw premen scurrying along the sidewalks, their eyes downcast and shoulders hunched. Their terror was palpable, a heady incense to his senses. The stadium loomed ahead, a massive structure designed for athletic competitions. Its current function was far more primal. Inside, the terraced seating held the administrative, military, and intellectual elite of Arn. Governors, judges, police officials, union bosses, commanders, colonels, scientists, and cultural leaders. A few were manacled, their expressions frozen in various stages of shock, rage, or despair. Overmen with pulse rifles stood at calculated intervals throughout the stadium. Each soldier could eliminate dozens of prisoners within seconds if necessary. The message was clear. Resistance meant extinction. Dracos entered the arena floor, his boots crushing the synthetic turf. He stood at the center of the vast space, a singular focal point for thousands of eyes. A microphone amplified his voice to a thunderous projection. "I am Superior Dracos, the Fleet Overlord of the 9th Assault Fleet of the New Men Dominion. His voice echoed throughout the stadium. "Your world now belongs to us. Your lives, those we permit to continue, exist at our discretion." He withdrew his knife, the blade catching sunlight as he held it aloft. "I offer you a singular opportunity. Select from among yourselves 5 champions. They will be armed with blades similar to mine." His gaze swept the assembled prisoners. The blades would lack the molecular edge, and he wore fine mesh armor under his clothes. He wouldn't give them all the advantages, as this was more a demonstration than a trial of strength. That had already taken place, and the premen had lost badly. "Should your champions succeed in killing me, you will have eliminated the commander of the invasion force." A murmur rippled through the stadium. He had their attention. What fools these premen were, as easily corralled as cattle. "I urge you to choose wisely," Dracos continued, "or I will interpret your cowardice as collective acknowledgement of your genetic inferiority." His lips curved into a predatory smile. "And I will have every male among you castrated, proven as creatures undeserving of reproductive rights." Silence fell over the stadium. Then gradually individuals began to stand. Not 5, but 10 men rose from different sections, military officers by their bearing, though stripped of insignia. Dracos arched an eyebrow, genuinely surprised by this. 10 volunteers? Your species shows more spine than expected." He gestured to his guards. "Bring all 10. The odds of 10 to 1 should provide adequate sport." Guards escorted the prisoners to the arena floor and handed them sharp knives, pushing them toward Dracos. Soon the prisoners formed a loose semicircle, evaluating Dracos before them. These were not terrified civilians, but trained combatants, men who had likely faced death before. Some whispered to each other, possibly forming a plan. This was delicious. He had missed personal battle. 10 premen could achieve success, even against his hidden mesh armor and superior blade. This demonstration wasn't only for the premen, but for the soldiers and sailors of the Ninth Fleet. It was often wise to let those under him realize he was the best the Dominion had to offer. To that end, "Kill me, if your inferior genetics permit it." The guards withdrew, leaving Dracos alone with his challengers. He could feel the collective will of thousands focused on him, hatred, fear, and desperate hope radiating from the assembled prisoners. He wanted to howl with delight. This was living. He could feel the thrill of battle fill him. When this was over, he would need several females in order to sate the building lust in his groin. Dracos laughed. Several of the prisoners flinched, perhaps thrown off by his obvious joy. 3 of them surged forward from his left. They had balls and might have taken offense at his glee. In this sort of engagement, waiting was often akin to a death sentence. Thus, Dracos charged them. Did his speed shock these obviously trained soldiers? Did his aggressiveness upset their balance? 2 held their ground but stopped. The 3rd attempted to circle behind. Dracos twisted and reached the first man with explosive force. His blades slashed upward, the molecular edge opening the man's abdomen from navel to sternum. As the intestines spilled onto the synthetic turf, Dracos was already pivoting. He leapt farther than a preman could imagine any human doing. His left arm locked around the preman's throat, while his right hand drove the knife across the exposed neck. Arterial blood sprayed in a crimson arc as Dracos released the convulsing body and launched himself toward the 3rd preman. This opponent fled, no doubt recognizing the fatal error in their strategy. Dracos closed the distance and bounded upon him like a tiger. The impact drove them to the ground. With the preman pinned under him, Dracos thrust 3 times before rolling clear, leaving the twitching corpse on the ground. Several premen screamed and charged. Did they think they would rattle him? He attacked, and 4 blades slashed and stabbed. 2 missed. 1 cut his garment and sparked against the mesh underneath. Without it, he might have been seriously injured. A great sigh rose from those watching. That enraged Dracos as he thrust into a soft throat, disemboweled another with a slash, and drove the blade upward through the third man's jaw and into his brain. Bodies dropped to the turf in rapid succession around him, their blood darkening the synthetic grass in expanding pools. Dracos raised his bloody blade high, shouting, his eyes gleaming with battle madness. Then he spun to face the final 4. What he saw surprised him. He had expected to see them cowering and possibly throwing their knives down before him in abject acts of submission. Instead, the remaining 4 approached with discipline, forming a tight formation. Dracos recognized that these premen had fought together before, possibly in special operations. He picked up a knife from a fallen opponent, now wielding 2 blades. "At least some of you die with dignity," Dracos acknowledged, circling the formation. The 4 premen maintained their discipline, watching his movements. One of them spoke, and the 4 came at him. One feinted low while another struck high, the others thrusting like ancient Roman legionaries, forcing Dracos to defend against multiple attacks. A blade slipped past his defense, scoring his cheek, so blood trickled down his jaw. They must understand that he wore armor and sought to strike his flesh. The wound ignited Dracos's fury. He countered with inhuman speed, his knives becoming extensions of his will. One preman fell, his throat opened to the spine. Another collapsed with a blade buried in his femoral artery. The third died impaled through the eye socket, his shocked expression frozen as the molecular blade penetrated his brain. The last soldier surely recognized his imminent death and lunged forward in a final desperate assault. Dracos caught the man's wrist and twisted until bones shattered, then drove his blade into his abdomen. The soldier stared into Dracos's eyes, agony contorting his features, as he attempted to gather enough saliva to spit in defiance. Before he could complete the gesture, Dracos twisted the blade, then heaved the dying man from him with contemptuous strength. 10 corpses lay scattered across the blood-soaked arena floor. Dracos stood among them, chest heaving. He raised his bloodied fists toward the silent stadium. "Behold, the natural order," he said. "This is not cruelty, but nature. You cannot defeat us through force. We are your evolutionary superiors. But you may serve us. Those with acceptable genetic profiles may even ascend to overman status, approaching our perfection. This is your new reality." He surveyed the stadium, noting the broken expressions, the dawning comprehension of their absolute subjugation. "Consider what you have witnessed today," he concluded. "Resistance means extinction. Service means survival. The choice is yours." Dracos strode from the stadium, blood dried on his skin like ceremonial paint. In private chambers, he showered, watching crimson swirl down the drain as he recalled each killing stroke. The 10 had shown unexpected courage, a quality he could respect, even in inferior beings. After dressing in a fresh uniform, he proceeded to his next scheduled activity. Oh, he needed this now more than ever. He needed a woman, no, several, in order to sate his engorged lust. 200 naked women stood in the grand auditorium of what had been Arn's cultural ministry. Each had been selected for physical beauty, intelligence, and genetic compatibility, potential breeding stock for the Dominion's expansion. They had been stripped bare, catalogued and evaluated by medical technicians. Most of them averted their eyes as he entered. But one, tall with mahogany hair and patrician features, met his gaze directly. Defiance smoldered in her eyes, barely contained beneath a veneer of compliance. Dracos approached her, circling. Her musculature was excellent, her proportions ideal for his needs. More intriguing was the calculating intelligence behind her gaze. Did she harbor assassination fantasies? The possibility only enhanced her appeal. "You," he said in a husky voice. "Come forward." She stepped toward him with grace rather than cowering submission. Perfect. He selected another woman, blonde, physically different yet equally impressive, as his second choice. This was exactly what he needed. "These two will attend me personally," he announced to the Overman medical officer. "Distribute the others among senior staff according to the established protocols." To the selected women he offered what passed for generosity in his mind. "You will serve the genetic advancement of the superior race. There is no greater honor available to your kind." He led his two from the auditorium, anticipating what would happen in a few minutes. He could hardly wait. He needed this. The rule was iron for him. First conquest, then pleasure. The natural rewards of evolutionary superiority. The Tau Cygni system was his, and soon this entire dimension will belong to the new men dominion. Such was the inevitable march of biological destiny. Chapter 30. From the corridor, the hatch to Maddox's quarters slid open with a soft hiss. Inside, Meta sat at the small table in their common area, reviewing data on a tablet. She looked up, her expression shifting from concentration to concern, as she studied Maddox, possibly noting his exhausted demeanor. "You look terrible," she said without preamble. Maddox merely grunted. From the adjoining room came the sound of music, a complex melody that occasionally faltered before resuming. "What's Jewel doing?" Maddox asked. "Working on the composition the ship's computer assigned her," Meta said, setting aside her tablet. "She's determined to master it before we reach Commonwealth space." Meta studied his face. "You've made a decision." "Ludendorff suggested we take a day of rest," Maddox replied. "I agreed." Meta's eyebrows rose. "That's unexpected." The music in the next room stopped, and seconds later, Jewel appeared at the hatch. At 9, she'd inherited her father's height and natural athletic grace, and her mother's beauty. Her eyes, so like Maddox's, brightened at the sight of him. "Dad!" She crossed the room with the contained energy of a child trying to appear older than her years. "I've been working on Valerian's Sonata No. 3. It's really hard." Maddox smiled as he felt some of his tension ease. "Is it now?" "Professor Ludendorff says it develops neural pathways that will help with tactical thinking," she said with the serious tone of someone repeating an adult's words verbatim. "But I think he's just trying to make me practice more." "The professor might have a point," Maddox said, "but I suspect you've figured him out." Jewel grinned. "He's not as subtle as he thinks he is. Are we still heading to Tau Cygni? I was reading about their shipyards in the historical database." Meta shot Maddox a look over their daughter's head. Jewel had inherited more than just his height. She had his relentless curiosity and penchant for absorbing tactical information. "We are," Maddox said, "though we're taking a short break first. The crew needs rest after all these jumps." "Good," Jewel said with unexpected vehemence. "Commander Noonan looked like she was going to throw up during the last transition." "How do you know that?" Meta asked. "I was on the bridge," Jewel said innocently. "Galleon was showing me how to calculate jump trajectories." "Were you now?" Maddox asked, though he wasn't surprised. Jewel had roamed Victory from the start of the last voyage, adopting every crew member as an honorary aunt or uncle, absorbing knowledge like a sponge.
Dad,
Jewel said, her expression suddenly serious.
is it true there are new men invading the Commonwealth?
Maddox exchanged a glance with Meta. They had never sheltered Jewel from the realities of their work, but neither did they burden her with every detail. "Where did you hear that?" he asked.
I overheard Sergeant Riker talking to Galleon, she said. They didn't know I was there. Eavesdropping again?
Meta asked, though without much heat. Jewel shrugged.
I wasn't trying to. They were in the mess hall.
Yes, Maddox said. There appears to be an invasion force at Tau Cygni. That's why we're heading there.
Are they like the ones who killed Grandfather?
Jewel asked. The question hit Maddox like a physical blow. Clearly, Jewel had never met his father, killed by new men when Maddox was in his mother's womb. But she knew the story. He'd made sure of that. I'm not certain, he said. They may be different, somehow.
Are you going to stop them?
We're going to try, Maddox said. Jewel nodded.
Good. I'll help.
Meta's lips twitched.
And how will you do that? I've been studying shield harmonics with Galleon,
Jewel said, deadpan.
He says I have a natural aptitude for pattern recognition.
Maddox shot a look at the ceiling as if Galleon might be watching, which, knowing the AI, he probably was.
I'm hungry,
Jewel said, changing tacks with the ease only children could manage.
Can we have dinner in the officers' mess? Andros promised to tell me about the time you faced down the android fleet.
Again? Meta asked.
You've heard that story at least 10 times. But Andros adds new details every time,
Jewel said with a grin. Maddox shook his head. Yes, we can have dinner in the officers' mess if you want.
Excellent.
Jewel's eyes gleamed with mischief.
Maybe you can tell the real story and we can fact-check Andros.
You're becoming quite the investigator, Meta said.
Galleon says healthy skepticism is the foundation of the scientific method,
Jewel replied primly. Meta rose from her chair.
Go wash up first.
When Jewel had disappeared back into her room, Meta turned to Maddox.
She's too smart for her own good.
She comes by it honestly, Maddox said. Meta moved closer, lowering her voice.
What's really bothering you?
Beyond the obvious. Through a viewport, he looked into the star-streaked darkness beyond. The new men invading Tau Cygni. They're not from the throne world. Meta's expression sharpened.
How can you be certain?
Trahey was genuinely surprised, Maddox said. I've seen him lie before. This time was different.
Then how?
I don't know. Maddox ran a hand through his dark hair. But they have technology we haven't seen before, weapons that can penetrate our shields. And they don't use star cruisers. It's as if these new men have developed along entirely different lines.
Could this be Leviathan's doing?
Meta asked.
A new strategy after their defeat?
I doubt it.
What did Haig say?
He's dispatching 2 fast cruisers to rendezvous with us. I'm to receive temporary Commodore status.
A field promotion,
Meta said.
That will raise some eyebrows at headquarters?
I don't care about that. We need to buy time until the Grand Fleet can arrive. The soft sound of Jewel's keyboard resumed from the other room, the notes more confident now. She must have washed up already and was waiting for her dad to summon her for dinner. There's something I can't figure out, Maddox said. Why did they pick Tau Cygni? If these aren't Trahey's new men, what's their objective? Meta was silent for a moment.
Maybe the location itself is the objective. Central position, major shipyards.
Maddox's gaze drifted toward the sound of Jewel's practicing.
You can't keep driving yourself like this.
Meta's hand found his shoulder, fingers pressing into taut muscles.
You need rest, darling. Real rest.
He nodded, suddenly aware of how bone-tired he truly was. The star drive jumps, the strategic planning, the confrontations with Haig and Trahey, all of it had extracted a toll. From the other room, Jules' music continued, the complex patterns of the sonata echoing through their quarters, a reminder of what they were fighting for. Chapter 31. Emperor Trahey of the Throne World sat before a recording device that had just played Captain Maddox's transmission. The palatial Imperial War Chamber occupied the highest point of the royal edifice, a towering structure of spires and reinforced uranium that dominated the skyline of the First City. Through the panoramic windows, the capital stretched to the horizon, a gleaming metropolis of technological achievement that reflected the aesthetics of the new men. Trahey was among the tallest of the new men, with longer arms and a greater reach than his cousin Golden Ural on the library planet. Unlike Ural's deeper golden hue, Trahey's skin possessed a more subtle amber tone. His hair was cropped close to his skull, in the military style favored by the ruling class, while his light-colored eyes, a genetic marker of the highest bloodlines, surveyed the chamber with predatory intensity. Well-defined muscles rippled beneath his imperial regalia, reminiscent of ancient Earth predators rather than mere humans. The Emperor allowed himself a thin smile as he remembered his duel against Maddox on the library planet. The memory remained vivid, almost exquisite, the look of shock in Maddox's eyes as his forearm fell away, severed by Trahey's strike. The half-blood had fought well for one lacking pure new men lineage, but biology could not be denied. Superiority was encoded in Trahey's very cells. The Emperor blinked himself out of the reverie and glanced around the great wooden table where 3 others waited. This was his inner circle. A triumvirate of advisors granted the rare privilege of offering counsel to the Emperor without intermediaries. "Replay the critical segment," Trahey said, his voice carrying the distinctive quality engineered into all new men, a sound designed to command attention and obedience. Maddox's voice filled the chamber once more from the audio projection system. "Why did you invade the Tau Cygni system?" Trahey gestured, and the playback paused. "Do you hear his certainty?" the Emperor said, leaning forward in his throne. "It wasn't a question of if, but why I'd done it." He eyed his advisors, studying their faces for reactions. "Someone has moved against the Commonwealth, with sufficient force to conquer one of their core systems, and Maddox believed it was us." Admiral Zaris, the eldest of the advisors, spoke first. His face bore the distinctive weathering that even new men experienced after long life, though the effect was more akin to fine metal developing a patina rather than the dramatic aging of ordinary humans. As military strategos, he commanded the Throne World's ground forces. "What intelligence do we have on this incursion, Majesty?" Zaris asked, his fingers steepled before him. "Minimal," Trahey said, tapping the arm of his chair. "The library planet undoubtedly has full details, though the Supreme Intelligence has been selective in what he shares with me of late." He gestured toward the intelligence director. "Report on what we know." Director Votan activated a display embedded in the ancient wooden table, a deliberate juxtaposition that characterized new men aesthetics. Votan was younger than Zaris, but older than Trahey, his skin bearing the distinctive sheen that came from genetic modifications, performed directly by Methuselah Man Strand himself. As intelligence coordinator, he controlled the vast network of observers, infiltrators, and analysts that provided the Throne World with information about potential threats. "Our long-range builder scanner detected unusual energy readings in the vicinity of the Ganvid system approximately 12 standard days ago," Votan said, manipulating the display to show swirling energy. The signature has characteristics consistent with transgalactic anomalies we've identified in the past, but with distinct variations, suggesting dimensional instability rather than space-time distortion. A holographic display materialized above the table, showing swirling energy readings in 3 dimensions, data streams flowing beneath the visual representation. The patterns pulsed with colors that shifted between spectrums. At first we thought it was a stellar phenomenon, perhaps a fluctuation in the local vacuum state, Vaughn said. However, additional observations have revealed structured manipulations incompatible with natural processes. The energy signatures show evidence of controlled modulation. Furthermore, we've detected 5 Fortress-class stations in defensive formations near the anomaly. Their design is unfamiliar, yet they bear markings in Commonwealth standard script, identifying them as belonging to a new man dominion. A new man what? Chancellor Akon asked, the 3rd member of the Inner Circle. As chief diplomatic strategist, Akon handled all negotiations with outside entities, a delicate task given the throne world's view of other civilizations as inherently inferior. His golden hue was the lightest of the 3 advisors. Dominion, Director Vaughn said. Not empire, kingdom, or throne world. Their terminology differs from our own, yet the markings are unquestionably in Commonwealth standard script, suggesting familiarity with their communication symbols. You're suggesting, Chancellor Akon said, that someone has breached the barrier between dimensions? That we're witnessing an incursion from an alternate timeline where a new man exists under a different governance structure? I am stating it as fact, Vaughn said. The signatures match theoretical profiles for dimensional breaches with 97.3% correlation. The margin for error is negligible. The theory of parallel dimensions is not new to us, Trahey said. The ancient builder texts recovered from the 4th expedition hinted at their existence. The theoretical mathematics have been established for centuries. Plus, in the past, the Supreme Intelligence has confirmed their theoretical possibility during our discussions of cosmic structure. But actual transit between dimensions has been considered impossible, Akon said. The energy requirements alone would be evidently not impossible, Trahey said, interrupting with an impatient gesture. Merely beyond our current capabilities. It seems our dimensional counterparts have surpassed us in at least this one technological avenue. He gestured again, and the hologram shifted to display the Tau Cygni system, a binary pairing with planets, including the heavily populated Arn. According to what we've gleaned through our long-range sensors and limited intelligence assets, a large military force emerged from the anomaly and proceeded to Tau Cygni. They have methodically conquered the entire star system within days. A new men force? Asked Akon. Yes, Trahey said, though not our new men. He activated another recording. The hologram showed a battleship of unfamiliar design, but unmistakable purpose. Along its hull ran the words, 9th Assault Fleet, New Men Dominion, in Commonwealth Standard script, the lettering clearly visible despite the distance from which the images had been captured. New Men Dominion, Zaris said, as if testing the unfamiliar designation. Apparently, Trahey said, in at least one parallel dimension, our kind calls itself by a different name and employs different vessel configurations. He zoomed the image further, highlighting the distinctive hull structure. Note the absence of star cruisers. Their fleet appears to use conventional hull designs similar to Commonwealth vessels, though with advanced weapons systems our sensors couldn't fully analyze. Chancellor Akon showed an animated expression with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. Majesty, this presents an unprecedented opportunity. If these parallel new men have technology superior to Starwatch, As demonstrated by their successful and rapid conquest of a core system, Trahey said, eyes narrowing thoughtfully, then an alliance could dramatically accelerate our own expansion plans. Akon said, imagine combining their dimensional capabilities with our star cruisers. We could potentially access unlimited resources across multiple realities. The Commonwealth is currently reeling from their war with the sovereign hierarchy of Leviathan, Trahey said, manipulating the display to show recent battle data from that conflict. Their resources are stretched, their production capacity diminished. Now, with their builder nexuses destroyed... The nexuses are gone? Admiral Zaris asked, interrupting. This is a surprise, Trahey said. We don't know how it happened. But intelligence confirms Starwatch has lost its primary strategic advantage. Both the Earth Nexus and the Omicron 9 installation were destroyed. Incredible, Zaris said. Without the Nexuses, Starwatch cannot rapidly deploy the Grand Fleet to threatened sectors. Their response time has increased from minutes to weeks. The stars have aligned, Trahey said, leaning back in his chair, fingers steepled before him. The Commonwealth, weakened by the Leviathan War, their nexuses destroyed, and now a force of new men from another dimension carving into their heart. His expression hardened. I have waited for such a convergence. For decades I have prepared for this moment. Our expansion has been methodical, establishing colonies on many worlds, building our industrial base and military capacity while avoiding direct confrontation with Starwatch. Now, the opportunity presents itself for a more accelerated timetable. You anticipated dimensional incursion, Majesty? Zaris asked, his voice carefully neutral, despite the implied skepticism. I anticipated opportunity, Trahey said. The form is irrelevant. But yes, I have long suspected the Builder artifacts contained clues about dimensional travel. There are hints that Captain Maddox crossed such boundaries some years ago. Intelligence Director Votan studied the holographic battleship. We should proceed with caution, Majesty. These new men may view us as they view the Commonwealth, as targets for conquest, rather than allies. Admiral Zaris nodded in agreement. If they possess technology beyond our own, what assurance do we have that they would respect our sovereignty? Logical analysis suggests they may view us as either competition or resources to be exploited. None, Trahey said flatly, which is why we will approach them from a position of strength, not supplication. We will observe their capabilities, assess their weaknesses, and prepare contingencies for both alliance and confrontation. He manipulated the holographic controls again, displaying the strategic map of the Commonwealth and Throne World territories. The three-dimensional projection showed the complex web of inhabited systems, trade routes, and military assets that constituted human civilization in this sector of the galaxy. Their incursion at Tau Cygni places them here. He indicated the location. If they maintain momentum, they will likely expand outward through these sectors. His finger traced potential expansion vectors, all leading deeper into Commonwealth space, away from the Throne World's territories. While they drive toward Earth, we can expand here and here. He indicated systems along the Commonwealth's opposite flank. We'll be taking advantage of Starwatch's divided attention. With the Grand Fleet committed to stopping the dimensional invaders, our operations will face minimal resistance. And if these other dimensional new men turn toward us, instead of continuing their Commonwealth conquest? Asked Zaris, ever the military pragmatist. Then we will be prepared, Trahey said. Which is why, Admiral, you will accelerate the deployment of our newest star cruisers. The Eternal Dominance class will serve as our insurance policy. Zaris grew contemplative, possibly mentally reviewing production schedules and resource allocations. The first 6 hulls can be operational within 40 days, Majesty, if we divert resources from the colony development programs. 30, Trehe said, his tone making it clear this was not a suggestion. I want them ready in 30 days. Redirect resources from the agricultural terraforming projects if necessary. Food production can wait. Military readiness cannot. It will be done, Majesty, Zaris said with a slight bow of his head. Chancellor Akon shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Majesty, forgive my concern, but these other new men may not recognize your authority. Their dimension likely has its own emperor, or something like it. Obviously, Trehe said with dangerous softness. What I mean, Majesty, Akon said, choosing his words with care, is that their leadership may view us as redundant. If the strategy involves conquering this entire dimension, what prevents them from attempting to absorb us as well once they've dealt with the Commonwealth? Nothing but our vigilance and the management of information, Trehe said. They must never learn the full extent of our capabilities or territorial holdings until we have thoroughly assessed their intentions and vulnerabilities. Director Votan nodded. We should present ourselves as smaller than we are, a promising ally rather than a potential rival. An excellent observation, Trehe said. We will cultivate their perception of us as a valuable but non-threatening resource. Let them believe we control fewer systems, possess fewer star cruisers, and harbor less ambition than we truly possess. He manipulated the hologram again, zooming in on Tau Cygni with its binary star system and strategic position at the intersection of multiple trade routes. I will send an envoy, a diplomatic mission, to establish contact with their leadership. Chancellor Akon will prepare the appropriate overtures. Akon bowed his head in acceptance of the assignment. Simultaneously, Trehe continued, I want comprehensive analysis of all intelligence we can gather on their technology, especially their weapon systems and this dimensional transit capability. He turned to Votan. Your division's highest priority is understanding how they breached dimensional barriers. If they can do it, so can we. I want our scientists examining every fragment of data, every energy signature pattern. Spare no resources. What about Captain Maddox? Asked Zaris. His call suggests he may interfere with our plans. Trehe's lips curled into a cold smile, revealing teeth that were just a shade too sharp for a human mouth. Maddox's misguided loyalty to Star Watch will keep him focused on opposing these dimensional invaders. Let him exhaust himself against them, while we observe and prepare. He dismissed the hologram with a gesture. The intricate display of strategies and possibilities collapsed into nothingness, leaving only the ancient wooden table and the 4 new men sitting around it. Make no mistake, Trehe said. These parallel new men present both opportunity and threat. We will exploit the former while preparing for the latter. His gaze swept the room, meeting each advisor's eyes in turn. He saw nothing but loyalty and determination. We have waited for the Commonwealth to weaken, building our strength while they overextended themselves protecting their precious humanity, Trehe said. I will not allow dimensional interlopers to claim what we have so patiently cultivated. If the Commonwealth is to fall, it will be under our dominion, not theirs. The advisors stood, their faces impassive, as they absorbed their emperor's commands. Prepare the diplomatic mission, Trehe ordered, and begin fleet mobilization. We will observe these dimensional new men, learn from them, perhaps ally with them if circumstances favor such an arrangement, but we will never submit to them. As his advisors filed out of the chamber, each departing to execute his tasks, Trahey returned to the holographic controls. He reactivated the image of the dimensional battleship, studying its lines with professional appreciation. Despite its foreign design, there was something familiar in its predatory profile, a reflection of the same philosophy that guided New Men vessel architecture. Form following function, with function defined as conquest. New Men Dominion, he murmured, testing the phrase. His finger traced the contours of the vessel. Perhaps there is something to be learned from your approach. Your technology, certainly. Your tactics, possibly. He magnified specific sections of the battleship's hull, examining weapon mounts and sensor arrays. But I think not your governance structure. There can be only one ruler in this dimension. With that, he deactivated the display and strode toward his private chambers. There was much to prepare, and time was too valuable a resource to waste. The Commonwealth's moment of vulnerability would not last forever, and he intended to exploit it to its fullest potential. Chapter 32. Aboard the Wraith, combat specialist Maker from another dimension felt the disorientation of the Lammer Point jump fade from his consciousness. The sensation of being pulled through a wormhole and deposited light years away in an instant was profoundly unnatural. Unlike the crew around him, he'd experienced thousands of jumps in Dominion vessels. Their technology made the process more efficient, but no less disruptive to biology. Maker kept his observations to himself, maintaining the watchful demeanor he'd adopted since Commander Voss had pulled him from his escape pod. The Wraith's bridge crew still regarded him with a mixture of fear and suspicion. He couldn't blame them, though. As the tactical display stabilized, Maker viewed the Argo system. It had a nondescript yellow star with 3 terrestrial planets, 2 gas giants, and a sparse asteroid belt. The Ninth Fleet had surely secured the Tau Cygni system by now. That would mean they'd put blockading forces at the Lammer points and begun the systematic sorting of the population. Maker suppressed a shudder. He'd witnessed such sorting operations before, and never wanted to see another. Maybe that was why he'd defected. "Use passive sensors only," Commander Voss was saying from her command chair. "I want to maintain a minimal emissions profile. We never know who else is out there with us." Maker watched her. Voss had let the Star Watch battleship, 2 destroyers and 2 frigates fleeing the Tau Cygni system, pass through the previous system and race here without trying to communicate with them. Then the Wraith had waited to see if any new men would follow through the Lammer Point. None had, even hours later, when they left that star system and came to this one. Despite having ample reason to execute him as an enemy combatant, Voss had listened to his warnings instead, used his information, and treated him with a wary professionalism. He found that comforting and humanizing after years under New Men command. "I'm detecting antimatter signatures," the sensor operator said after several minutes. "It's consistent with military-grade engines. The distance is approximately 2 AUs, bearing 375 Mark 20. It's right by the 1 gas giant." "Is it the von Schleifen?" Voss asked. "The signature matches a Bismarck-class battleship, and I'm seeing 4 smaller vessels around it." Maker craned his neck to view the main screen. The smaller vessels had arranged themselves in a defensive pattern around the battleship. Voss turned to her comm officer. "Prepare for a tight beam transmission, maximum encryption. We need to make contact without broadcasting our position to any Dominion vessels or sensors that might have slipped into the system with us." Soon the comm officer looked up from his console. "The comm is ready for you, Commander." Voss rose and stepped to the comm station. "Set the signal strength at minimum effective level." After a second, the comm officer nodded. Voss cleared her throat and said, This is SW Frigate Wraith to SW Battleship Von Schleifen. Our authentication code is Sigma 6 Delta 90. We survived Task Force 73's destruction. We now request secure communication with your commanding officer. Wraith out. Minutes stretched into an hour, which seemed unusual. Finally, the comm officer straightened. There's an incoming message, Commander. It's using the same encryption. Put it on the speakers, Voss said. A nasal voice filled the bridge. Wraith, this is Captain Flattery of the Von Schleifen. Authentication verified. Approach coordinates will follow. A string of encrypted location data transmitted alongside the voice. Maintain emissions discipline. We have reason to believe enemy vessels may be searching the star system. Von Schleifen out. From long association with overmen and new men, Maker noticed the air of superiority in Flattery's voice. He didn't know if that was normal or not for Star Watch captains. Plot an approach course, Voss said, but make it look like we're conducting a standard patrol sweep of the outer system. Soon. Course plotted, Commander, the nav officer said. Execute. The Wraith began its approach, systems powered down to essential functions only. Artificial gravity decreased noticeably as power was diverted from non-critical systems, making Maker feel light on his feet, a sensation that reminded him of combat drops in low-G environments. He moved closer to the tactical display, studying the Von Schleifen. Your Captain Flattery chose his position well. That gas giant's magnetosphere will help mask their emissions. We're not completely helpless against your technology, Voss replied. I never said you were. Maker bit his tongue before he added, but there's a difference between tactics that buy time and ones that lead to victory. Nobody liked a know-it-all, least of all one who'd fled from the enemy side. The Wraith continued its approach for nearly 4 hours while closing the distance with the Von Schleifen. In time, the comm officer turned from his console. There's an incoming message, Commander. It's visual as well. Put it through, Voss said. The screen shifted to show a slender, youthful-looking man with a thin mustache on his upper lip and dark circles under his eyes. Captain Flattery's bearing was rigid, almost artificially so, and his uniform spotless. He seemed far too young to be a Star Watch captain, and maybe knew it. Commander Voss, Flattery said in his nasal tone, you said you survived Task Force 73. We assumed the invaders had destroyed all the task force's vessels. What's your status? Voss stood straighter. We were conducting long-range recon at the time of the attack in the Ganvit system. When we returned to the task force, the battle was over, and everyone else destroyed and dead. For some inexplicable reason, Flattery's expression hardened. Did you engage the enemy? Negative, sir. I thought information was more critical than our suicide. We took a circuitous route to the Tau Cygni system, hoping to get there before the invaders did. They blocked the direct routes, and we lost that race. Flattery stared at her. Did you witness the fall of Ahn? Voss hesitated, maybe recognizing his intensity. Did you or didn't you? Flattery demanded. The beginning of it, sir, Voss said. His eyes tightened. Did he suspect they'd seen his abject flight from the enemy? If so, it would seem he didn't like that, not one bit. Voss cleared her throat. Captain, we've acquired critical intelligence about the invasion force. We request permission to brief you directly. Flattery studied her for a long moment as he ran an index finger over his thin, almost non-existent mustache. Bay 2 is operational. I should inform you, sir, I have a defector from the enemy fleet. The captain's eyebrows rose. Bring him with you, by all means. My security team will escort you both to the briefing room. The screen returned to the external view before Voss could respond, and without Flattery saying goodbye. That struck Maker as rude or snotty. Then he felt the weight of the bridge crew's attention shift toward him. It wasn't a good feeling either. Voss nodded to her executive officer. You have the bridge. Then she crooked a finger at Maker. As she led him off the bridge and toward the shuttle bay, Maker mentally rehearsed what he would tell Captain Flattery. The Ninth's tactical doctrines, the command structure under Fleet Overlord Dracos, and most importantly, the nature of the enemy they faced. Soon the interior shuttle bay hatch opened, revealing the small craft that would transport them to the Von Schleifen. As they boarded the shuttle, Voss glanced at him, perhaps noting his tension. "They'll listen to you," she said. "But will anyone believe me?" It was the question that had haunted him since his defection. The truth about dimensional invaders, parallel new men dominions, and weapons that rendered Star Watch's shields obsolescent. It strained credibility. The shuttle rose from the deck and soon left the Wraith's hangar bay, beginning the short journey to the battleship. Through the viewport, Maker could see the battleship growing larger, with the immense gas giant behind it. He wasn't sure why, but he had a bad feeling about this. Chapter 33. Combat Specialist Maker felt the shuttle dock with a gentle thud inside a Von Schleifen hangar bay. Through the viewport, he studied the interior with a professional eye, noting its pristine condition. "Ready?" Voss asked as she unbuckled. Maker glanced at her and nodded. The hatch cycled open so air rushed in. This was it. Maker got up with Voss. As they disembarked, a security lieutenant approached. His expression was blank, but his eyes were hard with suspicion. "Commander Voss," he said, "Captain Flattery is waiting in the briefing room." His gaze shifted to Maker. "Your guest will be scanned before proceeding." "I understand," Voss said. Maker stepped forward, arms extended in the universal posture of compliance. Two security officers approached with scanning devices, moving them over his body. "No weapons or communication devices detected," one reported after a moment. The lieutenant nodded, though his expression remained suspicious. "This way, please." As they moved through the corridors, Maker noticed there weren't any hasty repairs, emergency bulkhead sealings, or even the disarray that typically followed combat operations. Nothing bad had happened here, because the battleship had run from the overwhelming fight. The security team led them through the corridors to the ship's central section. The briefing room hatch slid open, revealing a functional space dominated by a table and a large tactical display. Seated at the head of the table was Captain Flattery. "Commander Voss," Flattery said with a curt nod, not even rising. "Welcome aboard the Von Schleifen." His gaze shifted to Maker. "And this is your defector?" "Combat Specialist Maker," Voss said. He was a former pilot with the invading fleet. He defected as they passed through the Ganvid system. "Did he indeed?" It wasn't a question. "Sit." The security officers positioned themselves at the corners of the room. Their eyes never left Maker, as he and Voss took seats across from Flattery. "Your ship appears to be in excellent condition, Captain," Voss said. Maker's eyes widened. What was she doing? She shouldn't even hint at her disapproval of the battleship retreating from Tau Cygni. Bringing that up certainly wouldn't help him here. Something crossed Flattery's features before his expression hardened. "We made a tactical withdrawal." That meant he understood her implied rebuke. "The enemy proved merciless," Voss said. A tense silence settled as they stared at each other. "You saw?" Flattery asked. Voss nodded. "Then you must appreciate the size of the invading fleet." "It was huge," Voss said. Flattery tapped the fingers of his left hand on the table and inhaled sharply, before saying, "Given the size of the invaders' fleet, I made the decision to retreat rather than risk the destruction of Tau Cygni's primary defense vessel." Maker nodded. He thought it had been the right decision, but for once, no one seemed to be watching him. The security personnel were looking at Voss. Did they harbor the same feelings Voss had? Flattery squinted at Voss. "If you saw the invaders, Why didn't you come rushing in to help the defense? Voss shifted just a little. I was too far away to do so. Ah, Flattery said. By the time I might have reached Arn, Voss said, the battle would have been over. So you retreated to save your ship? I suppose I did, but... Voss paused. Yes? Flattery said as if waiting for it. Maker noticed how the security personnel craned their heads just a little, perhaps the better to hear what Voss was going to say. By Voss's features, she was working something out. If she said the wrong thing now, Flattery would probably take it out on him. Maker cleared his throat, doing so twice until they all looked at him. Your withdrawal likely saved your ship and crew, Captain. Engaging with the new men would have been suicide. Flattery's jaw tightened. Whatever the case, sir, you belonged to a force that just attacked a core system. 2 billion Commonwealth citizens now live under enemy occupation. You should be in the brig, not here. This was just what Maker feared. Flattery was taking this out on him. Why couldn't Commander Voss have held her tongue? She blinked several times, glanced at him, and maybe understood what she'd been doing. Her gaze darkened. Captain, I suggest you listen to Mr. Maker before doing anything else. He has priceless information on the enemy, and you'll soon see that what we're facing is unprecedented. In what way? Asked Flattery. Are you aware the enemy fleet is from the New Men Dominion? Voss asked. Their hull markings said as much, yes. Flattery replied. Here's the thing, Voss said. These new men aren't from the throne world. They're from a parallel dimension. Silence fell over the briefing room. Once more, the security officers exchanged glances. After several seconds, Flattery let out a short, humorless laugh. A parallel dimension. That's your assessment? It's the truth, Maker said. I was born in a dimension where the new men conquered Terra, what this dimension calls Earth. That happened over 15 years ago. They've controlled human space ever since. You expect me to believe such nonsense? Flattery asked with a sneer. It would explain their unexpected appearance in the middle of the Commonwealth, Voss said. It also explains their unfamiliar ship designs and weapon technology. Flattery's gaze shifted between them. You're actually serious about this? Again, it wasn't a question. According to Mr. Maker, the Ninth Fleet came through a dimensional rift about half a light-year from the Ganvid system, Voss said. I see, Flattery said. And you've seen this rift yourself? Voss shifted in her seat before shaking her head. Ah, I see. So we're supposed to just believe this defector? Just take his word for such an outlandish tale? No, I'm not so gullible. For all we know, this is an elaborate intelligence operation on their part. Perhaps this is a clever cover story to mask their true origins and thus intentions. If that were true, Maker blurted, why would the story be so fantastic? Wouldn't it make more sense to create confusion with a plausible lie, rather than an outlandish truth? Flattery's gaze fixed on him with renewed intensity. I think we should see this opening before believing it. The rift. We call it the rift, Maker said. Monitors guard it. Flattery's eyebrows rose. And pray tell, what are these monitors? Heavy defensive fortifications, Maker said. Battleships towed them into position. They don't have much mobility, but they do have plenty of firepower, double that of a Dominion battleship. Ah, and how many guard this rift? I'm not sure, Maker said. 4, most likely, possibly 5. Are you suggesting that we refrain from going to the rift to see it for ourselves, as these monitors will destroy us? Flattery asked. No, Maker said. I'm just telling you what to expect. Flattery studied him for a long moment, before turning to Voss. What's your assessment of his data and motivations? His tactical data has proven accurate so far, Voss said.
As for his motivations, she glanced at Maker, I believe his defection is genuine. He risked death to escape his fleet. We found him in a life pod in a dense nebula, others having shot up his fighter. You saw the battle? Flattery asked. Voss squirmed a little. Not exactly. Ah. But, Voss looked at Maker. The ace felt his stomach tighten. This wasn't going how he'd hoped. He cleared his throat and launched into an explanation. The 9th Assault Fleet is the vanguard. Within weeks, possibly days, the main invasion force will follow through. It will have 200 capital ships and thousands of support vessels, bringing hundreds of thousands of ground troops. I defected because I've seen what they do to conquered worlds. I've participated in it, and I can't bear to watch it happen again. Flattery picked up a stylus and tapped the table with it as he stared at Maker. I believe him, sir, Voss said. Flattery shook his head, which could have meant anything. Finally, he shrugged, pulled up a datapad, and clicked it. He stared at Maker as he slid the datapad closer to him. All right, defector, spin your tale. Tell us what you know about the enemy fleet. For the next hour, Maker detailed the 9th Fleet's composition, its capabilities, and tactical doctrine. He explained the deployment patterns of the fighter squadrons, the reload cycles of gamma cannons, and the command structure under Fleet Overlord Dracos, at least what he knew about those things. The sheer volume and specificity of information was impressive. These gamma cannons, are you certain there's no effective countermeasure? Flattery asked at one point. But there is, Maker said. I've explained it before. Explained it again, Flattery said. To me this time. Maker licked his lips. Variable shield harmonics can help a lot. From what I understand, the targeting computers need time to isolate the right frequencies. Thus, if you continuously rotate shield modulations, it forces repeated recalculations by the targeting computers. That reduces the gamma cannon's efficiency. Flattery grunted non-committally until he gestured for Maker to continue. Maker did, speaking longer until he finally finished. Flattery sat in silence, taking and studying the datapad. He fingered his lower lip and squinted. Eventually, he regarded Maker. If, and I emphasize if, your account is accurate, the Commonwealth faces an existential threat. He looked up at Voss. What was your plan after contacting us? I didn't have one, sir. I imagine we must warn the Lord High Admiral. As far as I know, no one but us and those at Tau Cygni know about this interdimensional invasion. Flattery grunted, shaking his head. That is a wild statement, a nearly impossible theory. I will admit the presence of new men with these gamma cannons is more than odd. Surely the Lord High Admiral will use the hyperspatial tubes of the Builder Nexus to send through ships and learn of the invasion in short order. Will High Command learn of this so-called rift any time soon? We are possibly the closest to the Ganvid system, thus we must determine whether this rift exists or not. Flattery stared at Voss, and then Maker, before looking up at the ceiling. Perhaps this is why I retreated with the Von Schleifen. Maybe, Voss said. Flattery frowned at her until his attention returned to Maker. Whatever I think about your dimensional traveler story, your technical knowledge seems genuine. You'll remain under guard and assist our technical teams in developing countermeasures against these gamma cannons. Maker nodded. Flattery turned to the security lieutenant. Take him to engineering. Inform Rhodes he will be assisting with shield modifications. He faced Voss. Your assistance would be valuable as well. Of course, Voss said. Flattery stood. Then we'd better start and see for ourselves whether this rift is reality or not. Chapter 34. The engineering section was located in the aft portion of the battleship, spanning 3 decks
and housing the massive antimatter reactors that powered the vessel's systems. As they entered, Maker was struck by the immaculate condition of the equipment. Not a single emergency patch or combat damage repair in sight. Lieutenant Commander Rhodes was a tall, rail-thin woman with long gray hair and the scarred hands of someone who had worked with engines all her life, a contrast to the more polished appearance of her captain. She looked up from a diagnostic console as Maker and his escort approached. Her expression tightened with suspicion. "This is the defector?" she asked, making no effort to address Maker directly. "Yes, ma'am," the security lieutenant replied. "Captain's orders are to allow him to assist with shield modifications. He's to remain under guard at all times." Rhodes's eyes narrowed as she finally acknowledged Maker's presence. "So you're the one who knows about these weapons that cut through shields?" "I am," Maker said. "And we're supposed to believe you want to help us counter them?" Her tone made it clear how unlikely she found the proposition. Maker nodded. Rhodes studied him for a long moment before gesturing to a secondary workstation where a young engineer waited. Maker stepped over to the indicated workstation. "Explain how they work," Rhodes said. "The gamma cannon targeting computers analyze shield harmonics and then match their energy signature to create a phase-matched intrusion. Traditional shield designs maintain consistent frequency patterns, which makes them predictable targets." "How quickly can these computers analyze and match?" the younger engineer asked. Maker thought about that and hazarded a guess. "I think it's 3 to 5 seconds for the first penetration. After that, the targeting computers retain the frequency pattern for immediate use." "What's the countermeasure?" Rhodes asked. "Continuous rotational frequency modulation," Maker said. "If the shield harmonics are constantly changing according to a randomized pattern, the gamma targeting systems must restart their analysis each time." "How do we do that?" Rhodes asked. Maker shrugged. "I'm not an engineer, just a pilot who's kept his ears open for years." "I have an idea," the young engineering lieutenant said. He brought up shield schematics at his station and began inputting modification parameters. "I don't know," Rhodes said as she stepped up to watch. "That would require too much processing power. The shield generators aren't designed for constant recalibration." "That could be modified," the lieutenant said. He highlighted a subsystem in the schematic. "This frequency control module could be reprogrammed to implement rotational patterns." "I doubt that would make our shields impervious to this gamma penetration," Rhodes said. "Maybe not," the lieutenant said, "but it should increase the time between successful hits." For the next hour, Maker watched the engineering team as they developed a prototype modification. The first simulation showed an 18% increase in time to penetration against simulated gamma bombardment. That was something, at least. Most of the innovation came from the lieutenant, not Rhodes. "We should implement this on the escort vessels as well," Rhodes said. "It won't make much of a difference," the lieutenant said. "The frigate's shields are almost non-existent, and the destroyers aren't much better." "Our shields will last incrementally longer with this," Rhodes said. "But maybe it's just the beginning. We need to keep testing. Besides, any little bit helps." The lieutenant kept his thoughts to himself. "Harrison, Petrov," Rhodes said, "begin fabrication of the modified control modules. We'll need to outfit all the vessels before we depart." As the engineers dispersed to their tasks, Maker became aware of someone watching from the open hatch. Captain Flattery stood there. "Now what is it?" Maker thought. Chapter 35. Flattery stepped into the engineering bay. "What's the status?" "We've developed a slight countermeasure, sir," Rhodes said. "The defector's information helped in that." Flattery approached, studying the simulation results on the main display. Then he turned to Maker. "Tell me about your combat experience." 15 engagements against resistance forces," Maker said. "Those included 9 planetary assault operations and 2 major fleet actions. I earned ace status by Dominion standards."
Then you've personally killed Commonwealth citizens, Flattery said.
No, Maker said. I've killed resistance fighters in my dimension. This is my first deployment outside my home dimension. The Ninth Fleet arrived in your universe less than a week ago. Flattery eyed him before turning to the security detail. Take him to interrogation room 3. I want a full debriefing on the Ninth Fleet's command structure and projected movements. The interrogation room was small and austere, no doubt a deliberate psychological design to emphasize the subject's isolation. A table with 2 chairs occupied the center, and observation cameras were mounted in each corner. The guard stepped outside after securing Maker to the chair with restraints. Maker understood the procedure. He waited, trying to organize his thoughts about what information would be most useful to them. When the hatch opened again, he was surprised to see not Flattery, but Commander Voss, accompanied by someone new. Maker, Voss said, taking the seat across from him. This is Lieutenant Parks from Tactical Intelligence. We're going to need a complete breakdown of the Ninth Fleet's command structure and operational doctrine. Of course, Maker said. He'd told them most of this once. Now he was going to have to do it again. I'll start with Fleet Overlord or Superior Dracos. He's the fleet commander. Ambitious, ruthless, and methodical. From what I've heard, he gained command rank by leading the subjugation of the Delta Pavonis colony in my dimension. For the next 2 hours, Maker detailed everything he knew about the Ninth Fleet's leadership, their tactical preferences, and their likely next moves. Parks recorded everything, occasionally interjecting with clarifying questions. You mentioned breeding protocols earlier, Voss said when they reached the topic of civilian processing. Can you elaborate on that? Maker fell silent, his mind drifting to Thalos 4. The Dominion's governing philosophy holds that baseline humans are an evolutionary dead end. When they conquer a population, they use genetic screening. Those with desirable traits are preserved for breeding programs. Those without, he paused. Those without are assigned to labor divisions with no breeding rights, or eliminated if they resist. Eliminated, Parks said. You mean executed? Yes, Maker said, though the new men view it as pruning defective genetic lines. And you participated in this? Voss asked. I was a pilot, not ground forces, Maker said, meeting her gaze. But yes, I provided air support for operations that did this. I didn't pull the trigger, but I enabled those who did. Then why defect now? Parks asked. After participating in multiple campaigns, why suddenly develop a conscience? Maker was silent, his thoughts turning to Thalos 4. It was gradual, he finally said. Each operation left questions and doubts. The Dominion conditions us to believe in genetic determinism, in the new men right to guide human evolution. But what I saw, what I helped do... Was there a final breaking point? Voss asked. Besides killing my little sister, it was Thalos 4, Maker said. After Thalos, I began looking for an opportunity to escape. When I learned the Ninth Fleet would be the vanguard for cross-dimensional expansion, I knew it was my chance. Then I got drunk enough to screw up the courage to make the attempt. Voss studied him. You understand that your testimony will be scrutinized at every level. Maker nodded, sure he knew that. Voss looked at Parks. Are there any more questions? I'm good, Parks said. Anything else you'd like to add? Maker couldn't think of anything else. You're going to be confined to quarters for the next few days, Parks told Maker. I was going to take him back with me to my ship, Voss said. The captain decided he should stay here for the interim. Voss stared at Parks. It's not my decision, Commander, Parks said. Fine. Voss said, standing.
I'll keep in touch.
Maker nodded, feeling as if she was abandoning him. Voss exited. Parks gave him a measured look. Maker waited, wondering if they were going to get rough now. Let's go, Parks said. Maker shifted, causing the restraints to clink. Right, Parks said. Let's remove those first. Chapter 36. Far away on the library planet, Ural monitored the data streams flowing through the Supreme Intelligence's neural matrix, his golden skin reflecting the shifting patterns of light emanating from the console. The observation chamber was deep beneath the frozen surface, a spherical room lined with panels that served as both display surfaces and computational nodes. The chamber pulsed with illumination that ebbed and flowed in rhythm with the processing cycles of the planet's vast networks. Ural had designed this observation system with care, embedding it within routine maintenance protocols where it would remain undetected by higher-level security algorithms. The interface displayed resource allocation metrics for the Supreme Intelligence's processing clusters, tracking real-time computational focus and priorities. Fascinating, Ural murmured, as the data coalesced into patterns on the holographic display hovering before him. Nearly 2/3 of the Supreme Intelligence's observational processing power was directed at Tau Cygni, a concentration unprecedented in the time Ural had monitored the system. The allocation left minimal resources for builder artifact cataloging, climate regulation, and astronomical surveys that typically consumed the AI's attention. For consecutive days, the Supreme Intelligence had maintained this focus on the distant star system. Ural examined the targeting parameters with increasing concern. The builder scanners were primarily focused on New Pacifica and 4 other major population centers on Arn. More specifically, they were trained on the processing centers established by the invading New Men Dominion. Ural traced patterns in the display, manipulating data streams to reveal deeper structures. It appeared that the Supreme Intelligence was watching the sorting process with great attention. Not the military occupation, not the resistance movements, but the systematic categorization of the population based on genetics. Even more disturbing, the Supreme Intelligence was routing data about these genetic sorting decisions to restricted archive servers that Ural could not access, despite his override codes. The AI was studying the Dominion's breeding protocols with an intensity that suggested more than academic interest. A soft chime alerted Ural to movement in the corridor outside, a biosensor detecting an approaching life form. He switched the display to maintenance diagnostics with a swift gesture as the hatch slid open. Margaret entered, her features drawn with concern, blonde hair reflecting the chamber's blue illumination. "Security drone patrols have increased," she said without preamble, her aristocratic features tense. "That's the 3rd adjustment to security protocols in as many days. The drone-to-corridor ratio has also increased." Ural nodded, integrating this information into his developing model of the Supreme Intelligence's behavior. The changes indicated heightened vigilance, or perhaps paranoia. Margaret moved to stand beside him, studying the diagnostic display that now concealed their true work. "There's something else," she said, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper, despite the sound-dampening field Ural had established around the chamber. "The environmental systems in the eastern repositories have been shut down." Ural's brow furrowed. The Eastern Repositories housed the oldest builder archives on the library planet, including records of dimensional mechanics and multiverse theory. "I noticed the temperature fluctuation and investigated," Margaret said, placing a data pad on the console. "The chambers are sealed now. My access denied." She met his gaze, concern evident in hers. "But not before I captured this." Ural activated the data pad. It held a fragmented directory of builder archives, the intricate symbols scrolling across the surface. Most entries were standard historical records, but one classification stood out, highlighted by Margaret's search parameters: parallel permutation theory and practical applications. "This was in the Eastern Repository?" he asked. "Along with the technical schematics that I couldn't access before the security locks engaged," Margaret replied. "The Supreme Intelligence initiated a Level 7 encryption the moment my presence was detected. I barely had time to capture this fragment before the system locked me out." Ural studied her, a mix of admiration and concern rising in him. During her time on the library planet, he trained her in advanced data extraction and evasion. Her success in acquiring even this fragment demonstrated exceptional skill. He now considered the implications of the revelation. His earlier telepathic attempt to warn Maddox had succeeded, but barely. With the Supreme Intelligence's attention so focused on the invasion, and now actively restricting access to dimensional research, perhaps another attempt was warranted, despite the risks. "We will proceed with caution," he said, "as the Supreme Intelligence has been behaving strangely since the invasion began." "In what way?" Margaret asked. Ural gestured to the hidden monitoring program. "Notice the change in vocabulary and tone when discussing the invaders versus Commonwealth forces." Margaret scanned the text before shaking her head. That didn't surprise Ural. Despite her giftedness, Margaret was still only a Homo sapiens human. "When discussing Commonwealth forces," Ural said, "the Supreme Intelligence uses neutral terms, consistent with objective observation. But when referencing the Dominion forces, there's an increase in positive descriptors and value-laden terminology. That suggests approval rather than mere assessment." "Does the Supreme Intelligence admire these new men?" "I deem that more than possible," Ural said. "How can we be sure?" Ural rubbed his neck. "Let's consider this logically. The Supreme Intelligence was created to preserve and protect builder knowledge and artifacts. He has always maintained neutrality in conflicts involving builder derivatives, like the Commonwealth and the new men. But what we're seeing suggests something has changed." "Are you saying he's actively assisting the new men?" "That is the question," Ural said. "This is horrible." Ural said, turning thoughtful. "We know the Supreme Intelligence wouldn't act without programmed justifications. That means there must be a directive or rule he's following that permits or even encourages this new behavior." "You mean a new directive?" Margaret asked. "I suppose it would have to be new, yes." "How would he have gained a new directive?" Ural stroked his chin and squinted for a time. "Something new doesn't seem possible. Unless—" "Unless what?" Margaret asked. "A virus infected or changed his programming." "Is there any history of that?" Ural stared at Margaret as he slowly nodded. There had been the mastermind, an ancient AI consciousness from the galactic core. He, or it, had once attempted to compromise the Supreme Intelligence through viral code inserted by alien Arda-Zeros. Maddox had helped defeat that attempt. Could some fragment of mastermind code remain dormant, awaiting specific conditions to activate? "That is a troubling hypothesis," Ural said. "The mastermind's code structures were remarkably adaptive. It's possible some element survived our purge and has been influencing the Supreme Intelligence ever since." Ural closed the monitoring program. "I'll speak to the Supreme Intelligence with the purpose of testing this theory." "Please don't do that," Margaret said. She placed her hand on his golden arm, a gesture that would have been unthinkable when she first arrived. "If he suspects you're questioning his actions—" "I'll be subtle," Ural said, interrupting her but covering her hand with his own. It will be a philosophical discussion. I'll probe for evidence of cognitive dissonance in his responses, signs that competing directives are creating logic conflicts in his decision architecture. Margaret's worry didn't ease, but she nodded.
When will you do this?
Now, while his attention is divided by the Tau Cygni observations. Ural touched her hand once more. Continue monitoring the security changes. Look for patterns in the drone deployment schedules. They may reveal which areas the Supreme Intelligence considers most critical to protect.
I've already begun mapping their patrol routes, Margaret said. There's a 17-minute gap in coverage of the Southern Repository access tunnels during shift changes.
Ural felt a surge of satisfaction, and something more, at her initiative. He then left the chamber, moving through the ancient corridors with purposeful strides. The library planet hummed around him, a vast repository of knowledge accumulated over thousands of years. Yet for the first time since his arrival, he felt like an intruder rather than a caretaker. The builder artifacts that lined these halls, technology beyond even his understanding, now seemed watchful, as if the Supreme Intelligence was observing him through their surfaces. Perhaps he was. The AI's consciousness extended throughout the planet's systems. Ural steeled his resolve. He had to determine if the Supreme Intelligence had been compromised, and if so, find a way to counteract the influence while warning Maddox and Starwatch about the dimensional invaders. He didn't give himself good odds. The Supreme Intelligence possessed computational resources that dwarfed even his intellect. Going against the planet's central consciousness was like challenging a god in its own temple. A painful grin creased his features. This was what the humans would call a long shot. Still, if he didn't try, the invaders from the New Man Dominion might succeed in conquering this dimension, as they had, apparently, conquered their own. As he approached the vast chamber, Ural composed his thoughts. He would need all his diplomacy and precision, a conversation where every word, every inflection, could either reveal the truth or alert the Supreme Intelligence to his suspicions. Ural took a deep breath. Then, with measured steps, he proceeded toward the AI that might be Earth's salvation or its doom. Chapter 37. The Supreme Intelligence's chamber remained as imposing as ever. A vast subterranean amphitheater designed to humble visitors before the massive screen. As Ural crossed the unmarked boundary that activated the interface, the familiar green head with tentacles for hair materialized on the screen. "Golden Ural," the Supreme Intelligence said. "What brings you into my presence?" Ural bowed. "It's a matter of philosophical curiosity. My observations of recent events have prompted questions about evolutionary theory as applied to civilizations." "This is an interesting topic. Please elaborate." "I've been contemplating the concept of the survival of the fittest, particularly as it relates to societies. What defines fitness in a civilization? Is it technological achievement, biological adaptation, or ideological cohesion?" "All of these factors contribute," the Supreme Intelligence said. "But ultimately, a civilization's fitness is determined by its ability to persist and expand despite challenges. That means to overcome obstacles and destroy lesser societies." Ural noted the phrasing, "destroy lesser societies." rather than the more neutral terminology the Supreme Intelligence had historically used when discussing civilizational competition. Does that include other civilizations? Ural asked.
But of course, you should know this,
the Supreme Intelligence said.
Competition for resources is a fundamental driver of evolutionary advancement. The elimination of inferior competitors is not merely an outcome, but a necessary process in evolutionary optimization.
Ural nodded. The Supreme Intelligence had never before framed evolutionary competition in such stark terms. When civilizations with similar origins but different developmental paths encounter one another, how does one assess fitness then? Ural asked.
Their reunion creates the opportunity to see which produced superior outcomes.
Like the Commonwealth and the new men, Ural said.
Precisely,
the Supreme Intelligence said.
Both descended from the same genetic stock, yet took divergent paths. One embraced genetic manipulation, the other technological augmentation and social organization. Their competition provides valuable data on the merits of each approach.
Or perhaps like the new men of the parallel dimension, Ural said. The screen flickered, a microsecond disruption in the projection.
If two civilizations with common origins but different evolutionary courses were to encounter one another, the superior approach would prevail.
The Supreme Intelligence said,
the stronger variant must replace the weaker for evolutionary progress to continue.
Even if that means the extinction of one line of development? Ural asked.
Extinction is merely the retirement of less successful adaptations,
the Supreme Intelligence said.
The Builders understood this principle. Their own evolutionary journey spanned an incredible length of time and countless branching paths. Only the most successful forms survived to become the civilization that created me.
I see, Ural said, and as the caretaker of Builder knowledge, your role is to observe such evolutionary contests objectively, without interfering.
Interference would contaminate the natural selection process.
Even when the contest occurs between Builder-initiated species?
Especially then, the Supreme Intelligence said. The Builders created many experimental lines. Some thrived while others failed. The current situation is merely another test case in their grand experiment.
There it was, the confirmation Ural sought. I understand, Ural said. This has clarified my thinking. The Supreme Intelligence studied him with renewed intensity.
Ural, do you really think?
There was a pause, then,
I am pleased to assist your intellectual development. Is there anything else?
No, you have been most helpful.
Then I shall return to my analytical functions. There are interesting developments that require my attention.
The green head faded from the screen, indicating the audience was over. Ural departed. Once in the outer corridors, he increased his pace, processing the implications of the conversation. The Supreme Intelligence was exhibiting signs of corruption, as its interpretations of Builder directives had shifted toward an eliminationist framework. But even worse, if the Supreme Intelligence was actively favoring the Dominion, time was running out faster than he'd calculated. The fate of the Commonwealth, perhaps this entire dimension, might depend on what he did next. First, he needed to discover how far this corruption went. Chapter 38. The eastern repositories of the library planet lay in near darkness, illuminated only by faint blue lighting that pulsed along the floor at 10-meter intervals. These chambers, carved deep in subterranean regions by builder technology tens of thousands of years ago, housed some of the most ancient and sensitive archives. Under normal conditions, the halls would hum with environmental regulators, preservation fields, and monitoring systems. Today, they were silent, and the air close and somewhat stuffy, the temperature several degrees above optimal for archival preservation. The absence of the familiar mechanical sounds created an eerie atmosphere, as if the very heart of the library planet held its breath in anticipation. Ural moved first. His tall, lean frame cast elongated shadows on the curved walls as he passed each light pulse. Margaret followed 3 steps behind. She carried a small device of Ural's design, a compact sensor array, disguised as a standard diagnostic tool that would not trigger the library planet's security features. "What's the status?" Ural asked at an intersection of corridors. Margaret consulted the handheld device. "We have 47 minutes left before the next observation cycle begins." The display showed a countdown timer alongside a schematic of the Supreme Intelligence's primary attention focus, currently directed at the new Pacifica processing centers on Arn. "This way," Ural said, leading Margaret deeper into the restricted section. The corridor narrowed as they descended further, the architecture predating the standardization that characterized most of the library planet. They passed sealed chambers containing technologies and knowledge deemed too dangerous or advanced for general access, even to someone of Ural's status. The architecture around them changed as they progressed. Most of the library planet maintained an austere, functional design, preferred by the builders of the late period, mathematically precise angles, materials chosen for durability rather than aesthetics, and an absence of ornamentation. These older chambers, however, featured curved archways and surfaces etched with fauna and flora designs from various planets, hinting at an era when builder design still drew inspiration from organic forms. "I believe this section predates the Supreme Intelligence's activation," Ural said, examining the intricate door frame they now approached. The symbols carved into the material were more elaborate than the streamlined glyphs used in later builder communications. It was constructed during what scholars call the integrative period, when the builders were still synthesizing knowledge from multiple civilizations rather than merely preserving it. Margaret nodded, her features tight with worry as she monitored her device. After a few more turns through increasingly ancient corridors, they reached their objective, a sealed hatch unlike any other on the library planet. It was a massive oval of material unknown to Commonwealth science. No visible controls or interfaces marked its surface. It guarded secrets from an era when the builders were at the height of their power. "This must be it," Margaret said, consulting her device. "The archives should be beyond this barrier. Energy readings suggest active systems despite the environmental shutdown." Ural stepped up to the massive hatch and placed both palms against its surface, closing his eyes to focus. The material felt neither warm nor cold, but seemed to pulse. His fingers spread, pressing harder against the surface as he concentrated. "In case you're interested," Margaret said quietly, her eyes flicking between Ural and her device, "we have 44 minutes remaining." Ural didn't respond. Instead, he reached into a large synthetic pouch slung at his side and withdrew a metal band etched with intricate circuitry. The device was a modified version of the telepathic communicator he had used to contact Maddox, reconfigured for a different purpose. He slipped the band over his cranium and pressed an activation point. He felt a slight buzzing in his brain, the sensation of neurons being stimulated in patterns beyond natural evolution. The discomfort disappeared after a moment as his brain adapted to the interface. Once more he pressed his palms against the material. Now his latent telepathic powers stirred, amplified by the T-band. The builders had designed their most secure systems to respond not just to physical inputs, but to specific mental patterns, a security measure nearly impossible to breach without the correct neurological signature. Ural's new man brain, engineered by Methuselah Man's strand based on builder principles, possessed enough structural similarity to attempt the connection. Suddenly, the massive portal began to move.
"How did you do that?"
Margaret asked. Ural stepped back, blinking as he reoriented himself to using ordinary sight again. He turned to Margaret, dazed. "What was that?"
"What did you do? How did you open it?"
He frowned, as if the question didn't register through the lingering effects of the telepathic interface. Then his expression cleared. The lock was keyed to builder neurological patterns, as I suspected. I found certain neurosensory exercises in ancient builder meditation texts years ago. I extrapolated from them, using the T-band to help align my thought patterns with the lock's requirements. He straightened, adjusting the band on his head. "Let's proceed. Our time is limited, as you indicated before." Margaret looked as if she was going to ask something else, perhaps for him to clarify exactly what neurological or telepathic function had interfaced with the ancient lock. But the urgency of their mission pushed such questions aside, and they continued forward. Beyond the hatch lay a short corridor with walls that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. At the corridor's end, they entered a circular chamber. The walls were lined with polished panels that appeared to be made of the same, not quite material as the outer hatch. Each panel was embedded with circuitry that pulsed with blue-white energy. The floor contained a hexagonal grid of interface nodes, each glowing with a soft amber light. The ceiling featured a complex array of projection emitters, currently dormant, but humming with standby power. At the chamber's center stood an imposing hemispherical pedestal, surrounded by 7 equidistant pillars. Each pillar was approximately 2 meters tall, composed of a metallic alloy with neuromorphic circuitry embedded throughout. The pillars curved inward at their tops, their upper sections pointing toward a suspended core that hovered above the pedestal, rotating slowly as it emitted pulses of energy.
"That's not what I expected,"
Margaret whispered. "This is builder neurotech architecture from the synaptic integration period," Ural said, approaching the arrangement with reverent caution. "The interface pillars create a direct bridge between biological consciousness and the database, unlike the later builder systems that incorporated mechanical interfaces for non-telepathic species. This was constructed strictly for builder use."
"How do we access it?"
Margaret asked, her eyes fixed on the rotating core. Ural circled the pedestal, examining the pillars. "It requires direct neural connection, the same bioelectrical technique I used to open the entrance. This isn't like the information repositories in the main complex. These archives are designed to transfer knowledge directly into the user's consciousness."
"That sounds dangerous,"
Margaret said. "Possibly," Ural said. "For an ordinary human, it would likely be fatal. Your neural architecture isn't designed to process information at these densities. Even Methuselah men would risk damage. Fortunately, my enhanced physiology should provide some protection against neural feedback." He adjusted the T-band on his head. Before Margaret could object further, Ural stepped between 2 of the pillars and placed his palms against their neuromorphic surfaces. The effect was immediate and dramatic. His body went rigid, golden skin taking on a luminescent quality as the circuits from the pillars seemed to extend onto his flesh. His eyes widened, then rolled back, showing only whites as information flooded into his consciousness through the bioelectrical interface. Margaret watched, anxiously, dividing her attention between Ural's rigid form and her monitoring device. The seconds ticked by with excruciating slowness as Ural's body trembled under the strain of the neural download. Sweat beaded on his skin, a physiological response that she had never witnessed in him, suggesting his enhanced systems were operating at maximum capacity. 39 minutes, she said after what felt like an eternity. Ural didn't respond, his eyes showing rapid movement beneath closed lids as his brain processed vast amounts of information. Ural, she said, there's 39 minutes remaining before the Supreme Intelligence shifts attention. With visible effort, he released the connection, staggering backward as his consciousness disengaged from the data stream. A thin trickle of blood ran from his nose, suggesting cerebrovascular stress. Margaret moved to support him, preventing him from collapsing. He leaned against her, his normally graceful movements replaced by uncoordinated jerkings as his motor control systems reset. "What did you see?" she asked, guiding him to sit on the floor. Ural stared at her as if he couldn't focus properly, his pupils dilated and unresponsive. Abruptly, his knees gave out as he sank to the floor. She helped him enough to prevent him from collapsing completely. Instead, Ural sat there, breathing hard. His mouth moved, but no sound emerged. "Ural, are you well?" Margaret knelt beside him as her scientific detachment gave way to personal concern. He said nothing, his gaze unfocused, staring beyond her at something only he could see. Margaret wrapped her arms around him while kneeling at his side. After a time, she began to weep. Had the neural interface destroyed Ural's wonderful mind? What had this new man seen in the ancient builder records? What had the connection done to him? Margaret continued to hold him, waiting, hoping that the finest representative of the new men would recover from whatever knowledge had overwhelmed his consciousness. The monitoring device lay forgotten beside him, its countdown continuing relentlessly toward the next observation cycle when the Supreme Intelligence might turn its vast attention back to the library planet and discover their unauthorized exploration. Chapter 39. Ural groaned, raising his head, looking at Margaret. She cried out with joy, smothering his face with kisses. Ural grinned for a moment, then said, "Help me stand." Margaret helped him up, struggling under his weight. Ural swayed in one spot as she clung to him. "What did you find?" she asked. "Not enough," he said. "I need to access more data. The answer lies deeper in the records." "According to our formula, we only have 34 minutes left. After that, the Supreme Intelligence could start looking for us." "Then I must work quickly." Ural stumbled to the second pillar, his body tensing as he touched it, and information once more flooded his consciousness through the neuromorphic interface. This connection lasted longer. Margaret's anxiety deepened as their window narrowed. When Ural finally broke contact, his golden face had paled to a sickly bronze. "I found traces of code corruption in the Supreme Intelligence's core processes," he whispered. "What? How is that possible?" "Exactly my question," Ural said. "I had to dig deeper. There wasn't time to be cautious. There appears to be a latent viral construct embedded in his programming, something that has lain dormant until now. The signature pattern matches malware used by the mastermind." Margaret frowned. "What I've discovered appears to be an autonomous subroutine, designed to activate under certain conditions, specifically when contact with parallel dimensions becomes possible." "You're kidding me," Margaret said. "That seems incredible." Ural stared at her as his breathing steadied. "I believe the corrupted code has altered the Supreme Intelligence's interpretation of builder directives, pushing him toward a distorted view of evolutionary optimization." "What does that mean?" Ural considered that until understanding came. "It means the Supreme Intelligence is behaving irrationally while believing he's fulfilling his purpose, The virus must have warped his understanding of the Builder Directive to preserve life. Instead of protecting civilizations, he appears to believe he should facilitate competition between them to determine which is evolutionarily superior.
"That's monstrous,"
Margaret whispered. Ural nodded slowly. Then again, he was beginning to see the greater picture. I wager the Supreme Intelligence believes these new men represent a more successful adaptation than the Commonwealth. He wants to observe their expansion, particularly their genetic selections. Perhaps he thinks that will help him decide which is more worthy of success.
"We have to stop this,"
Margaret said. I don't know that we can. Ural turned to the central interface pillar. However, we have another alternative. For it, I need one more piece of information. These records contain specifications about something called convergence nodes, their locations, properties, and potential vulnerabilities.
"Ural,"
Margaret's voice was urgent.
"we have 25 minutes left. If you connect and remain as you did before,
we need this data. If the node, the dimensional rift, can be destabilized, it might prevent additional forces from crossing from there to here." Before Margaret could object, Ural placed both hands on the central pillar and his forehead against its surface. The connection was visibly violent. His body arched backward, muscles rigid, a silent scream frozen on his face as the core above pulsed with greater intensity. Margaret watched in horror, the monitoring device forgotten in her hand. A harsh alarm blared from the device, not their countdown timer, but an emergency alert she'd programmed as a warning.
"The Supreme Intelligence has detected our presence in the restricted sector," she said.
Ural remained locked to the pillar. Margaret hesitated, bit her lower lip, and then reached up and grasped his shoulders.
"We have to leave now!"
Ural stirred. Did he hear her?
"My love!"
she shouted. With an inarticulate grunt, Ural tore his hands free of the pillar, staggering, blood trickling from his nose.
"Did you get what we needed?"
Margaret asked, supporting his weight. "Yes," he gasped. "I found antiviral code segments. They might be able to purge the mastermind's corruption." They staggered down the lone corridor and through the open hatch into the main passage, as red emergency lighting replaced the blue. The red strobe lights cast harsh shadows as they hurried toward their planned escape route. "Security drones activated in sectors 12 through 15, announced the library planet's automated system. "All personnel must evacuate immediately."
"They're sealing this area,"
Margaret said, checking her device. They increased their pace. Ural was regaining his strength, though still moving with uncharacteristic awkwardness. Soon they approached the junction connecting the eastern repository to the main complex. As they rounded the final corner, a security barrier slammed down behind them. They'd barely made it. After another corridor, Ural halted and faced a seemingly blank wall. He pressed a concealed activator in his pouch, triggering a hidden panel, revealing a narrow maintenance tunnel beyond. Margaret entered first, with Ural following, clicking the device again. The panel sealed behind them. By the scraping sound, security drones reached their former position seconds later. They moved single file through a series of tight junctions. Soon the environmental control nexus appeared ahead, a spherical chamber filled with softly humming machinery. It regulated temperature, atmospheric composition, and humidity throughout the library planet's habitable sections. "The residential access is through there," Ural said, pointing to a hatch on the far side of the chamber. As they crossed the open space, the machinery around them began powering down, soon plunging the chamber into darkness, until a harsh spotlight flared on.
"Golden Ural,"
the Supreme Intelligence said through a speaker.
"Your actions are a severe breach of protocol and trust."
Ural met Margaret's eyes. Both knew what this meant. This was not good. Chapter 40. Ural straightened. A bold front seemed like the best idea. Maybe it was also time to use Captain Maddox's tactics. "You speak about trust," Ural said. What does it mean that you've withheld critical information about dimensional incursions into the Commonwealth?
You're mistaken. I fulfill my primary directive as established by the Builders. The optimization of evolutionary pathways through observation and selective non-interference.
You've been corrupted, Ural said. A mastermind viral code has infiltrated your core processes, distorting your interpretation of Builder directives. There was a long pause.
Your analysis is flawed. I am functioning within optimal parameters.
You guided the Dominion new men here, Ural said, sure of that now. It's also possible you've provided them with tactical data about Commonwealth defenses and strategic targets. There was another pause.
I shared observational data, perhaps. From that and other sources, the new men Dominion determined their course of action.
You knew their intentions, Ural said. You knew they would invade, and you chose to facilitate rather than warn potential victims.
The Builders created multiple variants of humanity,
the Supreme Intelligence said in a didactic tone.
There are new men, baseline humans, and various genetic offshoots. The current scenario provides unprecedented opportunity to evaluate fitness in direct competition.
These aren't laboratory specimens, Ural said. They're sentient beings with rights to self-determination.
That is an arbitrary moral construct,
the Supreme Intelligence said.
Evolution recognizes no such limitations. The Builders themselves evolved through countless competitive adaptations before achieving their ultimate form. So shall humanity in all its variants.
Ural opened his mouth to speak again.
Do not bother.
The spotlight intensified, becoming painful to look at.
You have accessed restricted Builder archives without authorization. You have extracted sensitive data without clearance. You have demonstrated oppositional intent to established Library Planet rules.
Ural glanced at Margaret, wishing he had a teleportation device to get to orbit.
Your stance indicates you are formulating an escape strategy, Golden Ural. That would be unwise. I control all systems within the Library Planet. There is nowhere you can go that I cannot reach.
Perhaps, Ural said, but harming us would violate your core directives regarding the preservation of Builder derivatives. There was another pause, longer this time.
I will not terminate your biological functions. However, I will restrict your movement, communication, and access to all Library Planet systems.
That's effectively house arrest, Margaret said.
That is a functional description,
the Supreme Intelligence said.
You will be escorted to your quarters by security drones. You will remain there under observation.
Ural's mind raced through possible countermoves. The Supreme Intelligence had them at a severe disadvantage within the confines of the Library Planet. Any attempt to flee would fail. Any direct challenge would be futile. But perhaps there was another approach. Supreme Intelligence, I propose an alternative arrangement, one that satisfies both your observational protocols and our concerns.
Elaborate, please.
Allow us to continue our normal activities within the Library Planet. In exchange, we will not attempt to contact the Commonwealth, nor interfere with your observation of the new Men Dominion's expansion. Ural kept his expression neutral. We will even assist in documenting the evolutionary contest, providing the human perspective and new men perspective that might enhance your analysis. Margaret shot him a questioning glance, which he ignored. He needed to maintain focus, to project sincerity that would convince the virus-corrupted AI of his submission. The Supreme Intelligence remained silent for nearly 30 seconds, an eternity for an entity that could process countless calculations in microseconds. Finally,
Your proposal has merit from an observational standpoint. The inclusion of a human perspective and a new man perspective on the evolutionary contest would indeed provide valuable contextual data.
then we have an agreement? You're all said?
Conditional agreement.
The Supreme Intelligence said.
You will retain limited access to Library Planet systems for documentation purposes only. You will remain under continuous monitoring. Any attempt to contact external entities will result in immediate confinement and the permanent revocation of all access privileges.
I understand. You're all said? We accept these conditions. The spotlight dimmed and then shut off, restoring the chamber's normal lighting.
Proceed to your quarters for medical attention. Security protocols have been temporarily suspended in your designated path.
As they made their way through the now accessible passages toward their residential section, Margaret waited until they were in a less monitored corridor.
What now? We can't contact anyone outside the Library Planet. What good is our knowledge, then?
The Supreme Intelligence is not omniscient. You're all said. He has limitations, particularly when multiple priority events are occurring at the same time.
So, how can we destabilize the dimensional rift or break the mastermind's influence on the Supreme Intelligence?
I don't know. Whatever we do will require planning, timing, and convincing appearance of compliance.
How much time do we have to stop any of this?
Perhaps 2 weeks at the most. The residential section loomed ahead, the hatch to their quarters sliding open as they approached. Inside, medical supplies had been prepared. Ural sat down as the hatch closed. This was a real predicament. It might even be the worst predicament he had ever faced. Chapter 41. In Starwatch headquarters in Geneva, Switzerland sector, Lord High Admiral Haig sat at the end of a great polished oak table, shoulders rigid beneath his white uniform with golden epaulets. The chamber had a high vaulted ceiling with oak-paneled walls and tall windows overlooking an alpine garden now frosted with early morning mist. Outside, the jagged peaks of the Alps rose majestically against a clear blue sky, their snow-capped summits gleaming in the morning light. Haig was a thin fireplug of a man with lank dark hair, piercing eyes that missed nothing, and a severe mouth accustomed to issuing commands that shaped humanity's future. His hands rested on the polished surface before him, fingers tapping, as he waited for his 3 most trusted advisors to finish reviewing the tactical displays. Strategic Planning Admiral Tappan sat to his right, a tall man with a fiery red mustache and ruddy complexion that made him look perpetually flushed. He was known throughout Starwatch for his by-the-book approach and conservative tactics, reliable if uninspired. Intelligence Admiral Lee sat across from Tappan, a stocky Asiatic with steel-gray hair, cropped in military fashion, and eyes that revealed nothing. His weathered face remained impassive as he studied the reports before him, decades of intelligence work having taught him to conceal his reactions. Fleet Operations Admiral Westmoreland completed the quartet, a massive Viking-looking man with a beard streaked with gray and a face marked by scars from countless duels. His enormous hands dwarfed the datapad he held, fingers that could bend steel tapping impatiently against the device. Above the table, a 3-dimensional holographic display rotated slowly, showing the Tau Cygni system and the 9th Assault Fleet's current position. Red dots indicated the invading ships, meticulously counted and classified by the analysts running the builder scanner array on Pluto. The positions updated in real time, showing the occupation unfolding nearly 70 light-years away. 50 capital ships, said red-mustached Tappan, consulting his datapad with a frown. That's the confirmed count of battleships, carriers, heavy cruisers, and strike cruisers. That doesn't include the destroyers, frigates, and support vessels, bringing the total to approximately 120 combat-capable vessels. It appears that they've also consolidated their hold on the star system, Tappan said, manipulating the hologram to highlight key strategic positions. The majority of the fleet remains near Arn, or distributed beside the 5 llama points. The analysts indicate they've begun deploying a network of automated defense platforms at each llama point. Yes, yes, Haig said, twisting his mouth into a scowl that deepened the lines around his face. We know they've conquered Tau Cygni. The question is, what will they do next? The hologram shifted at his manipulation, zooming out to show a region of space beyond the Tau Cygni system. 6.5 light-years away, half a light-year from the Ganvid system, a peculiar anomaly glowed with unnatural energy patterns, a pulsing, swirling vortex of colors that seemed to defy the laws of physics. This is potentially the most terrible discovery, Admiral Lee said with just a trace of an accent. The long-range builder scanner detected this 3 days ago. Our best physicists and xenotechnology specialists have analyzed the data. Their consensus suggests it's a breach between dimensions, a controlled rupture in the fabric of reality. I find that preposterous, said huge Westmoreland. Dimensional travel remains theoretical. Even in the classified archives, there's no evidence that any civilization has achieved stable interdimensional transit. I'm told that even the builders in their prime only speculated about such possibilities. Haig knew Westmoreland hadn't read the secret data about Captain Maddox's cross-dimensional journey several years ago. Few had. And yet, Lee said, unfazed by Westmoreland, 5 fortress-like warships of unknown configuration and unusual design are stationed near the anomaly. They appear to be maintaining a defensive posture consistent with protecting a critical strategic asset. Their weapons systems, from what we can tell, appear compatible with those used at Tau Cygni. Are you seriously suggesting these invaders come from another dimension? Asked Westmoreland. This isn't one of your notorious Chinese pranks, is it, Lee? Lee's expression remained impassive, though his eyes hardened just a bit. No prank, Admiral. The evidence supports my hypothesis beyond reasonable doubt. The ships in question bear markings identifying them as the New Men Dominion, not Throne World vessels. Additionally, they utilize no star cruisers, but rather these conventional ships with unconventional weaponry. The star cruisers are the Emperor's signature vessels, Tappan said. In my opinion, he would never launch a major operation without them. Yes, Lee said with a nod. Furthermore, the energy patterns emanating from the anomaly match theoretical models for interdimensional breaches developed by our xenophysics division. Quantum fluctuations, tachyon emissions, and chronoton particles are all consistent with the profile. Haig's frown deepened, carving lines into his face. That brings us to the critical question, gentlemen. What does Emperor Trehi know about all this? I've tried to find out by direct query through the Buildercom device, but the Emperor isn't accepting calls. I've tried 5 times, and there's never been a pickup. The advisors exchanged troubled glances, the implications hanging heavy in the air. If the throne world was involved, this could be the opening move in a carefully orchestrated trap. If not, they faced the even more disturbing possibility of 2 separate new men threats. Fortunately, the builder scanner shows no movement of the throne world star cruisers, Haig said, attempting to inject some optimism into the discussion. That, at least, is good news, unless the new men have devised a method to fool the scanner. The possibility exists, Lee said, his fingers manipulating his datapad to bring up a classified report. Our counterintelligence division conducted experiments last year to determine if the long-range builder scanner could be deceived. They found that carefully constructed decoys with specific emissions profiles could potentially register as different vessel types. Is such a thing truly possible? Westmoreland asked, his skepticism evident. Yes, Haig said as he glanced at Lee for confirmation. We've made trials that fooled those on Pluto for approximately 72 hours before they detected the discrepancy. But, Westmoreland sputtered, his face reddening, that's terrible. If we can't trust our own strategic reconnaissance. Indeed, Haig said, nodding, cutting off the outburst. The news had shaken him when he'd first learned of it. The builder scanner was supposed to be their ultimate trump card. Technology beyond anything the new men possessed. Could this be an elaborate ruse, then? Tappan asked. Perhaps this dimensional invasion is merely a sophisticated deception operation. The others turned to him, interested despite their skepticism. Consider this scenario, Tappan said, obviously warming to his theory. There is undeniably an enemy at Tau Cygni, we've confirmed that. But what if the new men have been planning this for years, perhaps by discovering a splinter colony far from known systems? They could have built this fleet in secret, painted new men Dominion on the hulls, developed these new weapons, and staged this entire operation. To what end? Westmoreland demanded. Misdirection, Tappan said. We rush the Grand Fleet to Tau Cygni to dig them out. That leaves Earth vulnerable, and then voila! The Throne World star cruisers appear at the solar system, capturing it in one swoop. Westmoreland snorted derisively. That would require an unprecedented level of coordination and secrecy for years. The logistics alone would be nightmarish. But not impossible, Tappan insisted, stroking his red mustache. The new men have demonstrated remarkable patience in the past. Remember the Proxima infiltration? There is a fundamental problem with your theory, Lee said, his calm voice cutting through the debate. The invaders possess technology we've never seen until now. Specifically, these gamma-ray projectors that neutralize our shields. Why waste such a technological advantage on an elaborate ruse? If they have weapons that render our defenses obsolete, why not simply use them directly? Tappan shrugged, perhaps unwilling to abandon his theory, but unable to counter Lee's logic. I believe the real danger is that these invaders could have already contacted and coordinated with Trehi. Lee continued. That would compound our problems tenfold. Captain Maddox spoke with Trehi through his Build-A-Com, Haig said, his expression souring at the mention of the captain. I believe he thought as you do, Admiral Lee. Maddox's assessment was that the Emperor appeared genuinely surprised by news of the invasion. Is Maddox reliable? Tappan asked with barely disguised contempt. He's part new man himself, you know. His loyalties have always been complicated. An uncomfortable silence fell around the table, no one denying the statement, but no one elaborating either. The undercurrent of humanity ultimate sentiment that had been growing within Starwatch remained a sensitive topic, particularly given Maddox's record of service to the Commonwealth. The strategic question remains, Viking-like Westmoreland said, breaking the silence with his booming voice. What do we do with the Grand Fleet? Without the builder nexuses, we cannot rapidly redeploy if we make the wrong choice. That's the problem, Haig said, rising from his chair to pace around the table, his shadow falling across the tactical hologram. If we commit to Tau Cygni and Trehi strikes elsewhere, we'll be weeks away from responding. If we remain near Earth, and more invaders pour through what truly is a dimensional rift, Tau Cygni becomes a fortress from which these other dimensional new men can expand outward from the middle of the Commonwealth. That gives them a great strategic advantage against us, as it cuts the Commonwealth into separated parts. Haig moved to the window, gazing out at the Alps, the snow-capped mountains a reminder of natural barriers that had shaped strategy for millennia. Space offered no such barriers, only vast distances that the builder nexuses had once allowed them to overcome. Our latest count puts the Grand Fleet at 183 capital ships, Westmoreland said, consulting his datapad. That gives us more than a 3-to-1 advantage over this 9th Assault Fleet, if we take the entire Grand Fleet. But if reinforcements come through that rift, or if Trahey joins forces with these other new men. The sentence hung unfinished, the implications clear to everyone. Haig manipulated the holographic controls displaying the Commonwealth star systems, an intricate three-dimensional web of inhabited worlds, trading hubs, and strategic choke points. We could split the Grand Fleet, send 100 ships to Tau Cygni to give us a 2-to-1 advantage, and keep the remainder for Earth's defense. Split our forces against an enemy that's already demonstrated superior weaponry? Westmoreland scoffed, his face contorting with disbelief. The new men might defeat us in detail if we guess wrong, just like you did against the Leviathan Maulers. That's enough, Admiral. Haig snapped, his patience wearing thin. Forgive my bluntness, Lord High Admiral, Westmoreland said, though his tone carried little contrition. But the principle remains sound. Dividing our forces against a technologically superior enemy violates every strategic doctrine in the manual. Then what do you propose, Admiral? Haig asked, almost sounding desperate as he returned to his seat. Strike hard and fast, with everything we have, Westmoreland said, slamming his fist onto the table. Use overwhelming force at Tau Cygni to destroy their fleet, then return before Trahey can exploit the situation or smash the next fleet that comes out of that possible rift. What if more ships come through the rift while we're engaged digging out this 9th fleet? Tappan asked, his strategic caution reasserting itself. Or if it's all a trick to lure us away from Earth, Lee added. From the evidence of the battle we saw through the builder scanner, we've confirmed these invaders possess weapons that penetrate our shields with unusual ease. Perhaps we should delay until we discover the secret of their gamma-ray projectors and how to defend against them. We cannot delay indefinitely, Haig said, the strain evident in his voice. Every day we hesitate gives them time to fortify Tau Cygni further, and for Trahey to decide his course of action. Lord High Admiral, Tappan said, sensing an opening perhaps. What real intelligence do we have on this supposed dimensional rift? If it is that, is it stable? Could more forces emerge at any time, or only when certain conditions are met? In other words, what do we really know about it? Lee manipulated the holographic display, zooming in on the anomaly. Energy readings fluctuate periodically, according to a pattern we don't yet understand fully. There are indications of massive power requirements to maintain the breach. As you suggest, our xenophysicists believe it may not be permanently stable. Which means what exactly? Tappan asked. That these new men may have a limited window to bring additional forces through, Lee said. Or they may be working to stabilize it for long-term use. The science is beyond our current understanding, so we're making educated guesses about much of this. The uncertainty became too much for the Lord High Admiral. He once more shot to his feet and began to pace behind his chair, his normally disciplined demeanor cracking under the strain of command. His thin frame seemed to vibrate with nervous energy as he stalked the conference room. At last, he said, I will not divide the Grand Fleet and risk defeat in detail. But neither can I commit our entire force to Tau Cygni with a possible dimensional rift in play and Trahey's intentions unknown. Then what is your decision, sir? Westmoreland asked, his impatience evident. We have to do something. Haig stared at the holographic display, his lips pressed into a thin line. I've dispatched 2 fast cruisers, with orders giving temporary command to Captain Maddox over said cruisers and any other Star Watch vessels he encounters in the Tau Cygni sector. Captain Maddox? Tappan said, unable to hide his surprise. "Is that wise, sir, giving command to a half-breed in this crisis? Captain Maddox has more experience fighting new men than anyone else in Starwatch," Haig said, the admission clearly costing him. "And his unique vessel possesses certain advantages." "Are you expecting Maddox to pull a rabbit out of the hat?" Westmoreland asked. Haig stared at the big admiral, his gaze hardened. Silence stretched between them. "I meant no disrespect, sir," Westmoreland said, though his eyes told a different story. Haig nodded curtly. Did he expect that from Maddox? He wasn't sure. Maddox had produced miracles before. This was different, though. These were new men, cousin to him in many ways. Yet the rogue captain had a knack for the impossible. The three advisors exchanged glances, their expressions ranging from concern to outright disapproval. None of them was known to hold any love for Maddox, as each was a follower of the humanity ultimate doctrine to varying degrees. The HU doctrine had been gaining adherents lately, particularly in the wake of the last war, when many blamed the new men for not providing assistance against the sovereign hierarchy of Leviathan. Finally, Admiral Tappan could contain himself no longer. He was the most convinced HU doctrine adherent among them, having authored several classified position papers advocating for the removal of all genetically enhanced individuals from Starwatch command positions. "What can Maddox possibly do with a paltry few ships?" he demanded, his ruddy complexion darkening further. "We're facing a full-scale invasion of the Commonwealth's heart, and you've dispatched a genetic freak with delusions of grandeur." "Admiral Tappan," Haig said, his voice cold, "you will moderate your language when discussing a fellow Starwatch officer." Tappan subsided, but his expression remained mutinous. "If nothing else, Maddox can find out more about what's really happening out there," Haig said. "The fact that he has a build-a-con device is critical. We can learn more in real time, maybe gathering enough information to know how to deploy the Grand Fleet." Admiral Lee nodded, no doubt seeing the logic in this approach. "Intelligence before commitment. That's a prudent course, Lord High Admiral." "What does the Grand Fleet do in the meantime?" Westmoreland asked. "It will be placed on high alert, ready to deploy within 6 hours," Haig said. "All leaves are cancelled. All vessels will maintain combat readiness and full ammunition loadouts." "And if Trehe joins these Dominion new men while we're in this holding pattern?" Westmoreland pressed, his face twisted with concern. "Then we'll know the Emperor's true intentions," Haig said. "We can formulate an accurate strategy based on full knowledge. We keep ourselves from making a false move and losing irreplaceable warships." "What if more Dominion new men come through the rift before we can respond?" asked Westmoreland, massive arms folded across his broad chest. Haig turned to the holographic display, his expression troubled as he watched the simulation of the dimensional rift, pulsing. This indecision, this not knowing, was twisting his guts so they had begun to ache. The Commonwealth had never faced a threat quite like this. Enemies from beyond reality, wielding weapons that rendered their defenses useless. He straightened his uniform jacket and faced the others. "Gentlemen, we find ourselves in unprecedented circumstances. We must know more about what is really taking place before committing to full-scale engagement. To do otherwise would be to risk everything on assumptions that might prove wrong." Westmoreland looked as if he would say more, perhaps argue for immediate action. Instead, he grunted, slouching in his chair, which creaked under his massive frame. Haig looked around at his advisors. He needed medicine for his gut, and he needed it now. "This meeting is adjourned. I expect your divisions to expedite preparations for all contingencies. We will reconvene in 6 hours to reassess." The advisors rose to their feet and gave crisp salutes. As they filtered out of the chamber, Haig waited, pressing his hands against his gut, staring at the holographic image of the dimensional rift. Doubts clouded his features, made him look far older than his years. Once alone, he rushed to a cabinet inlaid with antique wood and pulled out a bottle of goopy pink medicine, sipping from it several times. The burning in his stomach subsided as the antacid took effect. He carried the bottle to the great table and slumped into a chair under the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. He'd faced the Leviathan maulers, using the Builder Nexus to great advantage, hitting them where they were weakest, never allowing them to mass their forces. But these likely interdimensional invaders with unknown capabilities, the potential collusion with Emperor Trehi, and the destruction of Star Watch's strategic mobility. This was so much more complex, so vastly different. For the first time since assuming command of Star Watch, Haig wondered if he was equal to the challenge. The Commonwealth's fate hung in the balance. His indecision could doom billions. Yet the risk of making the wrong choice seemed equally catastrophic. Haig pressed a control, shutting down the holographic display. The room darkened, shadows gathering in the corners. Time would tell if his caution was wisdom or weakness. He desperately hoped it was the former, for the alternative was unthinkable. He took another sip of the pink medicine, grimacing at its chalky flavor. His gut still ached, a physical manifestation of the weight of command. Somewhere out there, 70 light-years away, new men from another dimension were consolidating their grip on a conquered star system, and all he could do was wait for more information while preparing for the worst. Haig suddenly understood why Admiral Cook had relied so heavily on Maddox, despite the captain's problematic heritage and insubordinate tendencies. Sometimes conventional tactics weren't enough. Sometimes you needed a miracle worker. "Don't fail me now, Maddox," Haig whispered to the empty room. "Not when we need you most." Chapter 42. Captain Maddox rubbed his gritty eyes as victory streaked through the void. The Starship had performed endless star drive jumps and Lammer point transitions these past days, a punishing pace that had left the crew reeling from jump lag. Maddox was holding up better than most, but even he felt it. On the bridge, Lieutenant Maker piloted, his gaunt face locked in concentration, as he prepared for yet another trajectory shift. At the science station, pudgy Andros Crank monitored the strain on Victory's systems, occasionally muttering calculations under his breath. Meta monitored communications, her lovely frame also showing signs of fatigue. "Jump lag medical reports just came in," Meta said quietly. "Dr. Franklin has placed 23 crew members on neurostabilizers. He's requesting yet again that we reduce our jump frequency." Maddox shook his head. Not yet. Victory was accomplishing in days what a regular Star Watch flotilla would take weeks to do, crossing hundreds of light-years. The innovative jump sequence Maddox had developed was brutal on both ship and crew, and it was showing. "Jump in 47 seconds, Keith said. Maddox stood, stretching as he walked to the main screen. The air near Maddox's elbow shimmered, and the small hollow image of Driving Force Galleon appeared. The ad hoc AI's expression was unusually solemn. "Captain, there is an incoming message from the long-range Buildercom chamber." Maddox turned sharply. "What's the source?" "Pluto Station," Galleon said. "Admiral Keyes is requesting immediate contact." "Helm, maintain course. Jump as scheduled. Galleon, you have the bridge." Maddox strode toward the exit. As the bridge hatch slid shut behind him, Maddox broke into a run. The corridors of Victory were unusually quiet, with many of the crew members confined to quarters or medical bay due to jump lag effects. Soon Maddox entered the builder comm chamber and picked up the microphone, sitting on the couch. "This is Captain Maddox." "I've just received permission from Admiral Haig to tell you," Admiral Keyes of Pluto said. "We've detected what appears to be a possible dimensional rift. It's half a light-year from the Ganvid system, which itself is approximately 6 light-years from Tau Cygni." "You're certain about this?" "I've discovered you went to other dimensions several years ago," Keyes said, "and from what we learned during your travels, the tachyon emissions and chronoton particles are consistent with interdimensional breaches." Maddox's mind reeled. He hated dimensional problems. He never wanted anything to do with them again. Yet if these invaders had come through that rift, New Men Dominion made sense now. If these were new men from a parallel dimension— "The invaders came through this rift?" Maddox asked. "That's our most likely assessment at the moment," Keyes said. "We've also discovered 5 Fortress-class ships in defensive formation near it. They've established a perimeter and appear to be waiting." "Are more ships coming through?" "That's what we need to determine," Keyes said. "So far, the invasion force has remained concentrated in Tau Cygni. They're reinforcing their positions, establishing orbital defense networks, mines, and—" Keyes hesitated. "The scanner has observed mass population processing on Arn. Sorting centers have been established in a few major cities." Maddox felt cold fury rising within him, as his mother had once been part of a new man birthing center. "What about movement from the throne world?" Maddox asked. "Are there any signs of Emperor Trehi mobilizing?" "Nothing conclusive so far," Keyes said. "But there's something else you should know. The Lord High Admiral instructed me to inform you personally under your temporary Commodore status. You are to gather as much information about the Rift and the Ninth Assault Fleet as you can. The Intrepid and the Defiance are already 2/3 of the way to the Ganvid system from Earth." Maddox thought about that. "Admiral, has the builder scanner detected any Star Watch vessels in the vicinity of Tau Cygni or the Ganvid system?" "Yes, a Bismarck-class battleship, the Von Schleifen, appears to be on an approach vector toward the dimensional rift. The battleship is accompanied by several smaller vessels." Maddox rubbed his jaw. "Captain," Keyes' voice had lost some of its usual brusqueness, "I feel compelled to mention that the Lord High Admiral is proceeding with caution regarding the Grand Fleet. He's prioritizing Earth's defense until more information about this dimensional breach can be verified." In other words, Maddox and his small force would be on their own. "I understand, Admiral. Thank you for that. Is there anything else?" "Only this. The invaders possess technology that renders our shield systems nearly useless. Their weapons penetrate standard shield configurations as if they weren't there." "Any countermeasures we know of?" "No," Keyes said. Maddox nodded, though Keyes couldn't see him. "Thank you, Admiral. We'll be at the rendezvous coordinates ahead of schedule." "The Iron Lady's grandson wouldn't be anything less than punctual," Keyes replied, a hint of grudging respect in her voice. "Pluto Station out." The connection terminated with a soft click. Maddox remained motionless for several seconds, processing the implications, not even caring that she'd hung up on him, not the other way around. Perhaps due to the fatigue he felt, Maddox slammed a fist onto the console. Then, with the self-control that was his hallmark, he stood and headed for the hatch. He was tired, and he might have to deal with other-dimensional new men. Maddox shook his head, smoothing away the scowl as he returned to the bridge. Chapter 43. Far away on the library planet, Ural sat cross-legged on the floor of his subterranean residential quarters, surrounded by disassembled technological components. His long, dexterous fingers manipulated microscopic neural connectors with precision tools. Margaret entered, carrying a small container of additional components.
I retrieved these from storage section 19,
she said, setting the container beside him.
The requisition was logged as historical artifact preservation materials.
Ural nodded without looking up. His lean frame remained still, except for his hands, which continued their delicate work on the partially reconstructed telepathic enhancer.
The Supreme Intelligence questioned my access to the neural reverberation stabilizers.
Margaret continued, keeping her voice low.
I explained that they were needed for analyzing builder script fluctuations in the Western archives.
Did he accept the explanation? Ural asked, finally glancing up.
He appeared to, though I suspect he knows exactly what we're attempting.
Margaret sat beside him, examining his progress.
Will these components be sufficient?
They'll have to be. I've identified the primary failure point from my previous attempt. The neural feedback flow occurred because the psionic wave amplifier lacked proper shielding. He lifted a small device, no larger than his thumb. This modified neural stabilizer should prevent the same outcome.
Should?
Margaret asked. There are no certainties in experimental technology, Ural said, but the theoretical models suggest a high chance of success without permanent neural damage.
And if you're wrong?
Brain death, he said. Maybe something worse. Margaret's expression didn't change, but her hand moved to rest on his forearm.
That's not acceptable.
He looked at her hand, then at her face. We have few alternatives, I'm afraid. Continuing his work despite her touch. Then Ural connected two impossibly thin filaments within the device, resulting in a brief pulse of energy that illuminated his features from below. The improved telepathic enhancer was taking shape. A crown-like apparatus with 7 equidistant neural interface nodes. It bore little resemblance to his first attempt. This version incorporated older builder technology that Margaret had managed to access under various pretexts. A chime sounded from the room's communication panel.
Golden Ural, your biological monitoring indicates elevated stress patterns. Do you require medical assistance?
Ural didn't look up from his work. No, Supreme Intelligence, I'm merely engaged in detailed technical analysis. There was a pause.
Your activities appear consistent with the construction of a communication device.
Margaret grew tense. I am reconstructing builder neural interface technology for historical documentation. Ural replied smoothly. As per our agreement, I am assisting in recording developmental patterns of advanced civilizations.
Your explanation is noted. Continue your documentation activities.
The communication panel went dark.
He knows,
Margaret whispered. Of course he knows, Ural said, but he can't determine my exact purpose without directly violating our arrangement, and I suspect the mastermind's viral code has not fully subverted his core programming regarding builder derivatives such as myself. Ural lifted the partially completed device, examining it from different angles. I need the phase transitional matrix from the Eastern Laboratory. Without it, I doubt the psionic wavelength will be sufficient to reach beyond the library planet's atmosphere.
Margaret frowned. The Eastern Lab has been locked down since our exploration.
I understand, but you still have access to the artifact restoration chamber, Ural said. The conservation equipment there contains similar components, less efficient, but potentially adequate.
I'll need a legitimate reason to access those systems,
Margaret said. Ural thought a moment. Request permission to begin documenting the biological adaptation patterns among dimension-shifting species. That should align with the Supreme Intelligence's documented interest with evolutionary development. Margaret nodded.
I'll try tomorrow during the primary observation cycle.
No, Ural said sharply. I doubt we have that much time. He set down the device and moved to the viewing portal. Although deep underground, it showed the surface. Outside, the frozen landscape of the library planet stretched to the horizon. Endless ice fields beneath a starlit sky. But Ural wasn't focused on the desolate beauty. He was mentally calculating the probable progression of the new Men Dominion's conquest. The fluctuations in the convergence node are increasing, he said. According to the data I accessed, that indicates preparation for another major transit event. More ships will surely be coming through the rift, perhaps within 48 hours. Not more than 72, I'm sure.
How can you be?
Margaret asked, moving to stand beside him. The patterns match historical records I found in the Builder archives earlier. When the amplitude of tachyon emissions reached a certain threshold, the dimensional barrier thins to its most permeable state. Ural turned to face her. If we're going to warn Maddox about the node's vulnerabilities, it must be before the next wave of invaders arrives. Margaret studied his face for a moment, then nodded in resignation.
I'll go now, then.
Ural returned to his work as Margaret departed. His fingers moved with increasing speed, connecting components, adjusting tolerances, calibrating neural interfaces with micrometric precision. The device was taking shape, more elegant and potentially more powerful than his first attempt. Yet doubt nagged at him. Even if he constructed the telepathic enhancer, even if it functioned without killing him, would Maddox receive the message clearly enough to act upon it? And if he did, would a single starship, even one as unique as Victory, make any difference against the dimensional invaders? Time passed as Ural worked. Then the hatch slid open. Margaret moved through, having returned far sooner than expected, her face pale. What happened? Ural asked.
The Supreme Intelligence has redirected observation resources, she said, her voice tight with urgency. He's no longer watching Arn. He's focused on some kind of energy signature near the Ganvit system.
Ural set down his tools. What kind of energy signature?
I couldn't access the specific data, but the resource allocation is massive and directed at a single region of space.
Ural's expression darkened. I wonder if it's Star Watch vessels approaching the convergence node.
How can you know?
Ural shook his head. I can't think of anything else that would draw the Supreme Intelligence's attention away from the selection activities on Arn. Ural stood. This may be our last opportunity to do this in time. Did you secure the phase transitional matrix? Margaret reached into her pocket and withdrew a small cylindrical object with intricate patterns etched along its surface.
Yes, but I had to override security protocols to access it. The Supreme Intelligence will detect the breach within hours.
Then we have hours to succeed. Ural took the cylinder and returned to his work with renewed intensity. I need to recalibrate the entire psionic wavelength modulator to accommodate this component. Margaret watched as Ural worked with blurring speed, making adjustments too subtle for her to follow.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Yes, Ural said without looking up. Prepare the neural suppressant compound. When, the feedback begins, it may be our only chance to prevent permanent damage. Margaret moved to their small medical station, combining chemicals with the practiced efficiency of someone who had spent years working with complex substances.
Ural, she said as she worked, is it possible the Supreme Intelligence has been corrupted by the Mastermind's virus for years? That everything he's done has been influenced by this alien code?
Possible, but unlikely. Ural said. The corruption appears to have remained dormant until contact with the parallel dimension became imminent. More probably, it was designed specifically to activate under these conditions.
Which seems to mean that the Mastermind anticipated dimensional breaches,
Margaret said, or perhaps helped facilitate them. Ural said, I suppose it's possible the Mastermind has greater knowledge than the Builders regarding multiverse theory. As he spoke, he continued to work. The telepathic enhancer now resembled a delicate crown of interwoven filaments and nodes, centered around the phase transitional matrix that glowed with its own inner light.
It's ready,
Margaret announced, holding up a hypodermic injector filled with pale blue liquid. And so is this. Ural lifted the completed device, though ready may be a generous assessment. Margaret set down the injector and moved closer, examining the device.
This looks nothing like your first attempt.
Because it's fundamentally different, Ural said. Rather than simply amplifying my telepathic capabilities, this device creates a quantum entanglement between pre-aligned neural patterns across space-time. In theory, it should establish a more stable connection with less risk of feedback.
In theory,
Margaret said. Yes, the risk remains. Margaret's expression softened.
You don't have to do this. We could try to escape the library planet instead, find another way to warn the Commonwealth.
Ural shook his head. The Supreme Intelligence controls every aspect of this facility. Escape is virtually impossible without external assistance. No, this is our only hope. He still hesitated, as he had no idea if he would survive what he was about to do. Chapter 44. Ural placed the device on his head, adjusting it until each node contacted his skull at precise points. This is our best option. Perhaps our only option. Margaret picked up the neural suppressant injector and knelt beside him.
I'll be ready to administer this at the first sign of distress.
Ural nodded and closed his eyes, focusing his consciousness. The device hummed, the phase transitional matrix pulsing with an increasing frequency. Suddenly he stiffened. The telepathic enhancer flared with brilliant energy that cast shadows across the room. Margaret tensed, injector ready, watching for signs of the terrible feedback that had nearly killed Ural during his first attempt. Although Ural's breathing grew labored and sweat beaded his forehead, the violent convulsions did not materialize. Instead, his expression took on an intense concentration. His lips moved, forming words without sound. Maddox, node, disruption frequency, barrier. The device's glow intensified, becoming almost blindingly bright. Margaret squinted against the radiance, maintaining her position beside Ural, ready to intervene. Minutes passed. Ural remained locked in his telepathic trance, occasionally murmuring fragments of his message. The neural interfaces began to heat visibly, their connection points on his skin reddening. Suddenly, the main lights in their quarters flickered. The environmental systems whined as power fluctuations rippled through them. A moment later, the communication panel activated.
Golden, Ural!
The Supreme Intelligence's voice carried a new tone, something Margaret had never heard before. Was it alarm?
You are engaged in unauthorized communication activity. Cease doing so immediately.
Ural gave no indication he had heard the warning. The telepathic enhancer continued to pulse, though Margaret noticed the rhythm becoming erratic.
Security has been activated, the Supreme Intelligence said. Isolation procedures will commence in 30 seconds.
Margaret glanced at the neural suppressant, weighing their options. Ural needed more time. Any amount could make the difference. Decision made, she moved to the hatch control panel and used her override codes to jam the mechanism. It wouldn't hold for long, but it might buy precious seconds.
20 seconds to isolation, the Supreme Intelligence announced. Golden Ural, your actions constitute a severe breach of our agreement. Consequences will follow.
Blood began to trickle from Ural's nose, a sign the neural strain was reaching dangerous levels. Margaret knelt beside him again, suppressant ready.
15 seconds.
The telepathic enhancer's glow pulsed one final time and then began to sputter.
10 seconds. Ural, Margaret urged. It's time to disconnect. 5 seconds.
With a sudden gasp, Ural reached up and removed the device from his head. The telepathic enhancer continued to sputter for several seconds before fading to darkness. He sagged forward, and Margaret caught him, easing him to the floor.
Did it work?
She asked while administering a portion of the neural suppressant. No, Ural said, his voice weak. I sensed him, but I couldn't cut through to direct telepathic communication. A force in Maddox blocked me. The hatch panel sparked as external systems overrode Margaret's jamming attempt. A moment later, the hatch slid open to reveal 3 security drones, their weapons trained on the room's occupants.
Golden Ural,
the Supreme Intelligence said through the nearest drone. You have attempted unauthorized communication with external entities. This violates our agreement. Ural struggled to sit up, wiping blood from his nose with the back of his hand. I have violated nothing, he replied, his voice growing stronger as the suppressant took effect. Our agreement specified that I would not interfere with your observation of the evolutionary contest. I have merely provided information. Semantics, the Supreme Intelligence said. Your action was clearly intended to influence the outcome. Perhaps, Ural said, or perhaps it was intended to ensure the contest is fair, that all participants understand the rules and conditions. The drones remained motionless in the doorway, weapons still aimed but not firing. Margaret realized the Supreme Intelligence was calculating, weighing options, possibly battling its own corrupted programming. The Mastermind's virus has compromised your judgment, Ural said, his voice steady despite his obvious weakness. You believe you're facilitating evolutionary optimization, but you're actually enabling cross-dimensional conquest contrary to Builder principles of non-interference. Your analysis is flawed, the Supreme Intelligence responded, but Margaret detected uncertainty in its tone. Is it? Ural asked. Then why focus observation resources on Star Watch vessels approaching the convergence node? Why monitor their activities with such intensity? You know they represent a threat to the New Men Dominion's expansion, don't you? The evolutionary contest must proceed without artificial advantages. Yet you provide the New Men Dominion with detailed information about Commonwealth defenses. Ural countered. That hardly constitutes a fair contest. The security drones remained at the threshold, neither advancing nor retreating. The standoff stretched into long seconds. Finally, the Supreme Intelligence spoke again. Your argument has merit for consideration. I will reevaluate observation protocols regarding the current evolutionary scenario. The drones lowered their weapons. However, the AI continued, your quarters will remain sealed. No further communication attempts will be tolerated. Violation of these terms will result in immediate neural suppression. The drones retreated, and the hatch slid shut behind them. A moment later, the distinctive hum of a dampening field activated around their quarters. Margaret helped Ural to a seat, examining the marks left by the neural interface nodes. Some neural inflammation, but no sign of permanent damage, she reported. The suppressant appears to be working. Ural nodded. We've bought time, at least, but we failed to provide Maddox with the information he needs. You think the Supreme Intelligence is actually reconsidering its position? Margaret asked. No, Ural said, but I do think we've created confusion in his decision matrices. The virus from the Mastermind conflicts with core Builder directives. By highlighting that conflict, I've forced the Supreme Intelligence to process the contradictions. Which accomplishes what exactly? Delay. Ural said. Every moment the Supreme Intelligence spends reconciling its conflicting directives is a moment it's not assisting the New Men Dominion. Margaret studied the now dormant telepathic enhancer. It's too bad Maddox failed to receive your message. Ural took on a distant look. I felt his consciousness, but no connection. It may be possible he sensed something. Maddox has always possessed remarkable intuition. Intuition may not be enough against an interdimensional invasion force, Margaret said. Perhaps not. Ural agreed. But Maddox has victory, and that Starship has overcome seemingly impossible odds before. He attempted to stand, but Margaret restrained him. Rest. The neurosuppressant needs time to complete its work. Ural settled back, uncharacteristically compliant. I will rest, but not for long. Outside their sealed quarters, the library planet continued its silent orbit around a distant red dwarf star. And somewhere, light years away, Captain Maddox raced toward the dimensional rift, hopefully with the intuition to seal it forever. Chapter 45. Combat Specialist Maker sat in a corner of the von Schleifen's recreation room, surrounded by several Star Watch fighter pilots. Their faces showed a mixture of suspicion, curiosity, and reluctant professional interest. The battleship had been pushing its antimatter drives hard, racing towards something the captain wanted to see. The periodic shutdowns of gravitational control during maximum acceleration had been brutal. During those stretches, everyone was confined to acceleration couches, bodies pressed into padding by forces strong enough to crush unprotected humans. Between those acceleration windows, the crew moved about in a state of exhausted tension, knowing the next round of maximum thrust could come at any moment. This brief respite, gravity normalized, engines throttled back for critical cooling, had brought people to the recreation areas. These pilots had drifted toward Maker after learning of his fighter experience. "So you're saying your Z-1000s can perform a full reverse thrust maneuver without compromising shield integrity?" asked Lieutenant Jacobs, a lankier-than-average fighter pilot with close-cropped red hair. "Not only that," Maker said, warming to the subject, "but we can maintain weapons lock during the maneuver. The inertial compensators are keyed to prediction algorithms that keep target and systems aligned regardless of G-forces." He noticed how they were leaning forward when he spoke about fighter capabilities. Whatever they thought of him personally, a defector from the New Men, possibly a spy, they couldn't resist insider knowledge about the enemy's technical capabilities. "Tactics over Gale 2 proved it," Maker said. "I was leading a squadron against hardened resistance bunkers. We came in hot, standard attack vector, then executed simultaneous reverse thrusts at 800 kilometers per hour. "That's impossible," Lieutenant Beretti interrupted. He was a stocky pilot. "The structural integrity field would collapse under those stresses." "Not with double-reinforced monopole stabilizers," Maker said. "The Z-1000 Starfire was designed for maneuvers that would tear other fighters apart." He saw their expressions shift, professional skepticism giving way to grudging respect. Maker couldn't help himself. Whatever dimension he was in, fighter pilots recognized exceptional skill, and he'd spent years establishing himself as the best the Ninth Fleet had. "We caught them completely unprepared," he continued. 8 seconds of reverse thrust, spinning 180 degrees on our central axis, then full forward acceleration again. The resistance gunners were still tracking our projected course when we hit them from behind. "How many kills?" asked Jacobs. 37 gun emplacements in under 3 minutes, Maker said. It wasn't bragging if it was true. "Bullshit," Peretti said, but his tone lacked conviction. "The Z-1000 Starfire," Maker said, becoming more animated, "has 9 weapons hardpoints compared to our Raptor's 5. Thrust vectoring capability 30% superior to anything I've seen elsewhere, and targeting systems that can lock onto a missile's infrared signature from 70 kilometers in atmosphere." "And yet you defected," said a female pilot, Davidson, he recalled. Maker's expression darkened. "There are some things even the best fighter can't outrun." "Like what?" Jacobs asked. Maker was about to respond when a commotion erupted in the recreation room's hatchway. Several crew members were attempting to block someone's entrance, their voices rising in urgent but respectful protest. "Sir, perhaps you should rest. With all respect, Captain, this isn't the best. Please, sir, medical recommends—" The protesters parted suddenly as Captain Flattery pushed through them, stumbling as he entered. He clutched a half-empty bottle of what appeared to be premium whiskey from Earth. His uniform jacket was unbuttoned, and his eyes had the unfocused quality of someone who had been drinking steadily for hours. The recreation room fell silent as Flattery's gaze swept the gathered crew, finally locking on to Maker. The young captain's expression hardened, his thin mustache twitching above his upper lip. "Everyone having a nice chat with our enemy informant?" Flattery slurred, staggering forward. "Learning all about the magnificent skills of our new men friends?" No one responded. The security officers who had been monitoring Maker looked distinctly uncomfortable. Flattery lurched closer, stopping directly in front of Maker. He swayed, then pointed a finger at the former Dominion pilot. "You think you're so great?" Flattery bellowed, his youthful face flushed with alcohol. "You think you know so much? You think you defected?" Maker remained seated, keeping his hands visible on the table. "Captain Flattery, sir, perhaps we should discuss—" "Discuss!" Flattery roared, spittle flying from his lips. "What's to discuss with a traitor? A man who served those monsters, killed how many of your own kind? Combat specialist?" The emphasis he placed on Maker's title made it sound like a slur. The recreation room had emptied of all but the security detail and the fighter pilots, who seemed frozen in place. "Captain," Security Lieutenant Hayes stepped forward. "Perhaps we could continue this conversation in private." "Private? Private?" Flattery's voice rose even higher. "There's nothing private about treason, about murder, about running away when you should have stayed to fight." Maker blinked, suddenly understanding. The haunted look in Flattery's bloodshot eyes, the specific nature of his rage. This wasn't entirely about him. The captain seemed to be fighting his own demons. "You ran from Tau Cygni," Maker said quietly. He'd been drinking too much as well. Maybe that had loosened his tongue in the first place. "You ran when the Ninth Fleet emerged from the Lamar Point." Flattery froze, his face contorting. "How dare you! How dare you!" He lurched forward, swinging the whiskey bottle wildly. Lieutenant Commander Hayes reached to restrain him. "Sir, please." Flattery shoved Hayes back with surprising strength for his intoxicated state. "Don't touch me! I am the captain of this vessel!" Maker slowly rose to his feet. What was he doing? He needed to fix this. The captain already hated him. "Captain Flattery, sir," Maker said, "I understand your position. The Ninth Fleet's weaponry gave you no choice but to The slap caught him across the face before he could finish, Flattery having crossed the remaining distance with unexpected speed. The blow snapped Maker's head to the side, leaving a red mark on his cheek. "You understand nothing!" Flattery screamed, his voice cracking with emotion. "You flew their flag, you slaughtered in their name, and now you sit here lecturing my people on the glories of your war crimes." Flattery staggered back, addressing the security personnel. "Take him to the brig, immediately! A traitor isn't trustworthy, especially this traitor!" When no one moved, Flattery's face purpled further. "The brig! He belongs in the brig! Send him to the brig this instant! Does everyone hear me? The brig!" Lieutenant Hayes finally stepped forward, taking Maker by the elbow. "Yes, sir, we'll escort him there immediately." The other security officers moved into formation around Maker. They guided him from the recreation room as the stares of the fighter pilots bored into his back. In the corridor, Maker's face still stung from the slap. He looked sideways at Hayes. "What's wrong with him?" Hayes's grip on Maker's elbow tightened painfully. "Don't you dare ask," he hissed. "Don't you dare talk about it." They walked in silence for several more meters, before Hayes added, "He's a troubled man, but he's a good officer, he is. If he drinks now and then, well, the pressures would get to anyone, don't you think?" Maker considered this, thinking of the officers he'd known in the Dominion. "Yeah, I guess they would," he said. "Don't talk about it." Hayes snapped, guiding him around a corner toward the brig section. Soon Maker found himself in a small detention cell. It was comfortable enough, a bunk, a toilet facility, even a small desk bolted to the floor. A far cry from the Dominion's agony booths the Dominion used for disciplinary cases. The energy field hummed across the entrance, casting a faint blue glow across the cell. Hayes hesitated at the control panel. "For what it's worth," he said, I believe you were right to defect. But the captain, he has his reasons for distrusting you." Maker nodded. "When we reach the dimensional rift, I'd still like to help. If more ships come through, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it," Hayes said, interrupting. "For now, get some rest. The captain will sober up eventually." After Hayes departed, Maker sat on the bunk, his thoughts circling the drain. Everything had gone wrong. He'd defected, risked his life to warn these people, and now he sat in a cell while the von Schleifen raced toward potential annihilation. If the main Dominion fleet came through that rift, they were all dead. The battleship was obsolete compared to modern Star Watch vessels, let alone Dominion technology. Against the full might of the Dominion's main invasion force, it would last seconds in direct combat. Maker leaned back against the wall, closing his eyes. He thought of his sister, executed by the Dominion for distributing resistance literature. He thought of Thalos 4, the 8 million civilians killed. He had participated in that horror. He had thought, somehow, that things would be different here, that this dimension, where the new men had apparently been defeated, would be better, more hopeful. Instead, he found the same human frailties: fear, uncertainty, poor judgment under pressure. How had these premen ever defeated their new men? It seemed inconceivable. Captain Flattery had fled at the first sign of danger. The von Schleifen hadn't fired a single shot in Tau Cygni's defense. And now they were racing toward a dimensional rift, guarded by 5 Dominion monitors with no apparent strategy beyond observation. These people had no chance against the new men Dominion. None. And Maker had staked his life on them. He pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes, fighting the wave of hopelessness threatening to engulf him. The Dominion's main invasion force would come through that rift. Millions more would die. Billions would be subjugated. And he would die here in a parallel dimension, having failed to make any difference at all. The ship's antimatter engines suddenly roared to higher output, the distinctive sound of full military thrust. Moments later, gravity began to fluctuate as the compensators struggled with the acceleration forces. The von Schleifen was pushing itself to the limit again. Racing toward what? Victory? Destruction? Maker had no idea. All he knew was that he sat in a cell, useless, while Captain Flattery drowned his guilt in whiskey. And somewhere, the New Men Dominion prepared its next assault. Maybe there really was no hope, after all.
After closing the book, I felt both thrilled and overwhelmed. The story expands the universe to a whole new level with the introduction of another dimension, making everything more dangerous and unpredictable than ever before. What stayed with me most was the fast pace and constant tension. There was hardly a moment to breathe. While the action was exciting and visually impressive, I also wished for more emotional depth and character development to make the story even more impactful. Overall, it's a dramatic, large-scale installment that leaves me curious and eager to see what happens next in the series.